Cast, will I do map scripting? Today is casting. Oh, I didn't update my title. I was checking the Onimaru stream title. I didn't update my title. So this is Lix versus Kasva. Scythro, you were second, unfortunately. Close to first. Happy New Year in Bengali. Well, thank you. You were very close, Scythro. But you know what, Scythro? As a computer scientist, I start my lists at 0, so you are still number 1. Fail wall is 0. You're number 1. So, Team Onimaru. And let me combine the chats. Grab their draft links. And there we are, our lovely set of maps. Thank you all for joining. And welcome in. We're going to start with Lix versus Kasva, and we're just going to cast everything we can today. We have a huge schedule. There's been games that have been rescheduled, and we're still having more to cast. So we have Lix, Kasva, Dragonstar Mauricio, I Buy Power Goku, Running Fukodi, Kapach Boy Wonder, Turs versus the Crocs, Projects versus Husiel, Sato versus Fast Turtle, and Lucho versus Scotty. We also have Rex from yesterday of Target versus Stark we could cast if we ever have a break, but I don't think we will. And on top of all of that, apparently T90 is playing in TTL Community Cup, so we might just cast him at the end of the day, because why not? So lots of stuff going on. Thank you all for joining from all of the streams we have running. Should be on the Onimaru streams. We open up their YouTube channel too, so I can try to at least glance at that chat through all the chats we have here. I did see we hit over 1,500 followers on the Onimaru Twitch channel. Hello, Botrix, the bot in the YouTube chat for Onimaru. Welcome in. And I'll start off with Lensois Mariniensis as game number 1. Lix. Oh my gosh, what are those map picks from Lix? He's on the left side of the draft. Yes, he picked the closed maps. Coast Arena and Festa da Polvora? Oh my gosh, Lix. I hope... This is the sad thing about casting games. I hope that Lix loses so he picks his home maps now. You have to root against the person who picks the better maps. Oh, that is glorious. I just had a big update to the map pool. If you saw my stream the past few days, was working on it. I have 2 more small updates I'm gonna make. I made 2 this morning. One to Satan and another to Vela de Selva. I realized this is the downside of using the scenario editor, not playing every map. I realized that there are some placeholder objects that are captured by players at the start of the game. I'm gonna try to avoid that so players don't get an annoying Gaia message at the start. Really affects nothing, but your first second of the game, I'll try to avoid that. And then Satan, there's a rare case where wood lines don't spawn properly, and I discovered a new technique for placing wood lines, so I'm gonna try that out. Or I did try it out. Has to go through some testing first, so I've sent my test script to Arbase, and he's hopefully looking it over. I think I'll keep my collection of bugged recorded games too. But anyway, Lix versus Kasva will be our first set today. So let me open up the dashboard and watch as they get started. Sounds good speaking. He's from Portugal. So hopefully he's quite capable at speaking Portuguese. I had Gabby send me some voice clips, so I've been listening to them and trying to practice a bit. Gaming is back. Gaming never went anywhere. Well, we actually had a couple sets played in the past 2 days. They're scheduling their sets so fast. I've never seen it before. Such efficiency. What was it, a year or two ago when I hosted... Yeah, last year when I hosted the cartographers, we had this one Sunday where it was the final day of a round, but no one scheduled their days because they finished everything ahead of time. T90 asked audio from Doubt, and Doubt just sent him T90, you suck. Doubt would do that. Am I going to learn with a strong accent? That's always a good question when learning another language, is what type of accent do you try to adopt? Because if you try with too strong of an accent, then it sounds like you're trying too hard, but if you don't do any accent and speak in your normal voice, then it also sounds off. So you need to kind of hit that right level of accent when speaking in a different language. And Lily, hello Lily, welcome to the chat. Thankfully I have people who can coach me on pronunciations. Now that I'm just about finished fixing map bugs, I can figure out how to say the names of the maps. Saw me on the Red Bull Twitch stream, I was sitting close to the front row. Yes, I was. I did not, my knees are too old to run, literally, and race people to the front row of seats. But I was very close to the front, yes. Yeah, so just waiting for these two in the lobby. In terms of their elos right now, we have Lix, who's 2584, Kasva, who's 2488, and Arbase in the lobby checking the settings. He's 1628. Japanese and Armenians, first two picks for Lix. Only one hybrid map, though. Two hybrid civs there. Spanish for Kasva. That looks like a pick for Pantanal. Huns at the very end for Lix. He could use them there. Nice for him to be able to save those. Also a good hybrid map civ if he wants to use them on Lensois Mariensis, but I imagine you go Japanese here. Up on the dashboard is temporarily offline. Oh no, a nightmare. Someone hosted a lobby called Pathfinding Fixed? What? Well, here we are. Romans for Kasva, Japanese for Lix. It's cyan versus blue, so I think I'll just put Lix in red when we get started. So thank you all for tuning in. Hope you all are having a lovely week so far. I think we're going to be casting here 7 days in a row. Because we're going to have the two Latin American qualifiers Monday and Tuesday of next week. So I made quite a few changes to Lensois Mariensis to fix a few bugs. There was a rare bug where fish were not spawning in ponds properly. There was a bug where some relics and goats, not that it was bugged, but they weren't very evenly distributed, so I tried to even them out a bit. And now I'll get a first-hand look at how the map works after our late night update. This is where I panic and hope that all my updates didn't break anything, that we don't have any regressions. But Romans for Kasva, Japanese for Lix, as I said earlier. Romans, I mean, both civs very men-at-arms focused, but Japanese with the earlier power spike that they attack faster. Romans need to delay a bit until they can get the armor. Japanese were the very obvious pick for this map, looking at Lix's Civ draft. And I wonder if Kasva picked Romans attempting to counterpick. We have seen a couple of cases where players skipped water and went simply for a barracks and early drush. And I wonder if that's what Kasva will give us here. As we should be loading in just a moment. We'll do all the quests. Oh, and here we are, game number 1. I need to set up my scene transition so it's a fade and not a cut. There we go. So here we will have, and just so I see it, it is a best of 5. So welcome to game number 1. Here we have Lix to the northwest, playing as the red Japanese, and Kasva to the southeast, playing as the cyan Romans. And right away, Kasva did find a wood line, but he has to make sure he scouts to the edge of the map and walls it up. You don't want to let anyone run around the edge there, especially if those Japanese men-at-arms get in. We also will have Lix adding in a house at the front. He'll look to wall to the wood line. Both players will be walling from the TC to the wood line. In terms of gold locations, there is at the very least a back or somewhat safe gold for both players. That's pretty even. And we should have all these ponds having 4 fish each. If you saw my stream the other day, I very meticulously checked for that. You had a brilliant map idea. Call it Mudfish. Semi-desert map with hills, and instead of hunt, you have small pockets of shorefish and mud areas. Golden stone would be on hilltops. And TC would always spawn in a small depression to make walling difficult. Well, if you have good map ideas, I always recommend !RMS. That's the guide for how to write your maps. Make your dreams a reality. So right away, we have Lix going for a dock. Kasva, he's not docking himself yet. He's just walling in Lix's villager. No loom for Lix. Kasva does have loom, maybe hoping to take a fight, but Vil fighting against Lix is probably not a strategy that's going to win you many games. Lix, probably the most notorious Vil fighter there is. He wins games through Vil fights alone. I don't know how he does it. He's one of the most chaotic players there is in the Dark Age. I'll have Kasva here. What is he going to do? I mean, the Vil's walled in. Kasva can fish here. Loom now on the way for Lix. And Kasva will keep trying to pick up more goats. I have another Javelino lured in from Kasva. And I want to get that right underneath the TC and have a nice Dark Age, but slower than Lix. Now, I do wonder on this map if there is room for a Phosphor-styled fast castle. You would have to go for a pretty large wall over to the TC and hope that your stone and golds are in good spots. FC Roman Scorpions wouldn't be too out there of a build. And so it's not going to go up immediately after the loom. We'll add a few more Vils. Both players docking really close. Looks like Kasva wants to force a fight on the water and try to stop Lix from fishing freely as the Japanese. Now Kasva, he needs to make sure that he scouts, and he has. Good job for him, checking that the wood line is open there. One house will clear that, or will close that up. And now Lix has to be careful to scout. Lost some HP earlier. Doesn't want to take a fight against any of Kasva's villagers. Will it be possible to attend the event in person? Yes, there has not been any ticketing info released yet. As far as I'm aware, Onamaru is still finalizing some details with the venue that they're looking at. But hopefully they are finalizing that soon. So 3 HP difference here, 1 more hit on the scout early on for Lix. He has a 3 HP advantage, and he'll be trying to stop Kasva from grabbing the sheep. And Kasva is going to engage, get the scout down to 3 HP. And try to take a hill, but will lose his scout ultimately. So 2 HP left. On a map with lots of neutral goats, any HP on the scout is a lot of HP on the scout. You will collect up extra golds if you scout properly. I think the players have grabbed most of the goats so far anyway. A couple more scattered about. Both up to the feudal age. They'll be a few seconds apart. Lakes with that Ville walled in won't be able to build a second dock, so if Kasva wants to go 2 docks versus 1, he has the opportunity. The scout is so weak it won't threaten the dock villager, which might have been why Kasva decided he would engage on the scout fight. He wants to be able to do a second dock without worrying about walling out here. Still surprised a bit to see only 1, but looks like he's going to go on land instead. So 4 militia, the man-at-arms upgrade on the way for Licks. Japanese militia, they will be very scary, but Kasva, he is the Romans, he has now his second militia out. Kasva is not fully walled yet, as both players are sending vills forward. This is the type of game we expect to see from Licks. This is going to get really messy really quickly. That house might even be denied. 4 Japanese militia atop the hill. You add in a 5th man-at-arms, you do arson, and the Japanese militia are practically unwallable. And unwallable is exactly what Kasva sees, but also exactly what Licks sees, as Kasva's Ville fighting this woodline. He's going to kill a villager, his militia are in, the men-at-arms upgrade is just about finished for him, and he has managed to get a panic house wall and a tower up on the lumber camp. Licks right now walled out. He does not yet have arson. And he could just walk around. Remember, Kasva, he did scout. He did see that's open. Licks did not, however. He did not. And he'll keep looking around, trying to find more woodvilles. Kasva also forced away. Looks like he lost his Ville, his men-at-arms, but killed a couple more Villes. So 4-3 Eco KD so far. As remember, there's also water on this map. Looks like Licks has a Hulk out. And Kasva will be taking gold from the whale. Alright, so that was chaotic. Exactly what you want to see from Licks. And he's trying to do a forward tower, but might be losing another forward Ville, 2 HP left, and the TC can't quite hit it. Maybe the TC can get a volley of arrows on the men-at-arms. Yes, it does. 2 men-at-arms taking damage. One of them is quite weak now. Kasva deciding, let's send all of my Villes and fight. He does not want that tower going up on his gold. Licks will delete it and run away. And Kasva will give chase for a bit. He's got his men-at-arms back. They're healthy again. And on the water, it looks like it is garrisoned fishing ships for Kasva trying to fight off these Hulks, as the Hulks are attacking under Kasva's docks. Hulks themselves should be particularly weak as that sail keeps changing. Look, gotta love that bug. Oh, look, Lick still has a 2 HP Ville out there. Why not? Well, 2 HP is more than Licks needs. It's double what Licks needs to cause some chaos, and I'm sure he's got some dastardly plan up his sleeve for that villager. Or those Villes that were chasing for Kasva will lead into some men-at-arms. Kasva went so far forward, he needs to quick wall his Villes. On the water, Licks' Ville is still trapped, is being shot by the dock. Kasva garrisoning the fishing ships and going after that villager. Needs to realize he can kill the Ville and probably garrison the fishing ships a bit more. And 6 versus 7 men-at-arms now. We have an archer transition from Licks. And two eco unit lead for Licks on the fishing ships that are 5-2. That's his real advantage now. Archer will chase Villes back. Licks is trying to wall out that wood line again. Looks like he mostly does. But Kasva will have the hill advantage. Doesn't take the men-at-arms fight though, as he sees a stray villager and will prefer to try to kill the Ville. Doesn't quite get her though. She will escape on 5 HP as the men-at-arms come and clean up Kasva's forward. And all of a sudden, that's now 7 Japanese men-at-arms to 0, as Licks has an abandoned house in the back. Or not abandoned, there's a Ville there. Kasva, maybe a misclick putting the lumber camp directly adjacent to the gold. On the water, looks like Kasva actually has somewhat managed to clean things up. No more warships for Licks, although Kasva has to be careful if he's going to repair within the murder hole's range of the dock. Licks will get another Ville forward, though, and just do a second dock and try to run his fishing ships there if he needs to. Ville's on stone for Kasva, on gold, on wood. He's taking all the resources and also has to start farming since he's running low on fish. Licks still has a few goats left. Again, that scout's still being alive. Great for him for picking up the goats. And his land army is much bigger than Kasva's right now. Much bigger, and we'll try to push through this wall. Arms breaking on through. And the walls here will go up. And second tower force from Kasva, but he's on stone so he can plop it down. Third dock from Licks. Licks is taking all of the shoreline with docks. Kasva hasn't scouted that, and while the 2 of them are entangled on the water over here, Licks can start adding in a few more fishing ships. Try to have that clandestine fishing eco hidden from Kasva's point of view. This feels like exactly the messy type of map that's great for Licks. We did see Niaz going for a huge Vil fight on it. And Men-at-Arms will try to take out the mill. Kasva right now is nowhere close to the land army he needs to fight this. He will be happy to see that Licks is housed. And that mill will start going down. So we got 5 farmers for Kasva. Licks still taking capybaras, taking a few more goats. And is this something Kasva does? Does he actually like the mining camps adjacent to the resources? This feels horribly inefficient to me. If you're only putting 2 Vils on it, or maybe 2 on each side for 4 total, then maybe it's okay. Less bad for the stone than for the gold, since the stone runs out more quickly. The tower will force Licks away. Double bit axe, the first eco upgrade of the game coming in for Licks. Kasva himself still no double bit axe, and no one able to move out to take these pawns. Lick's going to add in 1 mining camp forward with that Vil. I'm still waiting for the forward stables. Maybe Castle Agent forward workshops or monks. The Japanese are a very good monk rushing civ. The only thing they would miss is Heresy, which is a defensive tech, not an offensive tech. The Romans do have good monks themselves, but they also miss Sanctity. So while they have Redemption, they can't tank a Mangonel shot, so it's really hard for them to get conversions. And underneath the towers, Licks will try to dive and get into the woodline again. Kasva still 3 towers. Lick's almost grabbing a Vil. He's going to keep running the archers in. He's going to try to get underneath the tower. Kasva did not garrison the tower. He's not paying attention, and all of a sudden, Japanese men-at-arms have the hill. Licks is doing fletching. Still doesn't have arson, but this tower will go down. This tower will go down. 6 men-at-arms underneath the base of the tower. Archers there to stop repair Vils. And Kasva going to send everyone. He's taking the wood line, sending his village over to try to fight under the tower. He's got his own archers over here. That tower, 124 HP. Vils getting massacred underneath it. The tower down to 82 HP, but just enough archers over to save the tower, but at the expense of, I think that's 6 or 7 villager corpses I see there, littering the ground, as Lakes goes up to a 13-5 eco unit KD advantage. Kasva maybe thinks he's winning the water over there, idling the dock, but Licks is more than happy to be fishing over here, somewhere Kasva still hasn't scouted. And Kasva now needs to clean up the remaining archers with his. He should have the numbers to do so, and he must be really glad he kept that tower standing. But a mistake not to garrison when Licks' army was running through, and Kasva gets punished for it. You're calling the GG? You think that's bad enough for Kasva? Maybe this is bad enough for Kasva. There's so much to micro, especially in these games against Licks. As finally he notices a skirm there should help clean the archers, but he lost a bit. And while he was probably microing on the water, he still doesn't find Licks' final Vil that's forward. Both players starting to wall up, but hard to be walled fully on the map since so much of the front is open. There's a Hulk coming over as a weakened Vil. We'll try to repair the Hulk. She'll need to be killed by the fires. Will she get away? No, she won't. Burned to her crisp outside the dock. No more repair Vils. The fishing ship's forced to ungarrison. And maybe if Kasva notices that they're fleeing, he might finally realize there's a dock. Maybe he realizes there are more docks because he's getting attacked from that side. He redocked, but not as early as Licks did, and he also will lose his repair Vil. That's now a reset 2-2 docks, but flipping the sides of the water control where their land bases are. And thank you, Nilly, for raiding Team Onomaru's channel. Hope you had a good TTL stream. And welcome in, everyone. We have a ton of sets to cast today. We have, right now, Licks versus Kasva. This is the second international qualifier. 5 players qualified last week. 5 more will qualify this week, with the deciding matches being on Sunday. And Licks right now, clicking up to the Castle Age, has managed to win the water. And if you're just tuning in, you might enjoy seeing all the villagers dead by this burning tower, as Licks did manage to get a good fight with Japanese men-at-arms in the middle of Kasva's base. Going to lose his voice before the end of the week. I think we got 7 straight days of streaming, because right after this qualifier, Monday and Tuesday, we have the Latin American qualifier. for the final player to qualify. So Hulk being put in the dock, Kasva trying to regain the water, doing a demo. What is this? It's 2026 and we're seeing a demolition raft. Kasva clicks up too. Lix will do fishing lines. And as the Japanese winning the water, he must feel pretty darn good about his fishing economy. There are a couple of whales out here too. Whales provide gold. Like oysters, but larger. Love how close the two TCs are to each other. Yeah, when I first made the map, I wasn't sure what to expect with the TC distance. And I really like how it turned out. It feels kind of unique that you essentially wall one side of your base, but the rest of the map is really open and you can't quite get a full wall off because you're so far from the edge of the map. So you have to balance the safety of the walls versus, do you go for a small wall like this and try to stay closed? Do you try to move out with a sneak vill like Lix has done? This vill's up to something. Lix isn't gonna just play a normal game with a sneak vill. Nice to see the ropes. Yep, Capture Age has added the ropes for the Hulks as Kasva's dock goes down. And Lix now has fully won the water, 3 docks, gill nets, and Japanese fish boom commencing. I'll have a crossbow in the back, trying to find a little gap underneath the towers where he can attack the wood line. A few crossbows idling farms too, and so far so good for Lix. Kasva had some good early raids on Lix's wood line, but couldn't quite match the long-term staying power of those Japanese men-at-arms. Padded archer armor for Lix, and right now 22 to 6 KD with Lix pulling ahead by 1k resources collected and by 13 eco units, with 11 of those being fishing ships. And still has that villager. Kasva hasn't managed to fully clean up the back of his base. And a couple of archers forward. If they can clear the crossbows, might be able to harass the gold. This is a very important 1 crossbow for Lix to micro, as Kasva would really love to get crossbow and bodkin himself. Doesn't have any reinforcements following this up as Lix goes for a second range. He's housed for a bit, so not making any more crossbows now. Cav archers also being a pretty good option for the Japanese. As the Romans, you start to wonder how long it'll be until Kasva can get scorpions added in. It's Lix who actually has the first scorpion. Now with the crossbow, no bodkin, but Kasva will try to clean that up, but the scorpion should get over to the gold mine just in time for the crossbows to be fended off. And that is handcart for Lix, as he gets his 3rd TC added in, and at the front we'll continue pressuring with more crossbows. There's that workshop for Roman scorpions, and maybe Kasva's last chance will be to try to pressure Lix before the fish boom really kicks in, but I think we can see now all of a sudden he's 2k res ahead. And without water control, I have seen many games here where a player wins the water but invests so much that they end up losing the land. But I think Lix managed to balance both aspects pretty well. He's ahead in TCs and should be able to spend all that food he's getting from the fishing ships now on villagers. As the Scorpion will force the Vill back. And Scorpion defense already in position for Lix. Adding in chain barding armor so he can do a knight and pick off the Scorpion. Kasva's army mostly getting picked off. And 1 defensive Scorpion for Kasva doing well against Lix. Now that gold not quite all that exposed right now. That knight will take a good path find. The knight just wanted to thank Nilly for the raid. And Scorpion will keep chasing the rest of the skirms. 0 armor on the skirms, so they'll die pretty quickly to the Scorpion. With 0 armor upgrades, they do have 4 pierce armor. Scorpion enough attack that it still damages skirms, but you can tank just a bit with them. And Kasva will call the GG, realizing just how far behind he is. Also seeing a mangonel and taking a bad fight at just that moment. So GG, well done for Lix in game 1. That was crazy, but also the type of Vill fighting madness you expect to see from Lix. And Japanese were his very first pick. Kasva picked Romans as an attempt to counter them. So I'm sure he won't be too disappointed to lose that Civ matchup. He'll probably come back and try to get stronger Civ picks on other maps. When is Lewis playing? Let me double check the schedule and see if we have Lewis listed on it. Lewis versus Alive right now is scheduled for tomorrow at 12 GMT. I'm sure everyone wants to see the GOAT try to qualify. That's a win for Lix on Unsoy's Mariensis. Move over to Araucarias as Kasva's home map. As I said earlier, I love the map picks from Lix. And I do hope we get a full set, because I want to see, especially Festa de Polvora. Because I've not seen that too much, and I want to see someone try to use the barrels, and I bet Lix will be the creative player who knows how to do it. Hello, Zardos. And again, if you're not already, give the Onimaru stream a follow. I'm trying to build up the follower count before we have the actual land this July. And game number 2. Here we are, started right away. This is essentially Black Forest meets Triple Tunnel meets Haboob. There are 3 javelinas in each passage. Less food than a boar, only 300 compared to 340, but we'll have Vil fights right away. No loom for either player. And Kasva is brave picking a Vil fighting map against Lix. Both of them trying to lure in a javelina, and looks like Kasva will get the better of the initial engagement there. Both scouts on 9 HP, Lix with 1, Kasva with 2. There are some ponds if you want to go for a fish boom here. They are a bit exposed on the sides of the map. And looks like Kasva wins the scout fight, had a better hill advantage maybe one extra hit. And so far so good for the start for Kasva. Wins the scout fight, gets the extra javelina, and now, with only 2 HP, he can't stop a Vil from luring, but already on his way out to grab the next triple of javelinas. And I know Kasva will have practice to start on this map quite a bit, because if the Red Bull ladder's any indication, where he played over 500 games, Kasva's going to be very well prepared. And we'll see him probably grab all 3 javelinas. Like, sending a Vil back to the middle, and not finding any javelinas there. And he'll go down to the other passageway. And who will win the foot race, though? That Vil a bit out of position from Lix, needing to walk around the wood line. Kasva might get there first. Didn't see his capybaras by a tile. Always unfortunate when you don't scout those. Hello, Ziba Ziba. And which Vil will get here first? On the other side, the Goose will see there are no javelinas remaining. Lixonal Kasva took them. And who's going to shoot first? Lix is there. He might be building a house or managing something at home. Loom versus no loom. Kasva is just going to shoot the javelinas. He's going to get 2 of them again. Lix does get 1 shot off. Has to be careful with that villager. I don't think Lix is the most active Rage Forest player, so he'll need to wall to keep that Vil safe. That's the hard thing. You're probably managing something at your base, placing the dock, queuing fishing ships, all while trying to lure in the multiple numbers of hunt animals. I've had a lot of fun watching the starts on this map. We now have how many idled Vils under the TC is there? There are not enough javelinas apparently for all of them. 12 HP left, so this Vil with Loom especially should make it back no problem. Kasva simply will shoot with the villagers and the TC. No risk to shooting with the TC anymore. He can kill the boar, and it has all the food left on it. And what does Kasva have here? He has 7 javelinas with 1600 food under his TC. He has done a good job of luring them, and even has 1 more. Lix will lame some deer, and lame a javelina. He does have a forward Vil. So, seven, maybe that's not enough. Maybe Kasva needed an 8th, and Lix will ruin his plans. Black Forest with extra steps. Very inspired by Black Forest. But a bit more 1v1 suited, I think. Or at least open enough that there's room for fighting early on. So as far as the relics spawn, there's 1 relic in each passage and 1 relic on the sides for each player. Oh, and Kasva almost managing to save his Javelina. If you time it right, you can house and shoot it, but it will go down. And forward barracks from Lix. Alright, that's what I like about the map. The ability to go forward. You can get that forward Vil, and Lix will be doing Lix things. And he's trying to wall the Vil. Okay, just didn't like that spot. Wanted to come over here. Deletes the barracks, walls the Vil. And up to the feudal age first is Lix. Kasva looking like he might even try to fast castle here. But Lix is a nice fish boom. And that does give you an option. If you don't want to lure in all of the Javelinas, you can simply take your own pond and do a fish boom. And gain food from there. There are 3 shorefish in each of the ponds. And with the mule cart too as the Georgians, Lix will be able to take the deer. So this Vil is walled and still trying to lame deer as Kasva will try to push one in. And clicks up to the feudal age, but even with all that food, fairly late compared to Lix. Honestly, if there were men-at-arms forward, that could be trouble for Kasva. Did mostly wall the lumber camp in. And he will be walling himself. Is there a gap between the stone and the mining camp? No. Oh, we walled his Vils out. Okay, second game in a row, we've seen Kasva putting the mining camp directly adjacent to the gold and now to the stone. Still something I don't really like, and I think we're seeing the downside right there, is the Vils tried to path themselves outside the walls. It's hard to fit enough Vils in the mine there. I don't know if he's doing it intentionally, because here it looks like he left a gap. And it's always a bit hard to tell by the hills, but it looks like he wants to mine stone. Go for FC Janissaries then, or at least some type of FC castle drop. A couple of men-at-arms will now come forward for Lix. There'll be a mill up. Oh, and that forward Vil decided to do a range. So the barracks was at home. Now there's a range forward for Lix. He'll be pumping out some archers to accompany the men-at-arms. These 2 maps have given us some action right from the Dark Age, too. That's what I enjoy about the 9 start. It still gives us a Dark Age, and with the right maps, you can have an exciting Dark Age. Just Lix things. Okay, Lix doing Lix things. This is Kasva up to feudal, but he'll be able to fast castle. He has the resources and also the walls. Just actually needs a bit more wood for the blacksmith. Might even have to buy a blacksmith at the market. Especially with the Turks, his gold income might be better than that lumber camp right now. 13 on wood. Where are the other Vils on wood? Oh, they're on a straggler tree. And blacksmith for Lix. Blacksmith for Lix. He's going to be staying feudal for a long time, though, even with the fish boom. And yeah, there he is using the mule cart as a gold plus a deer drop-off site. Don't think Lix has played a standard game of AoE in his life. Maybe not. And he will force a tower from Kasva, whose blacksmith has been delayed. And more men-at-arms keep pushing forward. Arson and Fletching with a forward Vil. And he does not want Kasva to get that castle up. I don't think there's any stopping it at this point, though. The point from Lix now is to keep the castle contained inside Kasva's base. And make sure that the Janissaries have to be made at home and not forward. We have seen attempts of players to stonewall all of the passages. But if you're stuck doing that in feudal, one petard breaks through the wall. We saw that in, I think it was Fire versus, must have been Fire versus Kasva, where Fire tried to go for full stone walls. Kasva was the Maya, and just went petards and plumed archers. It's a huge investment for not much protection, and still an area for Kasva that's not fully walled off. We'll try to wall behind that. Now a couple more houses added in. As the house goes down and the men-at-arms are in, the tower will have to keep the stone safe. Now, some weird walling from Kasva not being fully safe. When he will get the walls up, maybe this is actually his plan. To bait the army in, let the tower take care of it. Again, we're seeing some of the awkwardness of that mining camp adjacent to the stone with the villager pathing. Castle age for Kasva. And where does he place the castle? For the Phosphoro builds, you usually place it between a wood and gold, but that's safe enough. You might try to go for the front of the base, even with some archers there. Or maybe just the front side of the TC. Hello, Groundhog. So far, no real damage. 0-0 Eco KD, but around 1,000 more resources for licks. And Kasva will delete the house. Yeah, that makes sense for a castle spot. In front of the TC, protecting the entrance. Your back's already surrounded by the towers, so he'll be pretty safe now. Yeah, 2 minutes delay on Castle Age unique unit due to bad wood. You know, I don't know if I'd say it's a bad build order. I'd say it's just licks caused a lot of chaos, and it's difficult to deal with that. But yeah, the blacksmith delayed, and it felt like he wanted to be castle a lot sooner. And as a given licks the opportunity to click up himself, he's even adding in fish traps. 1 tile from the docks, so they'll be just fine. And with the castle will try to get back to the berries. Has to be careful. Archers don't go for the vills, but with some Janissaries, he should be fine to defend. Those archers from looks are fairly low HP already. Kasva deciding let's fight with the vills. If anything, he should probably fight the palisade. As fishing lines is in for the lakes, he's trying to upgrade his fishing ships. And remember, you can garrison them inside of the dock. If you're playing Rage Forest, you might have seen a version recently in Amiga Wars where we disabled that. But here it's normal settings. Fishing ships can garrison during the fish boom. And there's more HP on fish traps after the water change, so they are not as fragile as they were before. And light cav from Kasva, but he has to remember he lost HP early on, and it will immediately be killed by one of Lix's vills. Could have maybe healed it up in the castle or waited for a monk, but we'll use it right away. And there we're seeing the garrison on the dock, providing a mini tower, basically, for licks, as the Janissaries try to get in, and they'll find some vills who throw up a panic-fortified church. Can they take out... No, they can't. Not a single villager. Double panic-fortified churches. These are built so quickly, and the Janissaries have nowhere to raid. But that makes me think Kasva now needs to use the Janissaries for a second forward castle, and try to punish Lix's economy. Some 4 crossbows from Lix. More effective against Janissaries than they used to ever since the Janissaries had their range reduced from 8 to 7. Now it's equal to that of the crossbow. And if Lix ever goes for ballistics, he'll be able to dance rather nicely against the Janissaries. So there's the workshop with the Mangonel on the way. And this makes me feel Kasva, still with a few vills on stone, is going to look to go forward and push. Placing the stone mining camp on the other end. Oh, I don't mean on the other end. I mean you take the mining camp and you just move it back 1 tile? And that way there's a gap between the mining camp and the stone, like there is here on the gold. So your vills then can fit. So instead of needing to mine all the way out there and walk back and forth, they'd be able to mine a bit more efficiently. I've seen, that's usually the advice I've heard every time about placing a mining camp, ever since I played ARE 2 starting back in like 2012, that you keep it 1 tile away. Other than some really rare cases where you have a specific number of vills you're putting on the resource and maybe you'll do it diagonally. But this is now last game in this game. He's done the same thing with the mining camp, so I wonder if there's a reason for it. Or if he's maybe workshopped some efficiencies in different situations. So, Janissaries, thwarting a TC as a tower tries to keep them away. Monk defense from Licks now. Now, the Georgians, they do not have Atonement. And the Turks in the Castle Age are a really good monk save if Kasva wanted to follow up this pressure with a monk rush. I think that usually is pretty effective against the Georgians. The Turks in Imp will lack block printing, so they don't have good Imperial Age monks, but great Castle Age monks. And Empire AoE, thank you for the follow. Make sure to go give a follow to the Team on Tomorrow stream as well. And Minganel will get a tiny hit on the crossbows, as Lix will try to go for that second TC once more. Build count is the same, even though Lix is pretty far ahead in res, so Kasva will try to boom here. The Turks are a very scary late-game civilization. With the gunpowder and bombard cannon and Sipahi heavy cav archers. These games, let me double check that they did set the time limit. Yes, they did. Our base was in the lobby, so thankfully they have the time limit. 90-minute time limit, so 15 minutes longer than Red Bull to account for the 9-bill start versus Empire Wars. I mean, they can go CA plus Hussar plus Gunpowder. Differentiates them a bit from Huns, Magyars, even Tatars. But they have such a strong Gunpowder option in addition to one of the best Cav Archers, and potentially the best Hussars with that free Pierce Armor and instant upgrade. Or that extra Pierce Armor. So, another outpost from Kasva. And I like outposting up the middle. We've seen different players have different outpost habits. We saw that those sets from Lewis against Degao and Andy, where it felt like everyone had outposted the entire map. I've noticed Jordan doing that a lot too in his 1v1s, outposts everywhere. So most of the forward buildings from Licks are now cleared up, just one abandoned house. And one palisade by the mill still. And Kasva will push forward. It is really hard to push Georgian fortified churches. Their repairs, building repairs cost minus 25%. And buildings will get minus 15% damage if they're on a hill like that. So those will be repaired forever. 12 on food. He also does have some fishing ships and a few farms. So he's going to try to keep the TCs running, but as you're right, 12 on food will lead to that low TC, or that high TC idle time. Oh, the Janissaries getting stuck on the Mangonels, and guard tower plus fortified church does not feel something that does not feel like something you push in the Castle Age. And now Kasva has to decide how much he invests into this push, versus how quickly does he go imp and try to get to those bombard cannon of the Turks. Now, Lix will start walling up one of the side passages as he raids with crossbows, but finds walls already from Kasva. Hello, Noob Netrum on YouTube. But yeah, needs relics. He does... Oh, he's already given up 3 to Lix. Should get 1 from the middle. 1 on this side makes me think Lick still could go for a sneaky monk and grab it. That's exactly what he's doing. And the outpost, ooh, just doesn't see the relic. So on this map, everyone has 1 relic on their own side, and then 3 relics, 1 for each passage. If that monk can get around the house somewhere and pathfind forward, he'll pick up the relic. Kasva won't see it. Both players click imp at the same time. Feels like this is a really good push from Kasva, but Lix is still ahead in eco. Forward castle will go up, and you expect maybe a forward workshop too from the Turks to add in those cannon. And once you get Imp, it becomes much easier to take down the churches, although they do still slow you down if you constantly are packing and unpacking trebs to move them. And now some crossbows have gotten in. They've gotten in through the bottom of the palisade walls, and Kasva needs to react to this. It's not the biggest raid, and he still has a head in Vils. He's sending a Scorpion over. But with all the TCs he has, this won't be too much damage to him. He thought this was Rage Forest. It's somewhat based on that. I think you also Coherente for the follow. Not repairing the Scorpion, though, is Kasva. He needs to send all his Vils at once to repair, and there he goes. And with that, should be okay. Keep the crossbows away. Lose some Vils on the process. Mangonel push on the fortified church. Some Janissaries there to clean up the Vils. The monk with the relic did pick up the relic and will have to run around the lake. Kasva still has not managed to clean those crossbows. Might even need some Janissaries to do so, but that would stop his forward push. But now he will rely on the TCs, but that's a lot of farming space that's denied. Really needed to wall the short way from the pond to the wood line. But now with the fortified church down, that is a bit of a hill advantage for Kasva as he's pushing with Mangonels. And some Janissaries hit some fleeing Vils. Kasva with a really good Vil lead. He's almost in a position to stop the fishing too. Mangonels can destroy the dock. And now we immediately have a trebuchet queued. We'll have trebs from both players. But lacking the forward workshop is Kasva, so no immediate bombard cannon. Bombard cannon would be great as he throws down the workshop now to stop any trebs from destroying his own castle. Take a bombard cannon versus treb fight against Lix. All the Janissaries, though, they're in the western passage, the northwestern passage, and they've found the town center. Yep, and also go check out the brackets on the Onamara website, too. NegoDrama's been doing a lot of work updating the website so it looks fancy. So here's a castle from Kasva on that little hill as the range is going down. And now it comes down to a treb fight, but it feels like this is exactly where the Turks want to be. Early imp for cannon and trebs. And Lix's military 12. It looks like he was either brought it back or was cleaned up at the front. Kasva has a few more Scorpions here. And Lix is going to try now to head to the southeast passage for another TC. And Cav Archer. Looks like Cav Archer. So Georgian Cav Archers that will heal. Cav Archer is usually good against gunpowder, but these days the Turks have Hussar as an option. They have their own Cav Archer as an option. I think they should have the better Cav Archers than the Georgians. Now it's at a point where I think the late game Imperial Age composition of the Turks simply wins. Turks also can do heavy camels. They have fully upgraded heavy camels. So lots of options for them for countering the Georgian Cav Archers. We have monks on the way for Lix. He does still have 4 relics. But he needs to stop this siege push, and right now he doesn't have a unit that fights siege. I don't think Cav Archers, even Imperial Age ones, want to be that close to Mangonels if they try to snipe cannon. University going down, and does Lix have chemistry? He does. No Parthian yet for him, no heavy Cav Archer, no final armor. Just doing husbandry now, so those Cav Archers still need some upgrades. And maybe the only way that Kasva loses now is if monks convert those bombard cannon. See the Mangonels still being useful against the Cav Archers at this stage. Hard to use monks against those Janissaries at this point. Kasva might need to think about devotion. And yeah, he's not yet devoted. Likes microing those Cav Archers. Kasva needs some attack rounds. He's missing every shot. Why no Manaspa? Well, Lix is out of castles now. He needed to win a treb fight, and he never really had the eco for Manaspa. Maybe there could have been an option instead to go for a melee cav unit to try to run in and snipe off siege instead of the Cav Archers, but that's more economy than he had with how much he was pushed, and still would have had to have dealt with the Janissaries camping castles and sniping the Cav to protect the siege. I think Kasva played this game really well with the Civ matchup. The Georgians have a great eco for this map, but might just fall to the power of the Turks. Hello, Matt Matty. So Bowsaw, Heavy Plow, and Scale Barding Armor all on the way for Kasva. Like the dying animation of the Cav Archers. It reminded me of my cousin playing a Tony Hawk skateboarding game when we were children. He would pick his skater based on how much he liked the Wipeout animation. So that Treb under fire. Janissaries trying to kill the Cav Archers. Cannon dodging back and forth, but taking some arrow volleys. Turk bombard cannon with extra HP though, up to 100. Destroying those Trebs would be great because there are no castles left. Oh, that's true. Kasva, he also has his home save advantage. You're right. As the score difference is climbing, and right now Lix has no forward pressure on Kasva's base at all. He is booming up freely. TC still on the right. So I still don't know whether it's worth it to try to fish on this map. It might be too much of an investment for how aggressive it can be. Cannon taking down the Treb. And Lix, I don't know what Lix is trying to do here. He's down 122 to 65 Vils. As the Gorge Tower is being trebbed, we'll have some cannon still dancing with the Cav Archers. Bloodlines, Husbandry, Armor, and Hussars. So it looks like Kasva's making a Hussar swap to try to finish things off, but he looks well on his way to tying this set at 1-1. In which case, we might start seeing the closed maps that Lix picked. Indeed, Sipahi for the Cav Archers gets them up to 100 HP, same as their cannon. And I still think Magyar Hussar, or Magyar Heavy Cav Archers with Recurve Bow are the best. But the Turks, I go back and forth on what they're fighting. Either Turks or Japanese, I think, are number 2. Turks with more HP, Japanese with that attack bonus versus archers of +2. Both otherwise fully upgraded. So, Lix is trying to sneak the eco, but he'll lose some Cav Archers in this fight, maybe? Or maybe he'll just dodge everything. Now Tatar with more armor. Those are good too. Tatar certainly are good. Now give Mongols all the Cav Archer upgrades, because they also have the faster firing civ bonus, and then give them the final armor. And there's a GG from Lix. Kasva ties it up 1-1. Skipping the fish boom, applying the Castle Age aggression, and winning the game. Congrats to Kasva. 94 to 58 KD. Much better eco for him too. Lix got off to the better boom, but couldn't maintain it in Imp. Georgians, I think, have the better long-term eco, especially when gold runs out. And with 4 relics, he was positioned for the long game. But the Turks don't let you get to that long game with how much pressure they can apply right away. So tied 1-1, and we'll see. We'll see if Lix will pick a clown map for us. As Kasva wins his first home map of Arukarios. And that is the Turks. End of the Civ draft, too. Against the Georgians, both towards the end of the Civ draft. Like 5 docks, no farms. I've not seen that. I think you'd need to have a full wall for that. And I don't know if you can wall the map quickly enough in time to commit to that type of fish boom. The other day, Andy went for the fish boom too and got heavily punished by Lewis for it. And it will be Coast Arena for game number 3. Lix picking his first home map. We also have 2 more sets going on simultaneously. Goku versus I by Power and Dragonstar versus Mauricio. Looks like they both finished their drafts. And we'll be getting started soon. Once this set is over, we'll hop into one of those. And hello, let me read the Onamaru YouTube chat. Husiel Fox. Awa Monster, Simon, Eric, Augustin, Julian. Nope, boars don't lose food again. Sadly, I miss those days, but... Can you pick a Civ VPN? Oh, my bad. Because I didn't update the overlay properly. Thank you, thank you. Went from best of 7s, where I only need to click 1 button, back to best of 5s, where I need to click 2. That's because that was an old draft. Hope I enjoy the games as much as chat. I have been really liking the map pool. Yeah, I think my 2 takeaways from the map pool, I probably wanted Amazonia to be a bit more aggressive than it turned out to be. And our decision back in February to add a water map for the new water balance, I think. We should have actually listened to ourselves better and not done that, because the pure FC fish boom has been a bit too much of the meta. Other than that, I've really liked the map pool. I think we have a good bit of variety for different playstyles. And a couple of games, like the 2 we just saw on Lensois Mariensis and Aerocarios, give us gameplay and Vil fights right from the start, which very well suits the 9-Vil start meta. Yeah, Matt, I updated the overlay. They were banned in my mistakenly continued overlay from yesterday. Oh, okay. Interesting Civ picks as we start game number 3. Loading into Coast Arena. I heard that Nilly had a bugged Coast Arena in TTL where he didn't get turkeys earlier. I've been trying to fix that for a while, but I've not actually found a map where that's broken in my testing. And it is very curious to me because there should be room for them. Are 2P still OP or did they get nerfed? The Champies got nerfed, which does affect the 2P. And let's load into the game properly. So they haven't been a first pick Arabia Civ for a while since that nerf. The Blackwood Archers, I think, are still a very strong unit. I've seen them do crazy things in Black Forest once they get that poison damage, fighting elephant archers and siege onagers. So here we are on Coast Arena. We'll have Kasva as the cyan Spanish. He'll be to the west. Lix as the red Armenians to the east. If you've seen the map in TTL, the only real difference is that it's a 9-Vil start, and I very slightly readjusted the positioning of resources in the middle to try to keep them a bit more fairly spaced out. Ensure that the relics always spawn. We had a very rare bug where only 4 relics spawned. But I fixed that for the TTL Community League too. And since you only have 2 extra turkeys on a 9-Vil start, I don't need to worry about 1 pair not spawning. Champions still have their uses, easy way to deal with instant 3 TC greeds. Yeah, champions do still have their uses, I'm just not sure exactly what the best situation for them is. So Kasva already walling up at the back. This Lix's home map, Spanish versus Armenians. You gotta think, if there's a map and a player who would go for the transport ship in the Dark Age for militia or men-at-arms, it would be Lix here. But two different approaches. I was thinking Kasva would save Spanish for Pantanal, the land nomad map. Elix has Huns there at the end of his draft, which should be an amazing civ for that map, so maybe Kasva is trying to win the other maps instead. Spanish should be a great civ on this map. I did see Kasva play a game, I think it was Kasva versus Classic Pro in TTL, where he went for the transport. If I recall, though, that was back during the previous water meta. I think the early transport from Men-at-Arms is a bit weaker. Now, because of the dock being able to shoot arrows from the fishing ship, it essentially gives you a tower to help zone off some of the area from feudal aggression. Want to transport castle drop in the back? I want to see Persians going for a 20-ville transport in a douche. Maybe we need a 3-ville start for that. But that is how I want to see the map played. You just need to make sure you have enough vills inside your base left over. So maybe not 20 vills, maybe 10 vills. You need enough vills left over, so if your opponent deletes their TC and then runs to the middle, you can send your vills forward and douche them in the middle too. So scout fight now, equal HP, who will win? Who will win? Will anyone run away? Lix maybe could try to send an extra vill, but I don't see a dot moving on the minimap. They'll both get to 6 HP. Both get to 3, and this time Lix will win. We had Kasva winning last game, Lix winning this game. And if you're thinking of going for a forward castle as the Spanish for conquistadors, losing the scout like that, pretty rough not being able to scout. Sounds more like a sudden disaster play. This could be a fun map for sudden disaster too. It's such a great map, though, I don't want to use it for every single event. So TTLC, where someone douched in Castle Age, but reflexively deleted their TC. Yeah, we once played a community game where someone tried to douche in sudden death, and learned the hard way that you can't. So gold for Kasva, this time he does leave a gap. The mule cart, of course, you just position the mule cart wherever you can to get it as efficient as possible. You can move it around so you don't need to worry about the gap or anything. Nice lumber camp efficiency from the mule cart too. Armenians in the mid-game likely want to control the entire middle of the map with fortified churches. Warrior priests to grab relics. And fortified churches for map control. We're talking about conquistadors, and it does look like Kasva wants to go for them with a stone mine. It is another option to go for missionaries, since they can carry relics now, and they're extra speedy. And fish booming for both players. In the current meta, feels like the fish boom is very strong and also very defensive with the dock garrison. And also if you scout what ships your opponent is making, they're so far apart, you have time to react and make the correct counter ship by the time they get forward. Kasva doing a house on the woodline. He is super afraid of Lix coming around the back of the map and landing him. Lix just puts that type of fear in his opponents. He has no transport ship. Perhaps gets quite sad, but he has no intention of going forward right now. And honestly, I'm not even sure all that walling would prevent a fortified church, even if the dock is garrisoned. Those churches go up very quickly. So there is the market. Kasva, once again, might need a bit more wood for a blacksmith. Is atonement needed to convert a warrior priest? Chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it is. If you fish boom like this, they'd have fire ships already. I think part of it is just being able to read and react to what your opponent does. Pure boom, and you're hoping that the investment... You can see the uptiming of your opponent, so you can use the uptiming to get a clue as to when the pressure will come in. Kasva is staying in the feudal age a long time. Maybe making too many fishing ships and not having enough wood, but he's still down in fishing ships compared to Lix. Fishing lines for Lix too, and it feels like Lix's Dark Age and Eco Management simply a lot smoother than Kasva's. Maybe Kasva could have stayed Dark Age a tiny bit longer, done an extra fishing ship or two, and then had the timing set up more properly with his wood income for the market and blacksmith. You get an extra vill or two too. Overhouse, yeah, that's a good point. 55 population space isn't really needed at this point. And he did commit to walling, whereas Lick stayed completely open. Yeah, he could have used the market as the rear wall, that's a good point, but he also, I think, wanted the walls up before feudal, so he could defend if Lix tried to land. And as the Armenians, Lix will open with a castle. Yeah, we did see him on stone earlier. So composite bowmen against potential conquistadors, that is interesting. You can check the gold and see that Kasva's mining it. You can just click it, doesn't need to actually scout the vills. And now if he checks the gold, he'll see it's no longer decreasing. And Kasva will go forward for his castle. And we'll do it looking to be on the stone of Lix. And now the approach is, will either player go for a fast imp and trebuchets, or will they go for a castle age push? Imagine that castle on the gold in the market. The thing about forward castles on this map is the circular shape means that you have enough surface area. Usually you can slip out to the opposite side of the castle. So if Kasva does his castle here, Lix's goal is now to secure this eco in the north. As Warrior Priest would love to deny the castle, a low HP Scout and Priest coming in. Vill fight from Lix. There's no way that Lix denies this. He'll lose his Scout. He doesn't want to lose the stone. Maybe he can delay it until composite bowmen come out? He only has one vill forward. Doesn't have any more composite bowmen queued. Honestly, if he had vill fought and gone for more bowmen, since he is fletching, maybe he would have been able to deny it. Always a tough call. He didn't have stone to do a tower immediately. That bowman will try to hop inside a building, or just run away. But risky decision, not a doubt castle though. Forward monastery for Kasva. He has 2 gold should he want a mining camp in the area. He could also do a lumber camp on the wood, however he wants to set up the eco. Castle is up. Fortified churches take forever to go down. And whatever Kasva does, he needs to make sure he has enough conquistadors that he can snipe monks. So he probably wants maybe 4+ in one group. Stopping relics is one thing, but the worst thing for Kasva now would be to be converted. Also on the outside, we had a slightly forward dock from Lix. Kasva trying to push with fires, but so far not getting into the fishing eco. 6-6 for each, so they each have a 2-2 eco KD. Bowman escaped from a nightmare. Yeah, and Lix already with the Warrior Priest has 2 relics and potentially a 3rd. Or, oh, actually the 1 relic he had pops out of the church. That must have been his first relic. That'll pop out, so 1 relic now for Lix. Underneath the castle, might struggle to pick it up again. Are composite bowmen good against conquistadors? Conquistadors don't have much armor to begin with, only 1 pierce armor. And Kasva will have to heal them up. But healing conquistadors is insanely valuable. Does he know missionaries pick up relics? Feels like missionaries would be the play for him here, rather than monks. Does Kasva know missionaries exist? That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking, too. Has he played enough clan maps to know that? I'm genuinely curious to see that Lix picked Coast Arena as his home map, too. Because I wouldn't expect Lix to be a clown player. Yeah, maybe he knows something about Kasva's playstyle that Kasva doesn't like closed maps. Don't remember Kasva as having a particular aversion to them, though. I wouldn't doubt Lix probably planning with the other LY players. Has some insights into playstyles of his opponents. Yeah, before ballistics, a missionary could dodge and try to grab the relic. I'd like to see that. Do some husbandry and dodge the castle arrows. So now enough conquistadors are out for Kasva that he can guard the relics. In terms of TCs, we have a second TC from Lix. Neither player disrupting each other's fish boom all that much. Looks down to 5 fishing ships. He lost 1. Kasva will need to redock at some point, so his fish remain efficient. They're starting to get pretty far from the docks. No follow-up to this push. We'll have a forward workshop. And a petard from Kasva. His castle right now not actually shooting at the walls of Lix. Probably would have been nice for him to target the wall now that the church is down. Remember, castles don't auto-attack walls. You need to have them target the walls explicitly. Hello, Eric. Nice to see you. And more fires for Lix. Lix investing a lot on the water. And that's with Kasva still having the better KD. Kasva going full fire ships. Fire ships are the best ships at taking down docks now. Maybe overextending a bit into Lix's war galleys. And he'll pull back and be chased. There's a mining camp with 5 conquistadors, 2 monks, and 2 relics for Kasva, 2 for Lix, with 1 right here underneath both castles, and 1 more up to the top of Lix's base. And out here, 1 fire ship around the north for Kasva. That'll help him spy should Lix sail around. Mangonel hitting the wood line from Lix. He has to garrison the vills, doesn't lose any. And that Mangonel will take some fortified church fire. Well, relics there taking up garrison space from the vills along with the mule cart. And double Mangonel pressure now from Lix. A bit easier to push the Armenian churches, I think, than the Georgian ones, but still not all that easy. Same HP as a town center, but about 1/5 the wood cost to repair. You can see how slowly that wood trickles down, even as Lix is repairing with 5 villagers. And fish slaughter. Fish slaughter, well, not a fish slaughter. They hop into docks, more like a naval slaughter, though. As Lix now finally amassed the armada he needed to push in against Kasva. He's retreating against his sea walls and sticking fishing ships inside the dock. Desperate to defend. He does have fire ships against war galleys, though. So he does have the right unit composition, and should he produce more ships, would have the production advantage. Ooh, a couple of hulks mixed in, though. Lix with all 3 types of ships. Maybe from behind those look like war galleys. I didn't see any hulks at first. But everything down low HP for Lix, so you might not want to sit under the dock. Then again, the dock does have a minimum range until Murder Holes comes in. Yeah, the fish are pretty fished by now, so Kasva might not be too upset about losing them. And he's about to get through that church. As the vills from Lix have to run, Kasva pushes in with conquistadors. He has mangonels to deal with the composite bowmen, and conquistadors to deal with whatever mangonel Lix tries to get out. There's 1 mangonel down for Kasva, though. Can Lix get a second? No, he can't. 1 for 0. Kasva has to avoid running into the castle, which he does. Lix will try to get more mangonels out, but now the conquistadors can get into the back of his base. And Imp for Kasva, so once he gets up, he'll be able to treb. Imp first, delayed losing the fishing ships for long enough that he got value enough to click up to the Imperial Age. And once he gets up, this is going to look very difficult for Lix, as Kasva, while booming, has also managed to maintain a pretty similar vill count, only down 10 vills, when Lix committed to 2 TCs. And maybe Lix is thinking of clicking up soon. Conquistador is able to pick off the Mangonels. Mangonels from Kasva can take out Lix's workshop. And the composite bowman now, defending behind the TC. Lix will have to add another workshop in. The conks are on the prowl in the economy now. One to one? It's already 1-1. Whoever wins this would take a lead again. Imp to GG? It might be, especially as the composite bowman numbers are going down. Conquistadors will be a much stronger unit. I don't even need as many upgrades now. I don't need the armor against the composite bowman. And there will be some vills killed by the tower. Conquistadors will surely stand within 1 range of the tower. Even when it's up and kill as many vills as they can from that wood line where Lix will struggle to take wood. Nice use of the murder holes range from Kasva, where he doesn't really even need to kill vills there. He is just forcing them away and idling them all, pushing them under the TC. That tower keeps 5 vills safe. The tower might have been better were it a bit more underneath the TC. Wait, the tower might put the conks in range of the mangonel. So 3 conquistadors down to 1 mangonel shot. Kasva doesn't quite run fast enough, but he's got more conks on the other side. He's Imp. And now the only downside is that Treb production will limit the number of conquistadors he had. I'm sure he would have loved to have had 9 instead of 6, but he can heal up the weak ones and try to reamass it a bit. 9 vills on stone for Kasva 2. I don't even know where, but somewhere. What's he have 9 vills on stone? Oh, over here. There we go. So he'll be getting a second castle at some point. Castle could go around the north and try to do more trips. And the fish KD might keep Lix feeling like he's in it, but there is Imp. I guess the question for Kasva now is, what do you treb? When you see your opponents in the castle lead, do you prioritize TCs, maybe thinking you're sniping the Imp TC? Obviously, Kasva doesn't know which TC Imp is in, and unless he's paying really close attention to the score, might not realize Lix is up. But Lix will call the GG, won't even wait for his Imp to finish. Recognizes the inevitability of Kasva winning the Treb War, and Kasva will go up 2-1, 44 to 30 KD. No conversions, but conquistadors are conquistadors. And great civ pick for Kasva with the Spanish on this map, GG. And being able to snipe the relics too, that the Armenians had put inside that church. Removes the strength of the warrior priest that Lix had wanted. So that means Kasva takes the lead, and I really hope we get to see the barrel map. Please, Lix, pick the barrel map. Those are high civ picks for both. Kasva still has the Chinese available. And we're going to Pantanal first, so... I do want to see Lix on that map. Looks like it'll be Pantanal for game number 4. And Huns versus Chinese. Alright, 2 very different approaches to land nomad. So Huns for Lix, Chinese for Kasva. There'll be an extra 3 vills for Kasva, and the Hunnic horse for Lix. Chinese, of course, getting their vills only after the TC goes up, though. And that Denver in the Onamaru YouTube chat, thank you for streaming on YouTube, works much better than Twitch. I know some people definitely prefer watching on YouTube. I think it's great that we have both options available. And get some subs for the YouTube channel, too. For Onamaru's channel. And is this live? Yes, it is live. Indeed live. Chat in OBS sometimes doesn't update right away. My internet dropped. What is going on? Will this come back? View stats. Oh, are we back? Back? Alright. Press F5 to pay respects. Had a brief drop. We're back. Looks good. Welcome back. Everyone refresh. We'll see the viewer count briefly spike and then drop again. So welcome everyone over to Pantanal. I think we're back, and it will be Kasva to the north against Lix to the south. Lix TCing the outside. This is the first time I've seen someone TC the outside. All right, let's go Lix. I'm rooting for him now just because he's using the map differently. So all the gold is on the inside. If you saw my streams the past couple of days, I did a ton of adjustments to the map to try to even out the size of the islands. It's not perfect yet. And also even out the number of gold tiles on each island. So you should have 3 4-tile golds and 3 3-tile golds. Occasionally, you'll have 5 4-tile golds if it bugs out a tiny bit. But that should be pretty rare. And TC on the outside. This is the first time I've seen it on Pantanal. And you do have Hunt on the outside, and you do have Stone on the outside. Is there a possibility that Lix would try to fast castle for Tarkins? Is it not horrible for gold? It is horrible for gold, but you don't need gold right away. You tower... I don't know what Lix will do. Lix is doing Lix things. Remember, this was Kasva's home map. So how well did Lix practice it? I'm not sure. As Arbus writes, finally an outside TC. Finally one of these. And Javelina taken by the TC out here. And another Javelina for Kasva. So the Chinese, they do start with minus 100 food. And they need to collect food while they're doing Loom. But that's only 7 seconds of idle TC time for Kasva. And he has 3 extra vills. So he's going to be up by about 2.5 villagers over Lix, as soon as Lix has to do Loom himself. There are lots of Javelinas on the map. They are scattered about these shallows. Now the shallows can't be walled, and they can't be docked, so no boats on them. Also no Javelinas in the middle of the map, only around the outside, but Lix, not even doing Loom, will try to lure in some Javelinas, and it can be tricky to lure in across the shallows, because, of course, you can't wall atop them, so all those Rage Forest tricks of de-aggroing or blocking with gates or palisades or houses, not applicable directly when you're on the shallows. With all the capybaras, though, you can block the Javelinas quite nicely. Running parallel to it, really close by, seemed to slow them down too. And Lix doing a great job of bringing another Javelina here without Loom. You don't need gold to Vil fight? You do need gold for Loom to Vil fight, 11. You do need 50 gold. But I don't think this is going to be a Vil fight from Lix, as much as he does enjoy the Vil fights. Why does the boar look so weird? It is not a boar. It is a Javelina. It is a Javelina. These were reskinned in the Last Chieftains DLC. They have only 300 food now, and they have new graphics. Indeed, they used to be exactly identical to boars in all ways aside from the names. And, ooh, Lix missing with that lore. Doesn't even have the horse nearby to block them. He might just have to go for one and try to bring it back to the TC so the TC doesn't run out of food. Oh, Danny typing F for the failed boar lore, scaring me that the stream might have dropped again. And making me jump in my seat. Oh, is it down? Is it down on the Onamaru channel? Let me check. Let me check that. It looks fine to me in OBS. Looks okay to me when I check the stream. Fine here? Alright. Just kidding. Okay. Chat trolling. We need a different set of expressions for bad thing happened in-game versus bad thing happened on stream. The name of the map, Pantanal. The maps, for the most part, are named after places in Brazil, or at the very least themed to be in Brazil. I had someone tell me that the rock terrain isn't all that accurate to the region. I tried to use the rocks more as an indication that you can't dock, but I'm very open to ideas for reskinning or touching up the graphics of the maps. It helps them be a bit more location accurate or more interesting. I did not know Brazil had a gunpowder festival. Fair enough, Arbase, but we'll get there if we get to Game 5. Yeah, so Lix is starting an animal reservation with all these capybaras, but that's what you expect from the Huns on this map with the Hunnic horse. And collecting as many as you can. I did really like the way Leary played this map when he spread his initial vills out and walked across the middle to grab the capybaras. You should get an achievement for Planet Zoo for having that many capybaras. Infinity capybaras might be the true eco bonus of the Huns, but looks like a fast castle now. Tower on the gold, archery range, and blacksmith for licks. He'll do loom before going up. Kasva goes up a bit faster, and double ranges for him. So here's the question for Kasva. Does he open crossbow and then try to go skirm against the cav archers? Does he go Chinese cav archers? Against the Huns, Kasva should have the better starting eco. But then you have the larger number of capybaras thanks to the Hunnic horse. What does it mean in Portuguese? I have no idea. It's the name of a region in Brazil. Castle Age and Fletching for licks. I did learn that Lençóis Maranhenses apparently means bed sheets in reference to the appearance of the sand dunes. And a couple of archers from Kasva getting in on Lix's woodline. They'll snipe a weak Vil and also try to block a bit. Let Vil get back. I think he'll just get back 1 HP, all you need. And now a few skirms from Lix to defend against the archers, but double ranges, and this is looking like Hun cav archers. And skirms trying to take out archers, but 1 Vil kill for the archers. Kasva up by 500 resources collected. While underneath his TC, he will have to start going for farms. Doesn't have horse collar yet. Thank you to Muffle for the follow. And Vil's gathering from the capybaras in the back. Capybara and Hunnic horse scouting. They'll find the location of Kasva's mill and sea pig. Thank you for the follow. That could certainly be a new animal for another DLC. Archers here, trying to find value. It can be hard to raid on these nomad maps because the TC protects a lot of Vils, but here Lix may be losing control of the Vils. Kasva trying to snipe one of the weak ones first. Could even try to snipe capybaras. Oh, at least they still have food on them for Lix, but they will be sniped. Kasva will do what he can to use this little nook in the wood line to pick Vils off by the TC. And on the other side, 1 skirm from Lix still chasing around, and MSC AoE, thank you for the follow. Skirm killed by the crossbow. And Elite skirm the opening from Lix as he starts to go for cav archers. There's the university for ballistics. And he'll try to get some mobility with the cav archers. Kasva going for the forward workshop. He's not going to try to boom behind this. He'll go straight for the workshop. Alright. Huns, I think, certainly should be the more mobile civ, with the Chinese now lacking camels. They lost camels when they were given the Fire Lancer. And skirms from Lix finding a group of crossbows. And a couple of cav archers as a Vil goes down. Kasva getting some good raids with his crossbows. Vil's going down. That's 4 Vil kills from him. He's up by 1k resources collected. Up by 8 villagers, and yet Lix still with the score lead. Another Vil goes down, but he's starting to get cav archers now as the Huns. He hasn't had to do farms yet. He still has capybaras. Can you out-micro TCs? Depends how close you are to the TC. If you're far away, then it's a bit easier. Score lead probably just scouting. Let's see the scouting. Lix has scouted nearly everything. And Kasva, not quite as much, but still pretty good. Does Kasva now have the mobility to defend against all those cav archers? And I think the crossbows get back in time. He is wanting to defend his TC placement. Ballistics just about in for Lix, but Lix is trapping himself. Was thinking of trying to run around and deny the TC, but not going to get there in time. He'll lose a cav archer, and before ballistics is in, has to get back, so that'll be a second TC for Kasva. Lakes 2 vills on stone, but if he wants another TC, he'll have to long distance mine some. Did I make this map? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I made 9 new maps for this. And padded archer armor for Kasva. I basically typed Pentanol into an image search, found some images, and made a map somewhat themed after the images I had found. So far, you're not sold on the Outer Edge starting TC. This is the first time we've seen it. And I'm not sure if it's given him much of an eco advantage, but that could also just be because the Chinese have such an amazing eco. And Kasva picking off a few more vills. That Feudal Age addition of archers into crossbows to apply pressure on the way up to castle has done wonders for him. And giving him now a 12 vill lead as Lix now goes for his second castle. I mean, his second TC. Castle would be nice for him, but not going to afford that just yet. And now he gets a counter raid finally with the Cav archers. 3 vills down. Kasva has a good TC in the back protecting himself. And a couple of vills going down. Cav archer going down too. And oh, there's the GG from Lix. Can't stop the crossbow raids, and Kasva takes it 3-1. After losing the first game, comes back, wins 3-1, a first game that Lix was Vil fighting pretty convincingly in. And GG. That's 18-14 KD. The crossbow addition, also the Chinese economy. That's I mean, the crossbows didn't hit until mid-feudal. The eco difference was there in the Dark Age. And even with Lix having the entire zoo's worth of capybaras at his disposal, couldn't keep up with that eco. And Hydra Lol, thank you for the follow. And I'm looking at the Civ draft now from Kasva. And as we finish with this set, GG rock the Kasva. That'll be a win on his home map and for the Civs. Spanish and Chinese as the first 2 picks. Felt great. Japanese there for Lix were really good for Ansores Mariniensis. And I think snagging the Huns at the very end of the draft is great for Pantanal. But who knows, maybe the Chinese are going to be amazing at Nomad. Spanish with some flexibility, I think they could have played that map too. How hard is it with a programming background? It's more about hacking than it is really programming. You can do !RMS if you want to see the documentation for it. And a few people say in Portuguese, Pantano means swamp, so Pantanal is something like bunch of swamps. So I think that's pretty accurate to what the map is. And I think now we'll jump. We have 2 sets going on at the same time. One looks like it's a bit earlier in the set, so we can jump into Goku versus I Buy Power, I think. And then we'll have a few more sets also at 17 and 18 GMT. So they're going to be in game 2. And we'll just hop into this in a moment. Let me update my title, so this will be Goku versus I Buy Power. And let me find their drafts. Also, Mr. Yo doing work today, drafting or managing the drafts for everyone. This is I Buy Power against Goku. And let me update the map draft. And the Civ drafts. And check up on the set. So game 1 was won by Goku. Update that. They're in Satao for the next game. Civs from game 1 were... Let me just get this all updated. So Monte Pascual was won by Goku. Civs there. Oh, Hun's Chinese again. The opposite outcome, Hun's over Chinese. And then now we're Mongols versus Jurchens on Satao. So load in with Capture Age. And here we go. And just so we have his name on the score, let me type his name in. We'll have I by Power. There we go. And to the west, I by Power will be the Red Jurchens. To the east, Goku as the Blue Mongols. And looks like we're going to have a Scouts War with Goku adding in an archery range as his second building. And hoovering around with Scouts, getting picked by Spears, fighting Vils. Another mining camp going up for by Power in the back, trying to make archers himself. Res collected ahead for Goku as he's behind in Vils, actually. We'll have some scout raids from by Power too as we try to get caught up to real time. This map is extra crazy to watch in fast speed. So fletching for both. Scout gets picked by Spears. By Power starting to take a couple of better fights though, pulling ahead slightly in military count. Tower on the woodline for Goku, as he'll have to abandon his gold and head back to the TC to try to fight. And he'll have to camp the TC, but also is against archers as I by Power is up to the Castle Age. And this is a very quick game of Satan. I think everyone who speaks Portuguese, let me know if I'm closer to that pronunciation. And okay, real time, 24 minutes in, and Goku stuck in the feudal age. Has a lot of archers, but is now against the cav archers of the Jurchens. Both of these civs have cav archers that shoot faster. The Mongols, though, can do thumb ring and then shoot even more extra faster. I by Power making a swap to crossbows, and he will be in the back of Goku's base, killing Vils underneath a tower. Still no ballistics, and Goku has to be careful of his wood lines, and he'll need to run away from them fairly soon. We'll have a bunch of farms by the TC that now are idled by the crossbowmen. Without that tower, that means the crossbows can stand right outside the farms. Hope you're stuck reading RMS docs. Hey, those Zetnus' docs are the most well-written programming documentation I've ever seen, so credits to him for that. Archers here will fight the cav archers. Oh, and things sped up slightly, so that Goku might be calling GG fairly soon, stuck in the feudal age. Too many Vils in queue for Castle Age. Well, there he goes, up to the Castle Age. You can always cancel the queue when you notice that. And going down into the pit, so TCs will be at the bottoms of these pits on cracked terrain, where they'll be extremely vulnerable. Goku will go forward for gold, his gold access in the back being denied by all of this hoovering from the cav archers and the crossbowmen. And archers for Goku will come forward. We'll have ballistics for I by Power. And, ooh, I by Power is not walled. I by Power is not walled. Goku may be finding a sliver of hope in this game as he gets in on that wood line. How many Vils can he kill? It's hard to hit Vils running in straight lines in DE before ballistics, but that is 3 Vils down. 3 Vils down, but at the same time, he's losing his own villagers on his farms. Crossbowmen on one side, cav archers on the other. He is amassing feudal age skirmishers, but it's still going to be a while before he gets up and can upgrade them. He's just going to ungarrison now and try to sandwich the cav archers between archers and skirms, But they have the mobility, they can escape, and without ballistics, Goku can't get any good hits. And ballistics now is in for the Cav Archers, so as those skirms run, they'll be hit. As the Vils run, they will be hit. The weak Vils targeted by the Cav Archers, 2 Vils down, and this is looking over for Goku. This is looking pretty far over for him. Goku up to the Castle Age, Skirm and Bodkin. And Elite Skirm, he'll try to raid with it, but he'll already find a TC up on the gold. Maybe was hoping to have been able to have denied that, but standing before he gets there. Is it an advert? Is he actually sponsored by iBuyPower? The PC component slash building retailer? Or is it just he's using the name? He's using a name like that, he'd better hope he gets a sponsorship. So Cav Archer's now actually going down to the Elite Skirms. Maybe wait a minute here. It's a 20 Vil difference, but iBuyPower is going to need to get a counter to the Skirms. Cav Archers alone aren't quite doing it now. He can deny the golds, but that's fine for someone who's going Skirms. 3rd TC for him. I think he just uses the name Hello Addictive Me. And some Skirms will go down to Cav Archers. Cav Archers also, that was a really good fight for Goku. All of a sudden, Goku's taking great fights with the Skirms. And can he deny a TC? Wait a minute. Is Goku still in this game? That's a TC all the way at the back of his base, and he's relying on that Scorpion now. Has to send Repair Vils to the Scorpions. Goku will try to stay in the min-range and snipe the Repair Vils, but the Cav Archers are whittling away his Skirm HP while he's doing it, and that'll give some cover for the Vils to finish the town center. Still no ballistics, but he picks off another Vil. And things are just looking ugly on that villager count. It has a 21 Vil lead for iBuyPower. And Goku finally can get back to his farms, but that's over 2,000 more resources collected for iBuyPower too. Now even the Jaguar going to eat that Elite Skirm. Jaguar, will the Jaguar get the kill or the Spear? Oh, the Spear's blocking the Jaguar. The Spear wants the kill. The Spear wants the kill, and he gets the kill. And that Jaguar saying, hey, I wanted that Skirm. And now it's a Spear versus a Jaguar. The Spear doesn't have any blacksmith upgrades. Who wins this fight? At the same time, Goku's base is being raided, but he's gonna die. Who's gonna win this? I think the Spear just barely wins. 6 HP to 1. So 3 HP and the Spear survives. Says, I got the Skirm and I got the Jaguar. Rip Jaguar. Crossbows now from iBuyPower hiding in the south. Would love to see a good patrol stack right atop that hill. That'd be a cute place to camp. Rocket Cart forward 2. Town Watch and Horse Collar both clicked. And Goku will be farming and enjoying the farms because that's really the only eco he has. 1 Vil on gold and he's going to call the GG. iBuyPower ties it up 1-1. And we have ourselves a set here. If I can click the button, there we go. So that's 85 to 58 KD. Crazy game in Feudal. Well, by the time we caught up, he had already opened up a pretty darn good lead for himself, and almost an 8-minute difference to Castle Age there. You're spending so much on Feudal Army that a small mistake and you get trapped spamming army that can't do anything for you against the Castle Age technology. And there we are, all tied up now at 1-1. And was that Jurchens over Mongols? And Valle de Selva will be game number 3. take our guesses at Civ picks here. The Maya, maybe. Goku does have our islands map. Tenendo de Naranja. So, Malay could be used there too. That has to be Italians for I Buy Power. Although Berbers with the faster moving ships could be interesting. Italians for Valle Silva could be an interesting fast castle civ. Depending on what your opponent goes, though. Depends on how good Genbos will be in the civ matchup. I'd love to see some Aztecs going FC Monks on the map. And hello, Rodney. Welcome to the chat. And just to double check here on Twitch, on YouTube. On Onamaru Twitch and Onamaru YouTube, the stream were good. Back from that brief drop earlier, I think we're all good. Are we launching? Yes, we are. There we are. It's Khmer for Goku and Ethiopians for I Buy Power. Khmer. Ethiopians against Khmer. I feel that a Khmer fast castle on this map would be really strong against Ethiopians. Into Scorpions to counter their archers. On this map, the middle is pretty far open, your wood is usually safe in the back, and if you can wall to the TC, a bit awkward with all the rock terrain, but if you can wall to the TC, you can pull off a fast castle. We have seen Shu with war chariots, you've even seen Britain FC crossbows, with all the capybaras on the map, the Britons can be nice. Oh, Daniela, thank you so much for the raid. And we are launching into the game? We are launching into the game. There we go. So welcome in all of you lovely, wonderful Daniela viewers. Thank you for the raid, and we're here casting I Buy Power against Goku as we're getting into game number 3. Also, a reminder to go check out the Team Onamaru channel too, give them a follow. So this is Valle de Silva. I made a couple of updates to this to fix the invisible scouts. You saw Lix played a game where his scout was invisible and he couldn't click it. It was weird. I also made one small change to the middle of the map. I ensured that the forest does not spawn on one side of the deer. I had seen one map where the forest was directly in the middle and one player had access to the deer and the other didn't. So I fixed that, and I also moved the capybaras so we don't have a capybara spawning directly atop the deer. So a few small little bounces, and I Buy Power will fail to push the deer into the TC. Well, I hope you feel better then. Everyone give Daniela some flowers in the chat because she is an absolutely lovely person.
Ow.
So lumber camp in the back for I Buy Power as the deer get pushed in. And different approaches to this map. If you push the deer in, then you're taking your scout and you're not finding the capybaras that are scattered about. Yeah, you can scout the capybara and find them later, but right now Goku actively is heading around the outside and trying to get capybaras. We saw that previous set where Lix had an entire zoo of capybaras under the TC, and that's what Goku's trying to do on this map. It's why we've seen the Britons picked several times on this map, because you get all of these herdables that they gather from faster. We've seen the Tatars picked here too, even though I think maybe longer lasting herdables doesn't matter if you get enough herdables that they last forever anyway. Land sickness is a real thing. I'm having some friends in the medical field study it. Well, please come up with a cure and send it to me, Arbase, because I get sick every time I go to a LAN. Literally every single time. I was constantly washing my hands at Red Bull, doing everything I could to try to avoid getting sick. But the problem was I'm so notable now, I'd go to the bathroom to wash my hands and people would try to say hi to me in the bathroom. It's like, no, I just washed my hands. Give me a break from shaking hands. So a few capybaras over here. Still Goku scouting. And he's got Loom on the way. He's got Loom on the way and a mining camp added for Goku. We'll have Feudal Age for both players at just about the same time. 24 and 23 Vils. So it looks like this will be a dueling fast castle approach. But look at the scout. Look at the scouting difference between iBuyPower and Goku. So is it worth it to push in 6 deer versus giving up now 10 capybaras for Goku? I don't know, maybe the extra hunt food is better. Maybe you could be a civ like Goths. We have seen Goths on the map that benefit more from the deer. Maybe Mongols could be played here. What about a Mayan? Or the Maya, too. Maya might be an interesting pick as a counter to Britons. Longer lasting hunt and longer lasting everything. Oh, iBuyPower failing at the deer push. Is this Doubt? Who is this player messing up the deer? Needs some... I saw Slam play in Black Forest last night. We need some deer pushing tutorials from Slam. And deer pushed in. There we go. And Feudal Age from both. Feudal Age from both players will have a stable up for Goku. And immediately the Khmer, no hesitation, he clicks Castle Age. No barracks, and this might be a double Workshop Scorpion push behind a few Scouts and Knights. The Ethiopians themselves, they do not have Redemption, so they can't go for a monk defense. And he'll be castle much faster. Loom on the way. Wait, do we have Loom? Okay, we do have Loom for Goku. Loom on the way for iBuyPower. And this is where I feel Crossbow isn't going to work against the Khmer FC. They'll have extra range Scorpions. And no other stables or other buildings. More eco spent on this with the barracks. Yeah, they get the free resources. But immediately we see the archer sniped off by Goku's scout. Goku sees exactly what's coming. And the second scout will pick off the archer too. Nice opening for Goku. And as he's about to hit castle, the Vil will be forward, and we're going to see a workshop. We will see a workshop. Vil might have to wall herself in. We'll see that forward workshop right away. Are they backwards at the top? Oh yes, they are backwards. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. I'll fix that. Spear pokes the scout. Pokes the scout. And doing your part, thank you. Oziwola, thank you for the follow.
Ow.
And fancy cat pics, thank you for the follow. Ooh, nice quick gate, but you can't keep the knight out with the rock terrain. And Goku, no armor, so he'll take a lot of damage from the TC. And he'll have to face some quick walls from iBuy Power, but the knight gets in. 27 hit points, no upgrades is the type of thing you could even consider fighting with Vils, but you'd rather avoid it. Free pikemen for the Ethiopians, that'll help deal with the knights. But so far, nothing to deal with the scorpions. And I'm still wondering what Ethiopians will be able to do here. Mangonel defense even against the Chimera, since their scorpions have +1 range, they outrange the Mangonels. I don't know if a Mangonel defense will do too much. So I'm still waiting to see that second workshop, but 2 scorpions out. Monasteries from both players, that'll be for converting knights. Converted knights here can be devastating because that will give iBuy Power a unit for sniping scorpions. And gotta love the architecture on the Ethiopian monastery. Mangonel forward, but the scorpions can retreat. Scorpions can fall back. They don't have to fight the Mangonel. They're a bit away from the knights. Defensive Mangonel out here for Goku. Not that monk dies to a single Mangonel shot. How effective will the monks be? As the Mangonel pulled back for iBuy Power, no Repairville. Gets the Repairville, but not the Mangonel. Mangonel gets a nice hit on some pikemen. And the Mangonel goes down, but without a monk. The knights can come forward. They'll clean the next Mangonel. As the scorpions continue impaling the archer and the pikemen.
Ow.
34 to 33 Vils, so Vil count still similar. Res collected very close. Second TC for Goku in the back. iBuy Power sneaking out the side to try to find some gold. Trying to find gold. And Bosaw for Goku. Trying to do his eco upgrades along with the push. Scorpions still need some ballistics. Definitely still need some ballistics. But and at this point without redemption, the siege keeps the knights safe from the monk. And Goku, his main goal now is to scout and ensure that he can see if iBuy Power is booming. Mangonel shot doesn't get a kill. No, and this is the danger, Converted knight, 2 converted knights actually, and they can go after Mangonels. And that's gonna slow down the push. That's gonna slow down the push a lot. Thank you, Mastrum14 for the follow. And iBuy Power may have just saved himself now with those conversions. Pikeman Monk, maybe that's the defense to the Chimera. Convert the knights and snipe the Mangonels. And Vils picked off. 40 to 40 Vils, 2 TCs from both. Goku has to worry about his gold control soon. We'll have more gold in the back. It hasn't expanded out to the sides the way iBuy Power has. And gets a Mangonel. That is clutch. Can he get a second Mangonel? Yes, goes 1 for 2. And that'll buy him a bit of breathing space. As he's still on that forward gold, losing a couple of Vils. Pikemen will have to eat some TC fire. That's now 3 Vil kills for iBuy Power. As now Goku does manage to slip out to the side, and he will be doing a TC on another gold.
Tezazatin Yetapek.
Monk goes down to the pikeman. Mangonel will take down the workshop. And more scouting from My by Powersville on the side, maybe looking for another TC location or a stone mine. Outposts on the side on this map help a ton too. You know whether your opponents are expanding out to the sides. And the monks from My by Power keep pressuring Goku. So Goku wanted the FC into the early pressure, and I was wondering what the Ethiopians would do to defend. Seems like Pikeman Monk Mangonel was the answer. Despite the early archery range, didn't really go for crossbows. Instead, just focused on converting knights. And those monks now are a danger for Goku. And the monk picks up a relic and bow saw for I by Power. Monk on the side still scouting, or Knight on the side for Goku hasn't found that extra TC. There will be an outpost from I by Power. And a few Mangonels still attacking the stable. Outpost denied by the Mangonel, but Goku falling behind in Mangonel numbers, can't wall by the TC in the farms. The converted knight is in, he's blocking with the villager to keep the Mangonel safe, and safe it will remain, as he's trying to go Cav Archers now. Khmer Cav Archers should be better at dealing with the pikemen. I by Power will see the ranges, won't see exactly what's within them. And stable upgrades before it's lost, no bloodlines, no husbandry, so the Cav Archers will be without their stable upgrades as the stable collapses. Mangonel doesn't get a hit for Goku, and I by Power's Mangonel defense continues. Goku starting to tie up the Vil count with that extra TC. Res collected are still very similar, but third TC now for I by Power. And he's continuing to amass military numbers. There's a Mangonel shot. However, his military can only push in one location. The Cav Archers will have much more mobility, and they can also run straight through. They can run through the TC if they want to. They might get trapped, though. They can also go around the side. Is there a hole here? Is there a hole? And, oh, hello, there's still a hole there. I by Power, all the time in the world to patch that up, and he doesn't realize the Cav Archers are in. He's trying to micro a knight and some Mangonels at the front, but oh my gosh, this is a raid. The only downside is there's no ballistics, but the Cav Archers are in on the wood line. And how many Vils are here? 24 Vils? And I by Power still hasn't noticed. What is he microing at the front? That's not as important as this. Finally, he starts running. Oh, but this is a massacre on his wood line. He had a villager lead, but a hole in the wood line. And he is simply thankful at this point that Goku does not have ballistics. Otherwise, more Vils would be dying. He's trying to get some of the far Vils. Hard to micro Cav Archers in this situation. More Vils have to run. And all of a sudden now it's an 11-7 Vil KD with a ton of vital time as I by Power has to run away. No fletching either. No fletching either. No ballistics, no fletching. And that was the least effective Cav Archer army that killed a ton of Vils there's ever been. He needed some upgrades there. Mangonel goes down. And Goku's still trying to defend. If those were fully upgraded Cav Archers, maybe an extra 10 Vils die. But now Goku's still trying to repair his Mangonels. The Cav Archer's not effective against Knights, no upgrades. Nothing from the blacksmith, nothing from the range, nothing from the stable. Doing what they can to stop the Mangonels. It's still a 3 Mangonel push. And this matchup could change in a hurry based on Mangonel micro. I feel like I by Power has gotten the better Mangonel shots. Here's his Goku still losing 2-1. On the outside, another Cav Archer raid, another raid that I by Power hasn't noticed, but another raid that Goku doesn't have upgrades for. And the Cav Archers will be forced away, especially as the Scorpion comes over. And Goku now at risk of losing his starting TC. With the raids, however, he has opened up a 2k res collected advantage and is up by 3 Vils. So if he can hold and repair the TC, he might still be in a decent spot. And there's Bodkin. He needs to do another stable for upgrades, needs to do a university somewhere for upgrades. But adding in the upgrades will be a struggle for him. Even with the Vil lead, it's still tight on eco when you're constantly trying to fight and repair your TC. And micro the mangonels. The mangonel still survives. A few monks that are there. Great against knights. I wonder if a couple of light cav with the pikeman numbers being thinned a bit would be an option. And oh, there's Goku for his own workshop on the side. He says, you can push me on the front, I'll push on the side. There's that TC going down to mangonels. Forward castle from I by Power. I don't know about that. That's gonna be tricky to construct. Oh, the Vil's going for the castle from the top, but Goku is there with cav archers. That's where the Vils are coming from. They're right in the line of sight of the cav archers who still don't have ballistics, and Goku is worried about microing the mangonels, so he's not microing the cav archers to their fullest. He gets a mangonel hit, and he's gonna see what the Vils are going for. It's not gonna be a castle anymore if the cav archers are on their way over. It will be, it'll just be in a different spot. Trying to defend with the mangonels. Cav archer down. If only Goku had ballistics at this point, he'll have to face some scorpions. Some Ethiopian scorpions. And he lost his mangonel. The cav archers are going to try to snipe monks and dodge as many mangonel shots as they can. The monks are down, the castle is deleted, just to move it more forward, the outpost is deleted, and another mangonel for Goku. This is where he could maybe add in, well, I'd say he could add in knights, but he lost the stable. I don't think he can stop that. At the same time, he's doing where mangonel is looking to pressure in the north. Cav archers around the side. Oh, actually, we're getting to the point where the Vils have actually chopped to the rock terrain at the top, so they're going to be a bit more inefficient now if they're at the top and they can't keep going side to side. And that's part of the map I haven't really seen affect games yet. But yeah, you do run out of wood at some point, and oh, the mangonel under the center of the TC. Gotta be careful of your pathing there. Don't path under the middle. Amazed Goku isn't dead. Well, he's moving his eco out to the side. Maybe he needs to run more Vils and start lumber camping over here. You can kind of get this walled up. And husbandry, he has double stables now. He'll be adding in knights. So knights, cav archers, and a mangonel at the top. Castle was forward, the castle was forward for I by Power, so he doesn't have a defense in the top. And again, he's not noticing these raids. Lots of raids he's been late to react to this game. And the Vil count has plummeted because of that. Still, he's only down by 5 Vils with a 19-8 Vil KD. Goku finally loses the forward castle, and here come the Castle Age Shotel warriors to raid. Well, if there's one civ that's hard to raid, it's the Chimerics. They can hop into houses, but Shotels should be effective at tearing down the houses. Mangonel push it. The mangonels don't push into the siege workshop. That goes down. That'll stop mangonel production. It's like one of your games where you find out all the Vils have died. I know that feeling. I know that feeling very well. Here's another workshop. But remember, we even saw that happen to Leary in the Red Bull finals on those maps. They get so chaotic. 1 or 2 enemy cav units get in on your TCs. Infantry units, what was it, the Berserks? In that Burgundians Vikings game, and all of a sudden you lose a ton of Vils. The Vils all going down to the mangonels. Thank you, Eltonio7 for the follow. Shotels being killed by the cav archers. Mangonels push the workshop. Ram push now. Goku had been amassing rams, and he's pushing the TC to the north. This could finally be a raid that kills a ton of Vils. I by Power had gotten the Vil lead again. Still no ballistics, but at least there are knights with husbandry and cav archers with bodkin this time. As lots of Vils will go down. The knights, though, they need to pathfind now. Trying to hit the weak Vil, but the less weak Vil will block. And now Goku finally does have a 101 to 94 Vil lead. He will add in more TCs. The Black Panther will be chasing a Vil. The Vil is loom. He'll be fine. Mangonel goes down from Knights by the workshop. And now Goku has all of the sides of the map, while I by Power with this castle has pushed directly down the middle. Not enough military to raid Vils. A lot of that military is pikemen. That's not really a Vil raiding army, but there are 60 Vils from Goku here. And TC in 3 ranges. The main push, though, with the Rams continues in the north. Vills will be pulled to fight the Rams. Wheelbarrow on the way for the Vills. Pikemen there to fight the Knights. Monks and Scorpions, too. And so far, Rams going down. The Mangonel could get a good hit on Vills. They try to dodge. Low HP Rams have to get back. To add a Pink Panther, you can mod those in yourselves if you want. But that's not an object in the game. And 500 wood sold for Goku, trying to get gold. Should have lots of gold control now on the sides. As Scorpions keep pushing forward. And it's now Castle Age Pikemen versus Knights. Well, we all know how that goes, right? We all know Pikemen versus Knights in the Castle Age. Simple matchup, the Pikemen lose to the Knights. Cav Archers killing the Shotel Warriors. Shotel Warriors, though, are scary if they ever get into the wood line. So Rams now headed for iBuyPower. Both players Ram pushing on different sides of the map. It's 5 TCs for Goku versus 4 TCs for iBuyPower. And forward castle from Goku now on the northern base for iBuyPower. Trying to punish him as those Vills are now... They've chopped so much into the rock terrain, they could even do another lumber camp in the back among all the rocks. I honestly wasn't anticipating players getting that far to the back. I'll have to move along the edges to be more efficient. There's the castle. Knights getting converted, but going down. Cav Archers killing pikemen. Scorpions are everywhere. In the back, the wood line. The Shotels have finally gotten into the wood line. That's what I was waiting for. Now it's a 34 to 32 Vil KD all of a sudden. Not enough houses for the Khmer, as the TC is being pushed by Rams and Shotels and Mangonels. Goku, well, he's not housed anymore. He is not housed anymore. As the Mangonels try to stop the Cav Archers, the Shotels might die to the TC as both players are microing everywhere. There's a castle that's up, the Mangonel hitting Vills, who have to run away. The Ram keeps pushing, Ram going for the workshop. There's... what's even dying there? Vills and Shotels, everything dead under that TC. The TC stays up, scores flip back and forth. Goku's saying, I don't have enough TCs, let's add in a 6th TC. I had a 20 Vil lead, now I'm down by 20 Vils. iBuyPower will leave his TC to find another Panther and maybe just do a lumber camp over there. As this push in the north seems to be successful for Goku, this hole is still there. iBuyPower, he was raided there earlier and never filled that hole. He'll try to do another TC in the back on his wood line again. More Vills will go down. That the entire village is raising that TC, so it'll go up fast enough. Shouldn't be too many deaths there. And some Scorpions come over, they'll deal with the Cav Archers. There's Goku expanding around the south. Wants a workshop, but there's a farm in the way. Some Cav Archers will die to the TC. And more Cav Archers, but against Mangonels. What type of attack grounds will we have from iBuyPower? Ballistics for Goku, who still is down by over 20 Vils. But has more military now, and he keeps pushing. He's gonna ram another TC. Ballistics before Horse Collar. Ballistics before Horse Collar and Wheelbarrow. The good thing for iBuyPower to have gotten Wheelbarrow, because he can run now. Monks going down to the Cav Archers, another Vil dying to the Cav Archers. As this TC will be destroyed by the Rams, and Vils will be picked off by the Cav Archers. Ballistics is it. Finally Ballistics and Bodkin for the Cav Archers. The Khmer don't get Thumb Ring, so this is about as powerful as they get in the Castle Age. Still need some armor upgrades. But at least they can kill Vils now. And oh, another Jaguar and a Black Panther attacking Vils on the side as they go for a TC. Oh, the Jaguar could get a kill on a Vil. The Jaguar could get a kill. Let's go Jaguar. Let's go Jaguar. One more hit. Yes. Oh, go Jaguar. Oh, could get another Vil. 2 Vils for the Jaguar. That is a weak Vil. Oh, the Jaguar goes down. The TC goes up for iBuyPower as the Cav Archers start flooding into his eco. Maybe it's time to even up that Vil difference again. As the raids come in. Okay, now it's only an 8 Vil lead. Goku's still up by around 2,000 res collected. He's got Cav Archers in the back. He's up by 1k score. And still Showtails taking out Cav Archers. They need to get into the back of the eco again. That was a devastating raid earlier. This will be a castle drop. That castle will hit 2 town centers. Cav Archers attacking the Vills on stone who are trying to get stone for another castle. Lots of weak Vills under that TC, but Cav Archers themselves can't raid for that long. Cav Archers in the north killing some Scorpions. Feels like Goku finally is stabilizing and pulling ahead. He has all the map on the outside. By Power at least is now still a slight Vill lead, but super far behind on KD, losing even more Vills to the Cav Archers. What is that cross-like building? That is the monastery for the Ethiopians. That is their monastery. It definitely doesn't fit the general architectural style of monasteries, but is based on a real building. The actual building is indented into the ground as far as I'm aware, though. So, crossbow versus Cav Archers. Some Cav Archers going down. They don't want to fight that. By Power, enough stone for a castle now. Where will he drop it? Where will he drop it? Those Vills try to garrison the TC, but the center of the TC now is underneath the castle. The Vills are being perforated by the arrows. To the right, there's the castle foundation. The by Power somehow has Vills there, as now Goku has a 20 Vill lead. So the 20 Vill lead has swung back and forth. As the castle will now be on his TC. And does he have a defense against the Shotel Warrior raid? If the TC goes down, maybe not, but there's no real siege for pushing the TC. He still managed to keep that TC alive with enough Cav Archers in the back of his eco. And while the Shotels slaughtered some Vills, they didn't get everything. And now Goku, score lead, Vill lead, KD lead, and Res collected lead. Feels like things are maybe stabilizing in his favor. He's doing another castle, this time to protect his expanded farming economy. He does have gold in the corner that he has not scouted. And Shotels, oh, they are raiding. He hasn't noticed the raid. There's a way he loses the game. It's if he doesn't notice the raid and the Shotels kill his entire economy. Slowing down his Vill production and evening up the Vill the Vill score again. Elite Skirm for by Power. Both players are failing to notice raids. That's because there are raids literally everywhere. Cav Archer's now hitting Vills on the TC. by Power needs to garrison. He's microing there. This TC will go down for Goku. Some crossbows. Where did crossbows come from? They're getting into his eco. Elite Skirm for by Power. Maybe the best unit in the game could turn things around. But I still think Goku's ahead. He's trying to kill more Vills on the farms. by Power needs more farming space. He doesn't, since his castles are forward, they're not defending his farmers. Goku's castles are a bit more defensive, and he's throwing up a panic castle in the middle of his economy to stop the raids. That should stop the Shotel Warriors. And the Cav Archers will pick off Vills, trying to add forward buildings. Goku has opened another 20 Vill lead. He's adding another TC. So how many TCs? This is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, 6, 7. So 7 TCs for Goku. We're down to only 3 for by Power, and as Goku pushes in with more Cav Archers and Rams, and stabilizes with the castle, by Power will call GG, and Goku will win Game 3. That was crazy. That's the type of game I expected on this map. Both players chopped all the way to the rock in the back of their wood lines. That's 108 to 74 Vill KD. Even the Jaguars got in on the fun. And what are these final stats going to be? That is 241 to 169 KD. Wait, there are 7 missing kills there in by Power's losses, and then 4 for Goku's losses. Some of them were mangonels and self-kills. Some of those were Gaia. Oh, that was absolutely crazy. I've loved this map. This has been amazing. Goku Beast. Ooh. So if anyone knows what happened that game, please feel free to give me an explanation. I'm still not sure. That was the Khmer. The first pick Khmer against the Ethiopians. So, game number 4. Game number 4. Abai Power gets to pick the map now. We got about skirms. True, but also it's hard to use skirms against the Khmer. They're pretty darn aggressive with their siege. And Saya dos Karajas will be game number 4. Game number 4, the home map pick from Abai Power. And don't forget, we have games going on all day. I think the next, at 18 GMT, we have Turs versus the Crocs, which should be a pretty good matchup. We have Kapach versus Boy Wonder, but I think Turs the Crocs will be a bit closer. 18 GMT is our base playing his TTL set. But launching the game, 90-second spec delay, it'll be away for Goku and Romans for Abai Power. Yeah, 20 GMT, we have T90 and TTLC. Addictive Me and I might cast the Rex of that later today after all the Brazil Dynasty games. Can't skip out on T90, can we? And remember everyone, go give a follow to the Onamaru channel too. Trying to climb towards more followers. We started these qualifiers around 900 followers on that channel. We're around 1546 right now. Did I make any of the maps? I made 9 of them and edited the other 2. And Zardos AoE, thank you for the follow. And Dot Foresta 2, thank you. Oh, and also Alpha on YouTube, thank you for telling me about the colors. My YouTube chat for some reason doesn't update as quickly, so I still need to fix that in OBS. Twitch chat got to me eventually. Alright, and it should be loading in just a moment. Here we are. I'll get the colors correct this time, I hope. There we go, we'll have Goku as the blue way to the west, and Abai Power as the red Romans to the east. Who picked the names? Nego Drama helped suggest some areas in Brazil to make maps about, and then helped pick out some of the names. Most of the maps were areas in Brazil, and we figured we'd name them all, give them all Portuguese names. So this map originally was called Terrace by the Mad Catter. And I think pretty appropriate that there are some terraced steps of elevation from the rocky dirt all the way at the bottom to the green jungle at the top. And so I just did a search for places in Brazil that would fit that description, and Saya dos Karajas came up. And with some image searches, it looked pretty much exactly like a very terraced dirt location, and we thought, you know what, let's roll with the name. Yeah, so Coast Arena also was made by the Mad Catter. We reused that from TTL because it was an amazing map. And we needed one more closed map. And after the DLC came out, I had maybe 1 to 2 weeks to do all the maps. And it was a fast time to make 9 of them. So this map, very open. You can wall on the rock terrain. That's a difference from, you might have seen Terrace played in other events where you couldn't wall there. It's still open enough that I think it's fine that we allow a bit more walling than we have in the past. We did have a couple of games where players were able to wall up to the edge and keep themselves safe. The tapirs are another new animal from the last chieftains. They are just a reskin of boar. That one moved slightly. 340 food on them, exactly the same as a boar. So forward berries here from Goku. Back woodline though. Has a gold in a pretty safe location near that wood line too. And another map with the potential for crazy games. Sebastian versus Yo had an amazing game on this map where Yo constantly was defending and booming as he does. And despite all the elevation and all the aggression he applied, Sebastian couldn't quite punish him for the boom. One terrace layer is way too bright. Which one? I think maybe it's this middle dirt one. It's kind of hard to make that transition with the terrains we have. I know, maybe I could like flip the mud and the rock and flip it around, but the rock's at the bottom because of the minimap colors. I didn't want to flip a minimap color. Maybe I just need more terrain masking on this one so it's not so bright. Could try to put a lot of mud on that one and darken it a bit. So why is the way so good? They have an amazing economy. They get 1 free vill for each economic upgrade researched. They'll get a villager lead for doing pretty much nothing. And then they're essentially playing 3 unique units with the Tiger Cav, the Shinbei Raiders, and the Huiguang Cav. On an open map such as this one, having so much cav for the mobility helps you find raids, helps you move around, helps you get forward and backwards and defend yourself. And the Shinbei Raiders, I think, are pretty much just a better cav archer at the moment. They're made from the range, and yeah, they have less HP, but they have a charge attack, and they are very, very scary. So stable from iBuyPower as the Romans, they also get ahead in eco pretty much for free, 5% faster working bills on everything, and it'll be a Scouts opening from both players. So Scouts opening, you're kind of far apart, so it's not an immediately aggressive map despite how open it is. Imagine we'll see some Georgians or Tatars on this with all the elevation. I have no idea why AutoMod stopped that message. They are practically a CA civ, but with more options. I think that's the way to describe it. So, horse collar for Goku. And a few more palisade walls here. Palisade walls as he's trying to wall himself up. So Goku up 2-1. iBuyPower trying to force a game 5. And taking the hills in these fights. Extra nice when you can find lots of hills and get some HP off the scouts. So great fight initially from iBuyPower. Bad fight afterwards when he was on stand ground and not fighting. Goku will pull a weak scout back. Keeps it alive until the castle age. Maybe he'll get a monk to heal it. Keeping it alive simply to fight villagers too if you get raids in is nice. We'll have a back gold behind the walls for iBuyPower, but he's still not walled. We saw Tato and Leary play this map and it ended up being a wall and boom map. All Acropolis style maps really scream Tatars. That's true, but the Tatars also might be used for one of those maps with the extra capybaras, with all the extra herdables that'll last longer for them. But I think they're a good pick, and they suit quite a few different maps in this pool.
Wait.
Now, scouts forward for iBuyPower, as archers and a spear come forward too. Archers killing that village. He is very, very low on HP. And Goku doesn't want to delete the walls, wants to bring scouts over, and just in time to save the vill, loses 1 scout to the spear, but 2 HP is more than enough to keep the villager alive. She'll get back to the town center, and only after adding tons of farms will Goku go for the range. He's mostly walled himself up. His scouts will come forward now. 2 is greater than 0. As long as your HP is greater than or equal to 1. Oh, wait, no, Goku has not walled himself up. Never mind. Debated by the hill. And now has to quick wall Vils in the back and go for a panic tower. That is awful for him. He wanted to be safe and go for a few skirms while looking to hit the castle age while farming. Right now, he doesn't have the numbers to defend this. His scouts are all forward, and he'll have to rely on that range. And that wood line's so far from the TC, he can't even get over with skirms to defend it. Are we playing Tato versus Nacho live tomorrow? Very likely. We'll see what other matchups are at the time. I think players still are scheduling, and sometimes they reschedule last moment. And we'll probably try to focus on the Onimaru players if there are simultaneous matchups. And Nacho is on Onimaru too these days. So scouts in the back still can't do much damage, but even just forcing the idle time in the tower is nasty. We'll have forward scouts here denying the market though. Goku gonna kill a Vil by the gold. That Vil can't pathfind his way back to the TC. So six Vil difference in favor of Goku. And we're seeing the impact. 2 eco upgrades. And a tiny bit less idle TC time. Does he also have wheelbarrow? No, just 2 eco upgrades, less idle TC time. And an extra 2 kills, and suddenly he's opened up a huge Vil lead. So lots of small little things breaking Goku's way despite the hole in the wall. He's done a great job not letting Vils get killed with the scouts in the back of his base, but he'll need to find a way to clean them up eventually. The few archers there mean the spears can't simply fight the scouts by themselves. And the scouts from Goku, will there be a similar hole over here? Will there be an overchop? Not necessarily. Skirms and Spear is still trying to clean this. Spear goes down. And the scouts have to run away. Archer and Spear running away too, but iBuyPower clicks up first. His scouts get around the walls, but can't get in the back of the eco. Vils managing to quick wall themselves. They all stay safe. Archer on the hill being killed by skirms. Scouts from iBuyPower chased back as the archer goes down. And another spear finding the weak scouts. Scouts poked down by the spear. And scouts keep running around with the Castle Age and fletching both for iBuyPower. Your Roman eco is great. I mean, we have 2 great eco saves here. Spear is trapping the scouts? How did more scouts not die there? They don't have upgrades. Now, Spears just didn't really get a good attack. Maybe Goku will stop microing for a moment, though. And yes, he will. The Spears get 2 scouts. Well, they make up for their lack of kills at the front there. And another poke comes in. Goku clicks up, but he's 2 minutes behind. And he'll be forced off of the berries. The berries just about finished, though. And iBuyPower will have a good crossbow timing, and with a Vil, will look for a forward workshop. Vil's a good passage through the farms to get in around the back. And we'll have Castle Age and gold mining both for iBuyPower. iBuyPower up to the Castle Age. And now crossbow, Bodkin will be right behind it. They'll try to break in. Can Goku maybe do a market wall? Less effective against crossbows with Bodkin, who outrange the width of the market. And trying to stay atop the hill to break in his iBuyPower. There's the workshop. Workshop may be denied by the spear. And this can help save Goku if he can wall behind the palisade, while the crossbows need to come over to defend the Vil to finish the workshop. Nice pickup from Goku there. And he'll keep himself safe now because of it. And as the Romans, cheap scorpions. But 10 Vil lead, 11 Vil lead for Goku. And now that he's in the castle, or just about to the Castle Age, he'll be able to do more ecotechs and get more Vils. So lots of small differences. A few Vil kills, tiny bit of TC idle time. Wheelbarrow, and then the way bonus has given a 9 to 10 Vil lead. Crossbows are in, skirms are there, but it's feudal skirms against castle crossbows. If microed properly, the crossbows win that. How am I affiliated with Onamaru? Not at all. I'm adminning their tournament and just casting it on their channel.
喂，何种命令？何种命令？
Mangonel hitting the TC. Skirm's Bodkin for Goku. The Knight will run around at the back and start picking off Vills, but there is the first Huiguang Cav being created. He'll fight the Knight, so less HP than a Knight, but more armor and more attack. So useful in different situations.
什么？
And Goku will try to go forward. Those Skirms are now elite. Elite Skirm, they do have Bodkin, and there are no walls for I by Power, who needs to do a panic workshop at home to try to defend. And Ganel's attacking the town center. And that will go down pretty quickly. Another Vill hit by a Mangonel. Skirms chasing Vills away from the gold mine.
什么？
Spears hit by the TC. And a few Shinbei Raiders coming forward. And here is the double unique unit army of the way. Shinbei Raiders, but they're very weak. They have low HP and they take some Mangonel shots. So that felt like it probably had the opportunity to clear the army, but it doesn't. I by Power losing micro control of the Mangonel as it goes under the TC. And that is a mistake if he loses the Mangonel, but gets another shot on the Shinbei Raiders at least. Or he loses the Repairville too. He's trying to micro at home with Skirms pushing his farms. Yeah, the Shinbei Raiders are very weak. You have to be careful with microing them. And the Mangonel will push the Skirms away. Yeah, absolutely wild gameplay. And Bloodlines now for Goku. Spear poking a Vill. As this spear will get the Vill kill. 6 HP left. And no, the spear goes down. 4 HP. More than enough. Around the other side, Shinbei Raiders running up the hill. And some Skirms from Goku. Still trying to find an angle to attack. But remember that huge 10 Vill lead earlier? That's down to 2 villagers. As I by Power has applied a lot of pressure and even denied all that farming space at the front from Goku. Why am I speaking in slow motion?
什么？何种命令？
There's also, what is that, a Jaguar? That's not going to kill the Huiguang Cav. Too much HP even for that. Just boom a little. Let's see if we can get another type of boom with a Mangonel on the Shinbei Raiders. As the Mangonel is besieging the TC at the front, more of these Shinbei Raiders are trying to defend again. And this now comes down to can Goku micro better and survive against the Mangonel. Second TC from I by Power, the first additional TC added on this map. Boom incoming, there's the boom. And, ooh, Red Vill's I by Power caught out of position by the Shinbei Raiders. And I think this time we'll have a raid where all of the Vills die successfully. Well, let's see if they escape. 3 Vills left on low HP. Vills up north. Disaster. Will they tank a Mangonel shot? No. And the Mangonel will sacrifice itself to save some of the villagers. Vill is just about back. Mangonel gets a shot off as it dies. Or as it is destroyed. Vills from Goku on the houses. As Mangonels attack the TC. Shinbei Raiders try to come over, find the Mangonels. Difficult repair for Goku still, as he started to reopen a bit of a villager lead. Still needs to do his Castle Age Eco upgrades, so still has room to restore his Vill count via upgrades. In the back, so he has Shinbei Raiders in the back now, as Skirms keep pushing. And this is how chaotic the map is, even without the unwallable rock terrain between the levels. Skirms pushing the blacksmith. And Mangonel push still forcing Goku to spend his Vil time repairing. It's expensive, and he's spending 6 Vils to do it. There are no more... I feel like iBuyPower has lost so much economy. Goku's having trouble figuring out where he still can raid. No ballistic still, so that crossbow will escape the skirmishers. And he's going for a push. The Shinbei Raiders are trying to dive the mangonels. A lot of Shinbei Raiders went down. The mangonels are trying to split up. Can they get attack grounds? They get a couple. Crossbows are still there. The Scorpion getting a bolt in. 1 or 2 Huiguang Cav are destroying the mangonels. All the crossbows go down, but a mangonel hit misses. iBuyPower calls GG. And with the mangonel push cleared up, Goku will take the win. He will win 3-1 over iBuyPower in something I think is something of an upset. iBuyPower, not the same elo though. I think a bit higher in the tournament standards, so GG. And at the last moment, I mean, iBuyPower, look at this eco. He has nowhere to expand. He chops this woodline, that's it. A couple of Shinbei Raiders come down there, his woodline's denied. And as he loses everything at the front, not going to be able to remass those mangonels, and GG, Goku does it. Early GG for a match point? I mean, maybe it looks that way with the Vil counts at the same level, but at this point, Goku is fully walled, and iBuyPower has lost all of his army, and there's no way he's going to do more damage to Goku. Goku has a ton of safe woodlines in the back. iBuyPower is not walled, couldn't get walls up to the edge of the map. Goku was constantly raiding with scouts. And even though he's walled down here, that doesn't give him enough protection. I think it's fair to call a GG there. Yeah, maybe a bit early for match point, but I think iBuyPower is feeling that he's lost the army. And feeling the wrath there. So Goku, with a crazy win in game number 3, finishes off the set. That's a loss for the Romans and a win for the Wei. He didn't buy power. Didn't buy power then. So what set do we have next? I think we'll have Turs versus the... Yeah, we'll have Turs versus Crocs coming up next. That should start in 4 minutes. I think he had eco advantage? Maybe, but his eco was so vulnerable to the raids. I don't think there's a way he protects the woodline from any Shinbei Raiders that go forward then. And at that point, yeah, kind of ironically, because Goku didn't do any eco upgrades in the Castle Age, he still had a ton of free Vils sitting there in his eco upgrade stockpile. So let me see if these players are drafting yet. Try to find what bracket they're in. Alright, so the Crux is asking who is the host of the draft. Turs gets to decide that. So let me just clear the drafts from the previous set and head over to the scoreboard, update the scoreboard for us. Both the players should be there. Oh, that is not the score. Let me clear their score. There we are. And we also have Boy Wonder versus Kapach. If one of these doesn't get played, I'll cast the other one. But I think... I've never heard of Boy Wonder before. When he used 2K4. Let's see, if we finish one set, we'll maybe cast the Rex of the other. Before we get to 20 GMT, we have Rodrix versus Husiel. At 2030, we have Sato versus Fast Turtle, but I think that'll be a 3-0 for Sato pretty easily. Then at 22 GMT, Lucho versus Scotty, and that'll probably be our final set of the day. 3 GMT, Chart versus Uzi might be a bit late at that point for me. And hello there, Boy Wonder. Super noob player? I mean, Boy Wonder is 2K4. Beat Kapach for chat. Yeah. Anyway, while we're waiting for drafts to get started, whichever one of these sets, we'll probably go for Tours of the Crux and then the Rex of Boy Wonder Kapach if we have time after that. And Cecily, thank you for the follow. I'm gonna take a very quick break and just run to the bathroom and start another coffee for myself. As we have a lot more casting to do, we'll be right back. Alright, we got the draft going on. Let me update everything here and make sure that I remember to click the 2 buttons so that we have the bands correct this time. And there we are. So Turs versus the Crux. We also have Kapach versus Boy Wonder going on at the same time. We'll try to cover both of them if possible before 20 GMT when we have Rodrix versus Husiel. Rodrix did pull an upset over Kapach in the previous qualifier. And Prostagma, hello, in the Onamaru YouTube chat. How can I tell if someone chooses random civ or picks in a 1v1? Based on the civ that you get, if you're in the ranked queue. If you get the civ you picked, then they likely force-picked. If you're high enough that the spectator dashboard picks up the match, then it will tell you, I think. Let's go, more AoE 2. Hope you all are enjoying the AoE 2. And once again, remember to go give a follow over on the Onamaru channel. I'm gonna just, on my channel, play an ad so we get it out of the way in between the games. So apologies for the somewhat lengthy ad, but this will ensure we don't have one during the games. In terms of the drafts, Vikings the #1 pick for Turs, who also takes the Britons. Always fun to see the Britons, we don't see them all the time. Awakarias will be game #1, or map #1. Mongols with all the javelinas could be a good pick for this one. Hello, Tripta. When I play 1v1s, I always go prefer random, but then pick mirror. So it's a mirror matchup if someone force picks. And looks like we have our lobby up. Turs likes to pick green, but we'll see what color if the Crocs picks a color. The Croc's actually a higher elo than Turs. 2k6 against Turs, who's 2565 right now. I'd expect Turs to be the favorite here. And the Crocs should give him a good fight. So we still have 3 or 4 more sets we're casting today. And then we'll try to cast the Rex of T90 as he's playing in his community set for TTL. So lots of age still ahead of us. And Alien, hello Alien. How's it going? Oh, green versus yellow as colors. Can we see those colors? I don't think so. Green versus yellow, what is that? The AOM music? Gotta love the AOM music. Just in time to see Turs. Here we go, looks like they are launching. And And it'll be Mongols for Turs and Chinese for the Crux. Have I tried Retold? Is it good? I had fun playing through it. There have been a lot of DLCs for it that I haven't checked out. It's fun to play through the campaign again, but you really need to install the mod for the original voice acting. So instead of green versus yellow, are we okay maybe with red versus yellow if I put Turs in red? I think green-yellow might cause some issues. So Mongols Chinese with all the extra hunt. It's going to be Chinese for extra vills and the instant loom in the vill fight, versus Mongols for extra benefit from the hunt. So a different pair of civs than I've seen on this map. Turks in the previous set looked very strong, or was it 2 sets ago when they were played? Georgians have been a pretty common pick too. Japanese have been picked for the mule carts. We've seen Saracens for archers and aggression. Way simply because they have a great eco. Same thing as the Georgians. And here we go. So we'll have the Crux to the west as the yellow Chinese. He is not going to the middle, going to the north. He's going to the middle. And then Turs to the east as the red Mongols. 2 pawns per player, and right in the middle of the map, 3 javelinas over which they'll be fighting. No loom for Turs, and the scout finds the loomless vill. Loom is in for the Crux. He is the Chinese. He has an extra 3 vills. Starts with negative food on the 9 vill start. Loom for Turs as he grabs 2 javelinas. The Crux could still block the vill before Loom comes in, and those javelinas are getting a couple of nice bites on the villager, and the vill goes down. The Crux actually has the HP advantage on the scout fight, so he simply can take the scout fight and win. Turs will try to get another vill out there, but disaster for Turs. Disaster for Turs. Chat upset. And loses the scout. Crux runs his scout in time, doesn't get hit by the vill, and he gets all of the javelinas. Turs, however, has a vill on each side. He's going to try to do a double, triple lure. And there is 1, 2, and shooting 3 on the right. He has loom now. The Croc's getting back to his TC. He'll need to garrison and shoot the javelinas. You can kill them with the TC now, so this part of the lure is super easy. And no problem for him. And okay, the double, triple lure from Turs. 3 in the north, 3 in the southeast. Getting both of them back to the TC, trying to do palisades, 20 HP left on that vill, 12 left on the one in the north. That one's close to dying. Let's just keep both their HPs down there. Turs, this one getting close to death. Can he do this? Can he get both of them back? He needs palisades for both. One more hit and this vill dies. He's going to garrison the TC and try to kill the javelinas. This will be sloppy. He loses a vill. He needs to send another hunter. Oh, and he loses 3 of them. That's 2 vills down for Turs. And this group now will walk back. He doesn't have a scout anymore. And maybe the good thing is the Crocs will send a vill and find that there's nothing left. But he'll just do a barracks there. Alright, so the militia / men-at-arm rush will come from the southeast, go around that passage, and maybe get into the back of Turs' eco. Javelina numbers are better for the Crocs. Where is his scout? His scout's still alive to scout. We'll pick up the capybaras. Sees there's nothing down there. If he goes to the north, could find the javelinas. No, he won't see them, as Turs is trying again. Turs is trying again. Maybe more successful this time, taking a hit though. Gotta be careful with the hills too. Javelinas will do extra damage. They get a hill bonus just like everything does. Ooh, and Turs messes up the palisade. Trying to dance a bit more with the palisades. Just slow down the javelinas. He can take 2 more hits. Next, ooh, maybe he can take 1 more. Okay, okay. 2 hits left, and he has to stop the javelinas. He can't risk losing the Vil. He'll have to get only 2 instead of 3. So far, not a clean start for Turs. Needs to play more Rage Forest, I guess. He gets the javelinas in, as with the barracks, the Crocs will look to be walled up here to the southeast. Some people in chat already calling the GG, thinking Turs has lost it. Well, no docks for Turs. We will have a dock for the Crocs, and he can add in some fishing ships, 3 shorefish per pond. And now 23 to 21 Vils. At the very least, there has been some idle time under the Chinese town center, so it won't be as many extra Vils as possible. Sometimes on the 9 Vil start, with extra food on the map, you can get off to a very smooth start. I've seen maybe 7 seconds of idle TC time. We don't have any maps with fish under the TC, so I doubt we'll see 0 seconds during the loom, but it can be close. So the idle TC time helping to make up for the difference. Res collected actually ahead for Crocs, but only by around 70, so it's not a huge insurmountable difference. But here come the militia, 2 militia, and they'll get right to the gold and then to the wood line. And Crocs may be a bit more defended as Turs is going down the middle, but he's sending a Vil. Maybe he could do a forward dock. And now Turs can see the drush, maybe the militia turn and fight. They're walled out, and they're walled out. And houses up for Turs on the wood line, reacting in time with the quick walls to keep everything safe. And where's the Vil? Forward house. Can't really do much with the Vil until feudal. The militia for Turs might get in. He's going to attack the fishing ship. That can sail away. Or just garrison. I almost forgot about that. I think that was a mistake. I think he should have gone for the gold miners. There's a weak Vil there. But the militia will try to attack those walls. 4th militia in man-at-arms upgrade for Turs. This is going for the forward range. A few militia fighting in the back, but the Croc's not able to get a villager kill. Low HP. We still see 0 to 0 against 0 to 2 Eco KD. As Turs lost 2 Vils to the Boars. Miss Rage Arena? I'd love to do another Rage Arena. We're gonna do Rage Forest over the summer. Maybe after that we could find time for another Rage Arena. That was a fun map. So Men-at-Arms attacking the Palisades. We'll have another, ooh, tower up on the dock. The tower doesn't hit all of the fish, though. Yeah, fletching gives it another tile, but the Crocs could simply add fish traps to the back of the dock later on. I guess that's maybe a problem if Men-at-Arms are in the eco. So no Man-at-Arms upgrade for the Crocs. He will simply stay with Militia. They're slower. 6/100ths of a tile per second slower, and they'll run away from that Man-at-Arms. And I'll try to hide in the forest, but not going to get away. Ooh, the weak one. Tried to hide behind the 2 full HP ones, but he goes down. Man-at-Arms will go down too. And they'll stay up there. We'll have a Forge Bush gathering session for Turs. He's trying to take some hunt. And now he has some archers forward. The range for the Crux is directly in the middle of the map. He'll try to wall up. But of course the range, the tower, and the Vil already are forward for Turs. Fishing lines for the Crux, and of course he has the shorefish down there he can take right now. And now he's 8 Vils behind in... Well, remember, that's from the fishing ships. 6 fishing ships. He's actually only 1 Vil behind, or actually equal in Vils, as he's able to kill a Vil on the gold mine. But the fishing ship's making the difference. However, they are idled in the dock, but we do also have a second dock. The Croc's fishing on another pond. Men-at-Arms will try to break through the wood line as archers push the Vils. Yeah, that is fish. So Turs choosing not to fish. But remember, fishing ships do take a bit of time to pay off. You're doing a big wood investment into them. And maybe giving Turs, with those Men-at-Arms, the option to push forward in the meanwhile. Another Men-at-Arms goes down to both of those militia in the north. As the Crux takes another fight. Oh my gosh, what's that Man-at-Arms doing? Man-at-Arms can't pathfind to the house. And he'll try to pull back. And Vil pulls back too. And that tower doesn't really do much. The gold is still exposed. The wall does more. And also gives a secured gold maybe for the Crux as Turs adds in padded archer armor. This tower feels like it accomplishes nothing. I feel like the tower needed to be maybe over here more to hit the gold and the fish.
何种命令？
As right now, I think that militia finally was cleaned up or fought a Vil. As Turs is adding in farms, trying to long distance take deer. And still trying to break through a house.
准备就绪。何种命令？什么？为
As the Vils are running back. Vil actually will go down to skirms repairing the house. Tur is now ahead in actual villagers as the fishing ships that are the problem as more Vils go down trying to repair the houses. And the Crocs again outside the tower range, fishing on that eastern pond, doing a defensive tower. This will probably be a better tower defense as he's on some stone now. But Turs continues pressuring with the skirms, with the archer. Men-at-Arms getting picked off by tower fire. And only 2 units left for the Crocs. 2 military units. I'll have to use the dock as a tower, but the skirms will and the archer will now get within the minimum range of the dock so they can keep harassing the fishing ships. And the Crocs will call the GG, unable to deal with all of Turs' aggressive forward pressure, and despite a horrendous start where he lost 2 villagers, the Turs will come back and manage to hold on and win the game. Maybe a bit of a skill level difference there between the two of them. But that was a rough start for Turs. And I'm still not sure of the Chinese on this map, but it feels like the fish boom once again gets punished by a player going for an aggressive feudal age. And the more I see the fish booming here, the more I think it doesn't pay off. So 12-7 KD in favor for Turs. Eco, much better for him. You can see the fish boom starting to pull ahead in early feudal, but he then falls behind in the military count while investing into the dock. So maybe the fish could be added in at later stages of the game too. So I think it does help when you're booming rather than going pure farms. But Turs does manage to hold on there. We have seen some big turnarounds in that game. Lewis freaking Andy was a good example too, where someone invests too much into the fish and they fall behind because of it. The Mongols are also extremely aggressive even if they don't have too many javelinas, it is still Mongol hunt. Just missed a good game. Hello, Red Cliffy. Well, maybe the next one will be just as good, if not better. As it will be Fernando de Naranja as the map. Vikings versus Persians. And let me run and grab the coffee I made while they're loading in. We have another 30 seconds of spec delay. Alright, ready for the third coffee of the day? As we are loading into Vikings Persians on a water map. Different approaches to eco bonuses with the civs. And here we are. So Turs will be the red Vikings to the north. The Crux will be the yellow Persians to the south. So Persians, I think, have a better early Dark Age eco. With their faster working TC, faster working docks, they can pump the fishing ships out faster. And if they want to go FC with a fish boom in the back, probably the better civ at the start of the game. Vikings, though, cheaper docks, and will have a wood discount on their ships, will have the longboat, and of course the Persians miss Bracer, so they're not a good naval civ when it gets to Imp. Good early game civ, not a good late game civ, but maybe water has become such a good FC win the water in Castle Age approach, or maybe since that's such a dominant approach, Persians might be able to pull that off a bit faster than the Vikings can. You can maybe get overwhelming numbers before the longboats come out. And I think that's gonna have to be what the Crux is hoping for here. Neither player going for a transport ship or a landing just yet, it would seem, but only 6 minutes in. Maybe that happens. You think of Persians more as a hybrid map civ, rather than an open water civ. But we're still getting used to the new water meta. This is the only real pure water map we have that's not just a hybrid map. So we'll see. Maybe the meta FC, like FC Fires plus War Galley could be what the Crux goes for. Rage Forest players will fight over this oversized pond. That's the best way to think about a water map. It's Rage Forest, but with a bigger pond. So I did make a few small adjustments to the map. I did try to keep the golds a bit more consistently close to the TC. We did see that one game where Lewis had 2 golds that were kind of far away behind woodlines, so I tried to adjust that. Not always possible to adjust that and make it work 100%, but I think we improved it a bit. So, oversized pond with Rage Forest. You can see it has flooded the forest a bit. That's what the mangrove shallows are. Maybe we should just call the map Flooded Rage Forest. Do you think people would like it a bit more then? I think that would be a good upshot to its popularity. I do think that when we make more maps for the land, we're making at least 2 new ones, that they will definitely be land map oriented. I feel like we have a good variety of maps right now, so I'm not sure exactly what to go for. We're open to ideas. Maybe we just have people. You do want one to be Sao Paulo themed because that's where the LAN is. We can have a good collection of throw-out locations in Brazil, and we'll try to make a map. With very small islands, I think the TC can be ranged and there really isn't any wood on the island. I guess Migration almost fits that bill, or Pacific Isles. It's kind of hard to have an island be that small as a starting island for a player, because you do need to place resources on it for it to be useful. There's of course Houseboat, where you have the smallest island possible pretty much. But that's a different setup. Or maybe Pilgrims, if you've seen that on the Nomad games. If you see Mont Pasquale, you'll see that map quite a few times. If you do a TC on the starting island, then yes. Next game, Amazon Nothing. That's true, we don't have a Forest Nothing variant in the map pool. But so far, Fish Boom and the Persians, as you might expect, are well ahead in population, but maybe a bit slower in uptiming. Looks like the Crocs will plan just to use the market to sell some food and buy his way up. There are no whales or oysters in the very back of the map. They can be on the sides. They can be on the sides of the island, but not in the back, so you do need forward docks if you're planning on taking whales or oysters. And first fire ship forward for Turs, and if the Crocs needs to add fires, then he's eating toward the gold supply that he hasn't yet been taking. And he's only taking wood and food. He's not taking any gold. Is he gonna make any ships? His Hulk's queued now. No mining camp on the gold. That is weird to me. So double bit axe. It's one thing if you're gonna skip the mining camp by taking whales, but then you need to do the 4 docks like Turs did. And 4 dock fast castle has been a strategy on this map. We saw Niaz pull that off fairly well. And because it's so hard to punish a fish boom, it's hard to punish even the it's hard to punish even the 4 docks. So a little less than a minute difference in uptiming here as the Crocs clicks up to the castle age, but feels like Turs is pretty far ahead in terms of the timing. Not in terms of the pure numbers of fishing ships, more fishing ships for the Crocs, but Turs will start amassing more fires earlier on. And it looks like it'll be a Hulk opening from the Crocs, an attempt to counter the fires. And then they'll both probably add in more warships after that, longboats for Turs. And this is where the fire opening is useful. You get your opponent going for the Hulks, and longboats should devastate the Hulks. They're weak to ranged ships, and that is exactly what the longboat is. So get your barcode scanners out as the Vikings are going to add in their longboats, their wonderful striped sails. And there's Castle Age for the Crocs, going fires. I'm not sure what warship to make against longboats, but it feels that the fire war galley composition, which has kind of been the standard composition now, is still the way to go. Probably good to have all 3 warships and have a few of each, but galleys do tear through the Hulks pretty well. And longboats tear through especially the feudal age Hulks very, very well. Around the side, Turs pushing a dock. And the bigger fish boom for the Crocs hasn't quite paid off for him. He's trying to do gill nets and keep booming in the back, but Turs is getting around the back. He's doing ballistics. And I don't think the Hulks are going to fight the longboats all that well. Full longboats from Turs. I'm kind of surprised that the Crocs picked this map when he saw that Turs had Vikings. What match is this? It's first round of qualifier number 2 for the Brazilian Dynasty tournament, Turs versus the Crocs. Turs being the favorite here. We have another set going on at the same time with Kapach, so we'll, if this is a quick 3-0, we'll go try to watch that set. And Turs is pushing around, and at this point the Crocs has lost the water, and I think the Hulk opening was a mistake against the Vikings. There's clinker construction for the faster moving ships at the university. It is so weird seeing a water map and seeing the university upgrades for me still. Is this live? Yes, these are live. Relying on whales is too inconsistent. It's not inconsistent, it's just something you can't do if you're fish booming at the back. If you're going to do it like Turs did and skip the mining camp for whales, then you have to go forward for the docks. And there's the GG for the Crocs. As Turs goes up 2-0. And I don't think there's much to say about that other than Turs opened fire into longboat, got the Crocs going for Hulks, and then longboats dominate against the Hulks. This would have to be a faster uptiming for the Crocs, and I think has to be a fire war galley opening to try to win water before Turs gets longboats out. But the build order wasn't quite there for the Crocs there. And GG. That'll be Turs with a 2-0 lead. And that'll be Crocs losing his first home map. Maybe we'll see Coast Arena next. And very first Civ, too. Persians. Interesting. Let's see what he picks. And yep, Coast Arena will be our next map. Game number 3. Alright, Boy Wonder and Kapach is still in game 1. So we'll see what we do with that after this set. Seemed like a macro mistake. Felt like a build order mistake where he's not taking gold and didn't try to secure the whales. How many matches are coming? We have another 2 or 3 sets after this one, so plenty of sets still to go. We're only 3.5 hours into the stream. It's been a short one so far. When we already cast a die by power, that happened already. If you want to go backwards in the VOD, you can check that out. Will I be casting Sato later? Probably not, because he's against one of the lower rated players, and I think that looks like a pretty big mismatch, and there are other ones at the same time. So I think I'll cast the other matches in preference to that. If there's somehow a gap in the schedule and we have time, I'll cover it. But I think I'm going to cover the other matches. Is it just Coast Arena? Yes. Malay seem like a good civ pick for the Crocs. Armenians or even Britons? Or even Goths? For Turs could be options. Goths or Britons feel like they're for Valle de Selva, though. Is there a team game version of Coast Arena? There is. It was originally made by the Mad Catter, so if you check for his map pack, there is a version that should support team games. I personally haven't updated the one I made for TTL, and that we're using here for team games, though. The hacks I use for the diagonal gates would take a good bit of programming to expand for team games. Just use force nothing and say it's the Brazilian jungle. I'm sure that'll work. Oh, thank you for letting me know I'm muted. Sorry about that. Starting over, we'll have Turs as the Red Armenians to the north, and the Crocs as the Yellow Malay to the south. Map is bugged? Why would the map be bugged? Looks fine. I'm just noting the gold's kind of close to the gate there. It doesn't block the gate or anything. I'm just wondering, maybe I might want to keep another tile or so away in the future. I was eating my protein bar as we loaded in. So we'll have Armenians, Malay. Malay will have a wonderful fish boom. And a great economy since they age up faster. The Armenians will have fortified churches for tons of map control. Map is bugged, there's no sounds. I mean, considering all the new animals T90 is going to have to get accustomed to and all the sounds, you might think no sounds is actually the fixed version of the maps. Some mule carts. I do like mule carts and how you can keep kind of chopping through the wood line with one mule cart on this map. How many reps per set? I think we... It's got to be 5 rep sets because we're doing best of 5. So when we get to Sunday in the finals, you can do 7 rep sets. 1 rep per game. So the Crocs will split the lumber camps up too. Go for the fish boom, dock right in the middle. Using the oysters in the back, you can try to skip the mining camp. You can take them either with vills or with fishing ships. You do have to remember the mill if you want a fast castle, though, because you need the mill to unlock the market. Man. Oh, look at that mule cart for Turs, trying to be very efficient there. I like how he positioned it. There is always forward. Stone and gold will always be forward on the map. Oysters are in the back, but the stone and gold always are forward. Everything else in the middle. Oh, a bit of a scout fight there. Turs winning the scout fight. And will the Crocs get back? Will Turs run in? He'll hold open the gate. You'll hold open the gate. Time to run a bunch of vills in and just build an archery range. Or a barracks and do an infinite drush. Stay inside the gate. Alright, protein bar finished.
Yeah.
And pretty similar builds so far. Tiny bit of idle time for the Crocs, maybe microing during the scout fight. I'll send some more vills over to the wood line. And also do a dock on the side, so trying to expand the fishing ships. The Malay, their bonus now is for the fish traps, minus 33% cost and plus 200% food. Used to be infinite food, but changed it to 200%. Careful not to overchop. That is very true for the Crocs. You might overchop here. You do have to be careful with that one tile he might open. And for the Armenians going warrior priests, they could run through. So low HP scout around the outside for the Crocs. Does he notice the Vil? He does not, and he loses the scout. Oh, the poor scout losing. Lost the HP earlier. And now dies to the Vil as Turs clicks up first to feudal. Crocs is the Malay though. Doesn't mean Turs will be the first to feudal or even the first to castle. The Malay age up faster so they can click up later. Those fish are happy? Happy to have a dead scout next to them? With Portuguese fast imp? Certainly is a viable strategy on the map. Certainly is. I think there are lots of different ways to play it with focus on water versus focus on pushing the middle. We've seen some crazy games where players have 50 fishing ships and double the eco, but then get stuck in the castle age and don't have gold access. So I think there are different ways to play the map and have success. Yeah, this is the very first round, so there is something of a skill gap for a few of the matchups, but it happens all the time in the first round. So the Crocs, there we go. As the Malay he's up, he'll probably reach Castle Age first if he goes for the fast castle. Another approach is to go warships and try to raid on water, but these days I feel that it's so easy to defend that won't be viable. An underrated civ on this map? I don't know if there are any underrated civs. I think all of the arena civs that also are played on hybrid maps are great contenders, and we see them. Burgundians, Armenians, Malay, Byzantines, Portuguese. You could try to go Vikings and go longboats here, but I think then you lose the middle, as they don't really have a good late game compared to other arena civs. Turks might be useful even though they're not really a water civ, simply for how good they are on arena. Same with Bohemians. Because I do recognize Croc's name. He does sign up for events. But Tur certainly is more experienced in tournaments. And I think plays tournaments at a bit of a higher level. Now that's how you get better. You sign up for events and you try to find ways to win games against players like Turs. Can you win completely ignoring water? I don't think you want to ignore it completely to the point of not going for a fish boom in the Dark Age. I think you can win by putting very little focus on it, or giving up on water after a while. So you can be competitive on land. So here we have Turs scouting the stone, also going around the right to get slightly into the fish of the Crocs, but he'll be fended off. And Turs will go forward with 2 vills. Likely for a fortified church rush then. Has to be careful not to gift a relic to the Crocs. But the Malay going for a castle drop could be sick. Where are those vills going? There was an overchop, but a house made behind the overchop, so everything's secured there. And it will be a very forward fortified church. But it would be silly if Turs threw down another fortified church in his own base just to get the relic at home, but he is going to be aggressive here. It's aggression that could lead to the Crocs doing a defensive castle? We could also go forward for the castle. He has the stone for the castle. You see his warrior priests will start being trained now. Medium warships for Turs, medium warships for both of them, still focusing on the water. Turs pushing with the fires, fishing ship not garrisoning yet, goes down. 3 fishing ships in the dock to fight Turs. Dock over here with medium warships on the way, a couple of fishing ships on the inside, but Turs defending his fish so far. Forward castle from Turs, as the Crocs will do his own defensive castle by the church. And there is the forward castle. Or nope, the even more forward castle from Turs. Might have lost 1 stone there. Or a fraction of a stone. But he's now fighting war hulks in the back with fire ships. And we still have 27 fishing ships for the Crocs. So his eco is going to be amazing. And as the Malay, he still can get to the Imperial Age super fast. Tur is even saying, I'm going to take this relic by the forward fortified church, and I'm going to move it back. For the Crocs, he now needs to decide how does he use that fish boom as he does gill nets. Does he go up fast and try to win a Treb War, or does he add an extra TC or 2 and try to boom? And Tur is doing another fortified church in the middle of the map, wants to get 6 relics in a safer location. Safer location for him. So that's a 20 eco unit lead for the Crocs as the Malay. Combination of fishing ships and villagers putting him way ahead of Turs. 13 more fishing ships, 7 more vills. And he'll need to deal with composite bowmen. Might be fine to do a few skirms while going imp and trying to get trebs and cannon. Question for Turs is how quickly will he be able to push? Karambit warriors can probably fight warrior priests decently. And Crocs could even do a couple of warrior, or Turs could even do a couple of, Crocs could even do a couple of Karambits now, if he sees Turs picking up relics. There we go, that's the right unit. And the right player. So Croc's still pushing, while his fish are mostly safe, and he's playing to continue moving around the western side of the map. He's going to go clockwise around the circle, while defending on the right. Yeah, so defensive castle on the gold, while Turs is attacking the stone. But castle on only one side, and while Turs is scouting here, there really is nothing stopping the Crocs from taking stone here should he want stone. And it's not going to be difficult for him to move out to the middle of the map. And we have gold mining for Turs. And clinker construction for Turs. Faster moving ships. lot of the ships for the Crocs going down here to the war galleys as some war hulks come over. Or not to the to the war galleys, and now war hulks versus fires, which is not what the hulks, or not what the fires want to be fighting there as the hulks come forward. On the right, again, it's Hulk versus fire, but Imperial Age clicked for the Crocs. So Imperial Age on the way, still with a better eco, more fishing ships, 20 more fishing ships. Res collected, he's ahead by just about 2,000. And even though it feels that Turs is maybe investing more on the water and maybe even winning the water, I think the timing advantage here for the Crocs has done what he needs already. He's not going to need food when he goes up so much as he will wood and gold for trebs. Maybe he'll want chemistry for bombard cannon, but the opening is mostly going to be trebs. He's walled in, so he doesn't need to worry about melee units sniping the trebs. And there are the Karambits. They'll pick off a composite bowman. Not much armor for them. Composite bowmen do ignore armor. Remember, the Malay get the free armor upgrades at the blacksmith. So a unit that ignores armor might be a plan for Turs in the long run. 5 fishing ships in that dock. I can lament the lack of demos these days, because here 2 demos would be perfect right now. Maybe everything will be perfect though, as Turs just sails right into the hulks. And I think I like Croc's position here. 500 score ahead. He's imp. There is block printing for the monastery, and the trebs are going to be popping out. And no fletching, so the Mangonel will attack his gold. Does he have loom? He does not have loom. Oh no, the Croc's no loom. The Mangonel will kill a couple of bills there. Alright, that was a pretty big loss. He needs to do loom. He needs to realize he doesn't have loom. I know it's an arena map, but you gotta do loom at some point, right? More vills going down. Turs dominating with the Mangonel. Now it's only a 10 vill difference. Turs actually ahead in actual villager count, thanks to the time spent going imp. Maybe the Navy is winning though for the Crocs, as he's pushing in with Warhulks getting under the dock, forcing a defensive tower from Turs, still trebbing in the middle. 5 relics for Turs and an extra 6 still in the middle. Tower goes up, repaired desperately, but crumbles immediately. So it feels like Turs losing on the water, losing some forward ships too. The fishing ships will go down by the dock. Turs is losing his fishing eco. He's losing his forward castle. You might have to run the relics back, but this is feeling like a really good game from the Crocs right now. As the Treb is taking down the castle, villagers from Turs trying to repair. That won't stay up much longer, and he will call the GG, and the Crocs does it. He will win Coast Arena. Turs collapsing even with 5 relics, stuck in the Castle Age against the fast imp from the Malay. And I think the Crocs played that perfectly, win the water, while also getting to imp faster. No relics, no problems, GG. And he'll take down Turs. So, that makes it 2-1. A reverse sweep will need to happen for the Crocs, but he at least does get a win. And winning Coast Arena. 2 very open and aggressive maps left now, no clowning around. That's Malay over the Armenians, but the first 3 civs are already used for Turs, so maybe he goes Britons next. Alright, so next map will be Valle de Silva. And we'll get right into that. And it will indeed be Britons versus Maya. What a matchup that is. And go on DE, you can load. Loading in. There we go. Alright, here we are. We'll have Turs as the Red Britons to the northwest, and immediately he's going to scout and try to grab as many capybaras as he can. We'll have the Crux as the Yellow Maya to the southeast, and he'll be picking up capybaras too, using the Eagle to try to scout and grab as many as he can. So, longer lasting resources. Everything lasts longer. The tapirs, the capybaras, the geese, they last longer for the Maya. The Britons simply have a faster gathering bonus from all their herdables. The geese, the capybaras, they actually gather from them faster than they do from the deer ever so slightly. So the Britons, they are looking to feast here. But I do feel the Britons have a weakness to FC plumed archers from the Maya, where maybe they're forced into skirms, and then the Maya can go Holcha Javelineer skirms. Turs walling up. On this map, we've seen a lot of fast castles. The Britons picked because of the capybaras, and the Crocs may be thinking go Maya to counter the Britons. FC Triple Barracks Eagles also could be an option. So I think the two main things the Maya want to do are better. And John Slow, thank you very much for the raid. You just missed an arena map. Thank you very much. Hope you had a lovely stream. Welcome in. We're casting Turs versus the Crocs, and we have another 2 or 3 sets still to cast after this. And go give a follow also to the Onamaru channel if you're not already. And thank you, UP, for 12 months. Cheering for Turs, of course.
Another glorious loss for France. I hope you really can turn the tide of this war, Joan of Arc.
I know Turs is quite a popular one in this chat. So back golds for the Crux as he goes to do a mill on the papaya trees. Those are the reskinned berries, and the deer will be pushed in 2 from that eagle. An unknown player, UP. Hello, Potkany. Gold's pretty far, I don't want to say back for Turs, but at least they're not in front of the TC. They're almost directly on the sides. Outside the area where he walled, though, walled a very compact section of his base. No holes, but it does kind of worry me that the wood line is so thin over here. Crossbowmen shooting over it for the Crocs, or even plumes or skirms or whatever he goes for, would be quite annoying. As now Turs is trying to push in a deer too. More zebra, or zebras, more deer on their way. Wrong continent to the TC. Is he a clown or clown adjacent or clown enjoyer or hamster? All of the above, I think. So 45-second faster feudal for the Crocs, who goes up on 22 vils. Could be an FC with the Maya. Did do loom too. And forward barracks for Turs, as this deer is pushed in under the TC, and nicely finished by that villager, positioning it with the arrow shots at the right location. And Market Blacksmith for the Crocs, who is looking to go for a larger wall, did wall in the lumber camp. You can do basically a half wall, because the rock blocks you from doing a full wall. So you can either wall like Turs did using the TC as part of the wall, or you can go all the way to committing to half of a wall on one side of your base. So Market Blacksmith both going up, so this will be dueling FCs. The Crocs going for selling food and selling wood for the gold to go up, so he hasn't done a mining camp yet. And whatever the Maya do, Hard to do FC Plumes because the stone is so far away. You don't have any stone in your starting base. So FC Triple Barracks Eagles feels like it would be the play. Maybe Turs is gonna FC Knights as an attempt to counter that, but that then opens up Monk play for the Maya. Use an average of 7 monks per game in 1v1. Is 7 enough to be a clown? I feel like a true clown would make more than 7. But yeah, really clean build order for this FC. Agreed. Much cleaner compared to that Fernando de Noronha map, where it felt like his build was not as efficient as Turs's.
Shot it.
He's gonna try to get in with the eagle and heist some capybaras. He'll get away with 1. There's a scout, and perhaps importantly, he saw the stable, so he knows what Turs is up to. Market Blacksmith, and I'm still wondering what the Crocs is going to do. Is he just going to make TCs and boom? He hasn't sold the stone, adding in a couple of farms. Makes dozens of clowns, but at most 7 survive? Are his monks modded to be clowns now? I was thinking it would be fun to take, if you remember the entertainer graphics from Roller Coaster Tycoon, and use them as monks. So, Crux up to the Castle Age, Bowsaw for him, and immediately does a second TC. Okay, he's gonna play this as a boom map. Maybe hoping that Britons won't push too quickly. Double stables. So monk defense should work out for the Crux. Maybe the Britons are okay forcing someone into monks because then their long-range archers could counter that? Zero military, 0 production buildings, but double stables. So Britons FC into double stables. Double stable knights with a monastery. That's what the Britons do when they're given capybaras. Forging for the knights too. Armor and forging. No bloodlines will be available. Oh, only 1 knight too. Tur's kind of low on food. You gotta make sure you balance the eco correctly. As much as you do get a great bonus from the capybaras, it's hard to have everything balance out properly sometimes when you're not farming. And you're not doing a normal build order. So forward workshop planned for Turs. Scout there to deal with monks. The Crux still doesn't care about this military. He is just booming. Just booming away. Turs trying to find even more capybaras with his weak scout. The dancing panda and tiger? Yes, those ones exactly. Those would make great monks. Like the conversion animation would be them dancing. Maybe they wouldn't carry relics all that realistically. There you go, Siege Workshop for Turs. And that is forward. So what is he gonna make from the workshop? Looks like it will be a mangonel for the opening. Mangonel as knights run around. And we'll have a barracks for the Crux. Knights and scouts. So scouts are to deal with defensive monks. So far there is a defensive nothing. A defensive nothing. 0 military. 0 military buildings. I don't know what the Crux is doing here. He's just booming. He has 1 monastery to defend the wood line. How does he stop the mangonels? I think he needs a barracks and eagles to stop the mangonels. His own mangonels would probably be stopped by the knights. The monk steps outside the gate but gets a conversion on a light cav, goes back inside, and the light cav holds the gate open until it doesn't. As that monastery is actually walled the back villas off, so that scout can just chill until another monk comes out, and it has to be deleted. So here comes the mangonel, forging in wheelbarrow for the Crux, as he's now going for 2 barracks and a monastery. So seems like he wanted to wait and see what Turs was doing, try to get an eco lead, and then go double barracks eagles? In the meanwhile, Turs has added a second town center. That also will be forward, finding a wood and a gold. And Turs will see everything he has to deal with here. the scout going for a Vil needed to go for the monks, but gets picked off. 2 monks, no sanctity for Turs. Ram also fighting the market, as the Crux desperately using the market. You need a lot of gold for Eagle Warriors, and even more so for monks and Eagles. And this will be a player who is happy to have longer lasting gold as the Maya, because he's going to need as much of it as he can get. Eagles don't cost much food, but they are very heavy on gold. And also would need blacksmith upgrades if they're going to raid, or monk cover really to fight knights properly. But yeah, he missed a premium chance to snipe off 2 monks with that scout. I know there's a lot going on this map, but that's gonna hurt if he goes back and notices that. Went for the Vil instead, but with 2 monks to heal the Vil, unlikely to get that snipe anyway. Couple of houses for the Crocs, who is housed at a moment when he needs to be pumping Eagles. And desperate to get that housing space so we can fight this army. Monks want to convert an Eagle. Eagle has to garrison the TC, does hop inside in time, as the Crux keeps repairing. Vil count still equal, 44 to 44. Eagles probably don't want to fight the Knight. They can take the hill bonus and fight 2v1, Eagle versus Knight. Armor was clicked and then cancelled for the Crux. Cancelled, I think, because the blacksmith went down. Eagles, I think, need to focus on sniping monks more so than mangonels. 2 hits and the monk goes down. I'll try to run the Eagle away. I don't think that conversion ever stopped. So, yeah, quick conversion on the Eagle there. But the Eagle's trying to pick off the mangonel. Could get both mangonels and then the monk, while the monk is regaining his monk juice. And second mangonel down, and now Eagle's going for the monk. Vil could try to quick wall the monk, but the rock terrain makes that awkward as the TC stays up. More Eagles coming out. Well, I think the Crocs need some defensive monks now for the Knights. Triple barracks Eagles. He has 2 monasteries. He has the buildings he needs, but he needs to get monks in the right positions too. If there's 1 monk here, then the Knights can't fight the Eagles. 1 monk changes this engagement completely. That's a mangonel shot on the Eagles. Eagles are pretty fragile. Yeah, two monks. Full up on faith this time. Still no sanctity. Do the Britons even have sanctity? They do. No redemption or atonement, so no converting any siege buildings or enemy monks. The Maya actually could do atonement, which could be an option for the Crocs to consider against the monks. He can convert the monks, while Turs can't convert them back. But probably more valuable to focus on the Knights here as he gets a conversion. Eagles are pushing the monks and the mangonels. Eagles, remember, they have conversion resistance, and they'll snipe the mangonels. They're not as strong as Knights, but they're better when monks are involved because of that conversion resistance. Is either player devoted? Do we have devotion? No devotion. There is sanctity for the monks. And again, a situation, a 4th barracks, and now a blacksmith, where 1 or 2 monks force the Knights away and completely change fights. And so far, 56 Vils to 46, as Turs has added a 3rd TC. But the military count will be cheaper for the Maya, and maybe they can flood enough Eagles to overwhelm Turs, who's trying to outboom here. Mangonel, good shot by the Eagles. Eagles can heal a bit. I think the Crux has gotten the eco he needs now to push Eagle Warriors. And with how hard it is to wall on the map, Eagles and monks can push back the Knights. So Turs is the Briton, still going for Briton Knights. No fletching would be a bit were he to transition to crossbows still. Has picked up 2 relics. There are 5 relics on the map. Monks keep converting the Vil, push the Vil away from the house. Have Chainmail, Fervor, and Squires all on the way. Mangonel popping out of the workshop. Briton Knights. Yeah, Britons don't get paladins. This is AI army. This is now a very real army of Eagle Warriors for the Crux. Monks trying to get conversions on the scouts. And the monks can push the monastery now. 2 relics could pop out for Turs. Looks like they want to push the TC though. There are 14 villagers over here. that's going to force Turs to engage. But without Siege, I don't know how threatening this really is. Scouts for Turs want to pick off monks. Iron Casting now on the way for the Eagles. These are about to be fully upgraded Eagles. The Maya just will be missing Arson then. Iron Casting plus Arson, and maybe they could jump TCs. Knights try to pull back. That'll lead to maybe Scouts getting converted. All the monks trying to convert to Scouts there. One Scout changes hands. And fletching could help the TCs against the Eagles too. If you see that TCs don't have fletching, Eagles will be taking only 1 damage per TC arrow, so it makes it easier to raid. You need fletching and bodkin actually to do 2 damage against the Eagles. Now as a monk picked off for free from Turs, and Turs huge Vil lead, but it feels like things are starting to collapse a bit for him. He'll get a monk, but now the Eagles have their upgrade in. And just missing Arson. How many Eagles do we have here? 30 Eagles. If they have Arson, I think they can push the TC. It's close to the number of Eagles you need to push a TC. And it's tricky because the Knights and Light Cav will engage from behind, and they need to destroy it quickly. Croc's trying to get a good patrol stack there, but he sees there's no fletching on it. And he's doing a forward workshop. Maybe you add in 1 ram with the push. It's a big decision now, ram versus mangonel. Part of me says go for the kill, go for the ram. And the Crocs agrees. He's housed again. Good news for the Crocs is he has so much military that he's housed now. Mangonel for Turs. I still think Arson would be an option for those Eagles against the TC. He's going to try to just keep that TC garrison. Nice patrol stacks against the farms. And we have a ram. We have a ram. That will force the engagement. And I think you're right that maybe more so than Horsecollar, Turs might need fletching and bodkin on the TC. But maybe he's thinking that bodkin is just too expensive to get to at this point. That TC will go down. That TC will go down. And it's going to be a big engagement against the Rams. A lot of Vils try to repair the TC just as the Knights come in. Vils might not be able to garrison. We're going to have the Crocs continuing to try to attack. He'll fight the Knights with the Eagles. Arson just about finished for the Eagles. He's surrounding the Knights. And how good of a fight will this be for the Britain Knights? The Eagles still have more HP. More Eagles are flooding in. And once he takes down the Knights, which I think he is, he'll start to overwhelm Turs' army numbers. Turs down to 2 military. The Eagles with Arson should take the TC. And the Crocs is about to tie this set 2-2. He needs to take this TC and kill some Vils, but he's just about there. He's got another ram on the way. And Turs, who looked so dominant in the first 2 games, now with the Britons pick maybe countered by the Maya, unable to deal enough damage to the pure boom. From the Crocs, the TC is down, the Vils are being raided, the ram isn't even needed, and Turs will call the GG, and the Crocs will tie it up 2-2. And we will head to a game number 5. This was looking like a quick 3-0 after the first 2 games, but dang. Pure boom, no military at the start, pushed by Turs, somehow survives, and forces a game number 5. Total and brutal from the Crocs. Where are all the Turs fans in the chat? Turs fans may be getting nervous now. And that'll be Saya dos Courageous as our final map. Loss for the Britons. Win for the Maya. And is Lithuanians Way, I would guess, maybe. The final Civ matchup. Mike is nervous. Maybe that should have been the Goths pick from Turs. Maybe he picked Goths just because he wanted Britons and wanted to dissuade the Crocs from going Maya? And here we are, game 5. Seados Garajas. What civs are we thinking? I'm thinking Wei for Turs. I suppose Hindustanis also could be an interesting option. It's 3 Cav-focused civs, and Lithuanians pulls Romans. Late game Hindustanis against any of them I think would be favored. Imp Camel plus Shatagni hand cannoneers plus Bombard Cannon, but it's hard to get there. Definitely hard to get there. And it is a very aggressive map, but they have a good eco bonus early on with the cheaper vills, maybe not as strong as the Wei though. It will be Wei versus Poles. Alright, just launching, we'll have a spec delay. And thank you, Latikarati, for
Welcome,
using your
Rodrigo.
Prime sub.
The tournament awaits only your arrival to begin.
I see someone on the Onamaru YouTube asking where Nacho is. My guess is Nacho right now is practicing for his set against Tato tomorrow. As we will have a matchup, Tato versus Nacho. That's tomorrow. I think that's... Let me check the time. That is, yeah, tomorrow at 14 GMT. Poles is a wild one. We saw Tato try to pick this civ. If you can wall yourself fully and get the Folvark farms going, they have a great eco. Nacho last played ranked a month ago. Imagine his last played game was that game against Vinchester. Yeah, super cheap knights, but you have to boom and get to Schlachta privileges, your unique tech from the castle, to make the knights cheap. Takes some effort to get there. Yeah, so tomorrow I think the plan is we cast Lewis at 12 GMT, and then Tato Nacho might be the set we cast at 14 GMT. We'll try to cast the Onamaru players as much as possible since we're streaming on their channel too. So go give, also a reminder to give the Onamaru channel a follow. And thanks to them for helping host this event. We're at 1569 followers there right now. Alright, and here we go. Final map, Seados Karajas with Turs as the red Wei to the west, and the Crux as the yellow poles to the east. Deer will be pushed in there from the Crux, and we'll have these tapirs to lure in the reskinned boars. If you saw the map Terrace in the past, we've made a change so that the rock terrain between the layers can be walled. As the deer gets pushed in towards the TC there for the Crux. And could open scouts. Oh, could also forget a Vil. Hunting the tapir. A bit dangerous there. Somehow that goose doesn't get picked up. Okay, 4 HP. And, okay. Maybe the nerve is getting to the Crux a bit. Taking the tapir a few tiles too far away from the TC. Maybe forgetting the Folvark needed an extra tile of space. Distracted placing it while luring the boar. So another mill for Turs. As the Wei, he gets a free villager for every eco upgrade he gets. And that's proven to be one of the strongest eco bonuses in the game. They'll play into their 3 unique units, the Xianbei Raider, the Huiguang Cav, and the Tiger Cav. I'll have one at the range, one at the stable, and one at the castle. The Xianbei Raider, to me, I've always felt it's a stronger Cav Archer. And Cav Archers tend to do well against Knights. I don't know if Turs can get the numbers he needs, though, to fight the Crux if he gets the Schlachta privileges. Huiguang Cav with melee armor, I think, do well, too. Tiger Cav may be the weakest of the options against Schlachta privileges, even though they might technically be the strongest of the units, just because you need to get to castles to produce them. when you get to the unique tech of mounted units +4 melee armor, then I think you're in a good spot to fight with either the Huiguang Cav or the Tiger Cav against the Polish Knights or Cavaliers with all that melee armor. Because remember, the Poles themselves do miss their final armor upgrade. But the Poles don't like fighting range units all that much because of that lack of final armor upgrade. Oh, that's true. You're right. The Crocs, he's Polish. One of the best players from Poland right now, and he's playing the Poles. He has the home civ advantage. We saw, what was it? It was Kasva won with the Turks earlier. Time for the Crocs to win with the Poles. So barracks and house for Turs. Feudal Age for him. It felt a bit weird, the previous game, where he went Britain Knights. It kind of made sense from trying to fight Eagles in FC, but I don't think the economy, as good as the Britain Eco is on that map, supports getting enough Knights out. This is a different situation, though, where it looks like, without taking any gold, could just be a Scouts opening from each civ. And then you start getting into different unit compositions, decisions with when to go for ranges versus farms. And the Crocs has to be careful. He has one unwalled Vil. Well, one of the reasons I like 4 Vils on berries is 2 pairs of Vils are much easier to defend. And the Crocs may be deciding, you know what, I don't want my Vil all by herself. I'll try to gather my Vils all on one side of the berries in case they need to fight. Twitch defaulting to a lower resolution is annoying. Yeah, that it is. Especially if you start alt-tabbing. They tend to try to swap you to a lower bandwidth from what I've seen. Yeah, now they can all have a little chat while harvesting the berries. More Vils heading over to the berries. Remember, as the Poles, you want to build your farms out by the Folvark so they get the Folvark bonus of the instant drop-off. So it makes this open map even more open for them. Maybe the Crocs is thinking, the map is so open anyway. My farms will be punished even if they're by the TC. But he is, though, trying to wall up and wall to the edge of the map. Stable here for the Crocs as the Spear and the Scout Cav come over. 5 seconds of idle TC time. Hey, we saw Turs lose 2 Vils to Boar in the first game. You never know, maybe the TC time isn't as bad as it could be. But Turs with the aggression. He is forward with scouts before the Crocs even gets his first scout out. Has to defend with spears, and big villager fight, at least the Polish Vils heal. Turs may be making a mistake trying to push the Polish Vils. 10 HP per minute they heal. That Vil will be back to full HP before Castle Age comes in. And here we have another fight. Ooh, there's a Vil by himself, but he has friends to come help him. And he will fight down one of Turs' scouts. Turs wasting some scout HP trying to fight Vils with only 2 scouts. He'll get a bit of idle time. Definitely getting some idle time. He's ahead in res collected. But is that little idle time worth losing the army like this? I think this is okay for the Crocs to clear military units. Try to make up for the slower uptime. Tiny bit of idle TC, and we see Turs, 28 to 26 Vils, already pulling ahead. And there's another Folvark for the Crocs, so he will try to do a Folvark more defensively as he walls up, and then get farms around it. With the way he's walling, though, maybe he could have afforded to just send more Vils to wall than do him around the existing Folvark. Either way, this is a lot safer, though. I don't mind it. Now 3 Vils finally going to find, or 3 scouts finally going to find a Vil. The Crocs just throwing a house foundation as a way maybe to get the Vil to flee. Was maybe going to try to trap the scouts with it. Turs heading back to the berries. Spear is not quite in position. Obuk being anti-armor could be good against the Huiguang Cav. That's a good point. Or against the unique tech for the extra melee armor. They are the unit with the big hammer that removes 1 armor every time a unit's attacked. Or every time they attack a unit. So the scouts from Turs still doing their hoovering, as could be said for them. Out here. Is it a scythe? It's a hammer. Yeah, the obuk. That is the front end is a hammer. I could see maybe thinking the back end looks like a scythe with these low resolution graphics, but we need the actual 3D model to zoom in on properly. So spear on its way forward as the scouts run past. They'll find the archer and be chased by the spear. I want to go for the archer. Lots of scouts for Turs, who is making a transition to an archery range. So far, only scouts and spears for the Crux. He has not gone for any archers, and he'll try to run away. Can't get quite back to the spears, though. He is, however, fully walled. And when I'm looking at this, I don't think there are holes anywhere. So fully walled, ready to defend. And then, question for Turs is how much damage can he do with the archers? Will his eco and the free vills be better than the Folvark farms? And will the Crocs go double stable scouts and feudal? That is a risky strategy against someone who is walled fully. It's half pick and half hammer. I think they only use the hammer side in their attack animation. And what is his scouting? Does he know about the walls? He does not. But this long without Turs being attacked, assuming walls are there, is usually a good thing. And we will have armor for the scouts. No bloodlines, no attack yet. I mean, Pole Light Cav, or the scout line does have +1 attack versus ranged soldiers. Could be a play where he simply wants to amass scouts and go for light cav and map control, and then try to push the way early on. Maybe try to boom a bit after getting some pressure. The archer spear composition will be tough to deal with when the scouts don't have all their upgrades. And even a situation if Turs sees all the scouts, he could add in armor for the spears. Helps them survive and get an extra poke. There's bloodlines. So right now, Crux does not want to engage until bloodlines. That's exactly what Turs is doing. Armor for the spearmen. Doesn't have any scout upgrades himself. He'll do wheelbarrow. And right now he's committed to staying feudal for a while. But wheelbarrow will help him get even more vills. Still can do gold and stone mining should he want the vills. If you stay feudal for an extended time, I mean, why not? Slows your castle a bit, but you get extra vills from it too. And spears there, nice pokes from the Crux. And now with bloodlines he will engage, but the spears have their +1 armor, and the scouts don't have forging. And I don't think this is a good fight for the Crux with the armored spears. The armor is doing wonders for the spears, and after bloodlines, with double stable production, the Crux will lose all of his scouts as their corpses decay into the layered rock of the terrace. And all of a sudden, Turs has a ton of map control. He's up by almost 1,000 resources collected. He has more army. The scouts for the Crux still don't have forging, and some of those farms are idled thanks to the forward archers. The Crux will try to add in more farms, but Turs is nice and safe at home as the scouts take another fight, and they'll kill a scout from Turs, and they have to run away from the archers. So at home, there's a market from Turs. He's about ready to go up to the next stage. And if he gets to Huigbong Cav, he will kill all of these scouts. So that was a very rough fight for the Crux. Very, very rough. It'll be Castle Age and Forging, both for Turs. As the scouts will head forward and try to kill the spears, but still without forging. This fight is rough without forging. You don't kill the spears fast enough, especially when they're armored. And that is another bad fight for the Crux. Oh, those scouts. The spears are so tanky with armor. Armor makes such a huge difference against scouts. And now fletching for Turs as he's up. And spears poke the scouts. Bloodlines and gold mining, both there for Turs. And that gold mining will be an extra vil for him. Vil counts are even while he's already going to be in the castle age. That is not a good sign for the Crux, who just now is doing a market. And even though he has 4 Folvarki pumping out quadruple stable scouts, I think he's taken too many losses. The scouts are soon to be fighting castle age units. And Pikeman, Shinbei Raider, Huiguang Cav, Bodkin all clicked immediately for Turs. His eco is looking pretty darn good. Forging now, that is a very late forging for everything the Crocs is trying to pump out. Also no wheelbarrow. He has 28 farmers and no wheelbarrow. As Turs breaks through, and 7 seconds to Pikeman. And there we go. Or that's 7 seconds to Bodkin as Pikeman finishes. Turs fights with the Pikeman. Pikeman destroy feudal scouts. Oh, more dead scouts for the Crux. He's trying to push forward with the scouts, but does not have the timing. There is the GG, and Turs will hang on after a very dominant first 2 games. Looked a bit scary for the Crux pulling off the reverse sweep, but Turs will do it just in time. 42 to 30 KD. Indeed, he did it. He did it, and it is a luxury to spam 8 things the second you hit castle. You can see the downward slope of the bad fight with the scouts. Personally, I love multiple stable scouts play, but you need to be in a position where you can do damage where your opponent is open. When they're fully walled, and you're fighting their army, and their spears are upgraded, the results can be pretty unfortunate, like we saw that game. All the fights felt kind of bad. Never in doubt, says Turs. Turs confident in himself. And there's a win for game number 5 with the way over the Poles. Lithuanians might have been a better pick against the way, honestly. You have the Lechai to ignore the armor of the Huiguang Cav. But I guess you have to get there? Maybe they're even a better early eco, though, with the free food than the Poles. But yeah, no forging scouts versus armored spears was the moment that ended it. Alright, we got a ton of people watching. We have, between Twitch and YouTube and everywhere, like, I think 800 if my mind does some quick math. 800 viewers for this, so thank you all. Amazing to have this support. So we do have right now a set between Kapach and Boy Wonder, and then in about 20 minutes we'll have another set between Rodri and Husiel. So would you mind if we just jump into this set live? We'll have to catch up to game 3, but I think we'll catch up to this. Will we watch Sato Fast Turtle? That's at the same time as Rodri and Husiel, so we'll probably skip over that one. But we'll see depending on timings. Alright, so we're going to jump right into Kapach versus Boy Wonder. Do I have my title set up? I don't even have my title set up properly. Kapach versus Boy Wonder. And try to get the scoreboard set up. Now, I will spoil this a bit. As we will get ready to join this. Oop, the game just ended though. I'm spectating it, so we're watching it. Alright, maybe we're not gonna speed through it then. We'll just watch this. We'll get one game before the next set. And Kapach is up 2-0. So into game number 3, Persians against Bengalis on... This is the map. I'm not sure if I say the E at the end, if it's Mont or Monta. I've heard both ways. I'll say Mont Pasquale. And it is a pilgrim start, where Kapach goes for the mainland. And Ornlu, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. We'll have Boy Wonder also going to transport across. Nomad map Boy Wonder needs to win. Hello, the Crux. Game 1 was on Pantanal, and I saw that was a really long game. His Boy Wonder, I haven't seen him before, but he was in the chat. So he's 24-18, and apparently a good Nomad player, according to the Crux. Also, GG's, we casted your set, the Crux. You had a very, very impressive game number 4. So this map, lots of, oh my gosh, they did... Did Kapach lose something up there to the Jaguars? They're all on one side. Looks like they were chasing something. No losses, though, so maybe not. Anyway, double Javelina lore from Kapach. I have seen both approaches. I've seen players go for the land. I've seen players stay on their starting island. I don't know which is better. I have seen games where both players start on the islands and it's a water map. I've not yet seen a game where both players go for the land. I've had lots of players come to my chat and tell me they think land is better. So yeah, you get 2 to 3 more vills for making the TC on the island, and as the Persians, that's just gonna balloon in the Dark Age. You're gonna get that faster working TC right from the start. Maybe it's a bit civ dependent too, on where you want to go. We saw Yo actually do a build where he TC'd the island and brought his capybaras back to have as much food as possible on the island instead of scouting with them. You do start with 2 capybaras on the mainland so you can scout. And that's so that even if you're sending the transport forward to move the vills for the TC, you get some scouting information before you place the TC, so you know where you want to place it. You need to practice so you don't wonder how the resources are. That's always the key. Practicing maps helps. And that's what I have learned. There's a nice jut of desert terrain into the mainland there. So, this is a new version of the map. I evened out the locations of the wood a bit on the mainland. We had a case where Sato didn't have wood access on one of his games, and I also balanced the whales a bit more, so that each player has 1 whale next to their island, and there should always be 2 extra whales in the back, so you can go dock there and grab the whales. And Jago Lago, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Be sure to go check out the Team Onamaru channel too, where we're dual streaming. Give them a follow. And thank you everyone, because we have another set coming up, and it'll be Rodrix versus Husiel at the top of the hour. So we'll get that probably immediately after this game. No, I did not balance the beached whale. No. That's just for scenery. That was just for scenery. So Boy Wonder up to feudal. But Kapach going for a straight fast castle. I mean, the stone, if you're not fighting for the water, the stone is guarded by all these jaguars. Maybe you could still mine it, but it's pretty risky, I think, to be that exposed and vulnerable out there in the middle of nowhere if you're scouted. Boy Wonder will add in a stable. Could we get an exploding whale? If I reskin the gunpowder kegs to use the beached whale graphics, then maybe. Be a tournament map where, for example, players take turns playing Mongols versus Chinese from the Into China campaign, so one game defending China and another is Mongols attacking. I don't know how balanced that would be. Some type of remaking the campaigns for multiplayer could be fun. I'd imagine something like Viper or Hera playing Akra in The Lion the Demon against 4 or 5 viewers trying to build the wonder and defend. Or same thing maybe with Attila the Hun 5. So 1 Vil for Kapach. There goes his outpost Vil. There goes his outpost Vil. But he does have an outpost. Trying to outpost as much as he can, and he does find that Boy Wonder is on the land. Maybe the scouts could come forward as Kapach tries to wall up. And he can wall directly to the coastline. TC is on the gold, so he should be safe there. Just doesn't want... Oh, he doesn't have Loom. Okay, Loom will be in. Loom will be in. He hit Castle Age, so he could do Loom. If the scouts were forward 30 seconds faster before Loom came in, might be a different story. But he's up fast enough. Down by 10 eco population due to all the fishing ships from Boy Wonder, who also is Castle, and now doing medium warships. Medium warships from Kapach, but Boy Wonder super far ahead in population. Co-op campaign should be as opponents. Ooh. Hey, you could do that. Genghis Khan 6, that 1v1 over the bridge. That could be cool. Magyar's Mongols is, I think, an interesting late-game matchup. Where you have Mangadai and Magyar Hussars on both sides for sniping siege. So 8 fills in the transport for Boy Wonder. He'll get over to the shore and drop them off. Has to be careful since he's on the island to get all his vills over before he loses water if Kapach is still focusing water. Kapach with 1 sheep on a transport. Oh no, that poor sheep could die if the transport goes down. Is he gonna drop the sheep off? Yeah, Wallace 7 1v1? That could be an idea. Wallace 7 and Genghis Khan, or aside from William Wallace, that is, Genghis Khan 6 is the only 1v1 in the original campaigns. All of those campaigns involve multiple players. A very different take on alliances and diplomacy than Age of Mythology and then AoE 3, where there were more blue versus red 1v1s. And Kapach still with the Hulks, fighting back Boy Wonder on the water. Hulk versus Hulk now. Boy Wonder coming to the middle, still with a huge Vil lead and Eco lead. How do we like Bengalis versus Persians late game, as the Spear here is fighting the Jaguar? And Jaguar is fighting the Spear. They're chasing him. They are chasing him down. Spear eaten by the Jaguars. Does the Persia bonus to archers apply to Ratha? Yes, it does. Archers have the, or Ratha have the archer armor class. Thank you, ES2122 for the follow. And forward workshop for Boy Wonder. He's making something happen here. Still has that transport alive to ferry the Vils over. Maybe losing some fish in the back. But 14 fishing ships still. He's going to take all of the fish. Needs that transport to make 1 dock over here maybe so he has more fish access. Some Vils moved over by the transport. Be a town center in the middle, some pineapple bushes, and on the rainforest trees too. Kapach still booming. That town center is in perfect location for that Mangonel to snipe though. He's just now seeing the workshop, I think. And it's a light cabin Mangonel push on Kapach's Vils. Kapach somehow has a score lead. I'm not sure how when he's down in res collected and down in Vils. Maybe that's just from winning water though. We all know how good water can be. And those spears don't quite go down. Maybe the other Mangonel can save it. And right now, Boy Wonder maybe making a bit of a mistake in the Mangonel push, not having an answer to the spear, because right now spears beat the light cav, and they beat the Mangonels. Knight could come over and kill spears. And I think Kapach's score lead now comes from having 1 water. Is water important though, now that both players are in the Castle Age and the res collected difference is there? The score might be a bit deceiving if Kapach has won the water. Vils fighting the Mangonels. Ratha's, I mean, I don't think they're too much of a part of the game plan for Kapach because he needs stone access. And stone right now would require a transport ship or taking the top of the hill Both of which feel like there's not really the areas of the map he's focusing on for his economy at the moment. I mean, a castle drop would be crazy, but then it's a lot of eco to get there. What are the Jaguars doing down there? I don't know, but they're chasing Vills. They're chasing Vills. Boy Wonder trying to go for a mining camp. He's going to run into all of the Jaguars in the world. Mangonel push still continuing down here for Kapach, who's trying to go for a monk defense. No redemption yet, but no devotion. And now all of the Jaguars, they get a Vill kill. There are 6 Jaguars here fighting villagers. What is going on here? The Vills are getting low on HP. The Jaguars are going to get a couple more kills. There's a 3 Vills down to the Jaguars, maybe a 4th. That Vill's trying to 1v4 the Jaguars. 4 Vills down for Boy Wonder and counting. The Jaguars, they're getting weak. They might get a 5th villager. While that Jaguar is figuring out how to path around the mining camp, he's trying to find another Vill. Will this Vill go down? Almost, so close, no, 4 HP, and she survives. More Jaguars, though, being aggroed. They are finding the weak Vills. However, the Jaguars ended up over here. Maybe that was Kapach. I think he planned this? Oh, the Vills are so weak. And getting double teamed. And that's another Vill. That's close, she goes down. This Vill's getting double teamed too. 2 Jaguars. And this Jaguar, will it get the kill? It's close, and no, she just survives. Oh, but there's a spear there from Kapach. Will the spear find the weak Vill? There's Sanctity for Kapach. Oh, didn't even notice that. Boy Wonder. Oh no, well that could have been much worse. There are a lot of weak Vills there too. Kapach now going for the stable. I need to go back and watch this from the beginning again. Because all the Jaguars were over there, but Kapach didn't have a death. I don't know how he got them over there. Maybe he deleted something early. Monk going for a conversion on the workshop. Backs off, though, when seeing the Light Cav. Light Cav going for the other Mangonel. And Monk's going down to the Light Cav. 1 conversion, though. And nice Mangonel shot on the other Light Cav. Oh, that was great for Kapach. And now he's evened up the Vill count while winning the water, and there's still Jaguars chasing the Vills. And Kapach has managed to do a TC. All the Jaguars were over there, so he did a TC now on the land. Camel for Boy Wonder. It's this feeling like Kapach, though, has gotten the hill and gotten the eco position he wants. TC getting some arrows on the Scout. Scout goes down. We'll have some flashing dots on the minimap as the fight on the water still is happening. Still do have 8 fishing ships and they're still working for Boy Wonder. The eco advantage has all but disappeared though. As Kapach now pushing forward with monks, and the Bengali monk defense, as it always is great. It is very hard to tell when to take proper fights against those monks. They're so different than all other monks with the army composition you need to fight them. And you have quite a few idols from Boy Wonder. I guess idling is better than dying to Jaguars. And there's a town center here. TC goes up. Castle drop from Kapach. He sees the TC and the castle's range will cover the TC. Mangonel's fighting here. Has there ever been water Gaia on a map, just sharks or something? There are snakes now that can travel on water, but they don't attack water units. They slither randomly around the map, including on water, but they only attack land units. Wouldn't be quite fair for predators to attack fishing ships because the fishing ships couldn't attack back. Right now, stuff like monks and trade carts are never attacked by predators. And it's only units that actually can turn and fight that get attacked. So, climbing Vill difference for Kapach. As he now has an armored elephant, he has spears defending the monks as conversions come in on the Light Cav. This is an extra HP Persian TC. But still, everything going down for Boy Wonder as Kapach pushes with Rathas. That time to add a melee attack to fishing ships. I mean, maybe they can be mini Hulks with fishing rods acting as a reuse of the rope graphic. Just change the end projectile to be a fishing hook and reuse the rope. It has a single rope. 1 tile range. So husbandry for Boy Wonder. And the spears will fight the Light Cav. Light Cav gets some pokes. Vils run away for Boy Wonder. T90 took over for Boy Wonder to make a farm. And the Rothers will close it on the lumber camp. And looking at all the flashes on the minimap now, feels like Kapach is in control of this game. The Mangonel push wasn't quite effective enough for Boy Wonder. Kapach managed to go for a great monk defense, as the Bengali like doing, while also getting back on the water. Probably themselves just stronger warships. We can see the Hulks trying to destroy farms with the grappling hooks. Okay. Thank you, Age of Empires. As the elephant push on the market continues. Rothers, I think, are killing everything else here. And I think maybe we can speed up the end of this a bit, because I think this castle drop is getting us closer to the end. As everything, now that TC on the cracked terrain too, going down for Boy Wonder. Rothers raiding the wood line, elephants destroying the TC, there's the GG, and Kapach will win that set 3-0. I'm going to go back, though. I'm going to watch the beginning of that game. I want to see what Kapach did with those Jaguars. I don't know how they got over there. And that's 81 to 62. Better KD for Kapach. And military-wise, Boy Wonder was winning the fights early on in early castle, more military. More eco for a while, too. Okay, I feel like Kapach played the monk defense very well as the Bengalis. And early on, Boy Wonder didn't really have an answer to the pikes. So okay, I'm just gonna go back. I'm gonna watch this wreck again. If I can click the buttons in game. I want to see what happened to all those wolves. I want to see what happened there. So here we are. Oh, they just started over there? How did they start there? Okay, that is weird. Okay, I'll need to try to space them out more. I thought maybe Kapach lured them over there. And Boy Wonder can blame me for this. They were just placed randomly up here, but here the map decided they were going to be over there. Yeah, blame the map scripter guy. Alright, I'll add that to my list of stuff to adjust. Better balance the Jaguars at the top of the hill. Let me make a note for myself then. Monte Pascual Jaguar balance. We also had then, it was Sertao wood lines, and then Malad Selva Gaia units. Not a balanced map, otherwise you win 3-2. Yeah, bugged map. Should have been an admin ray. Wait, our base is playing his TTL sets instead of checking for bugged maps. His fault, definitely. Anyway, there's Kapach with a 3-2 win. Honestly, from what I saw, it looked like a good set from Boy Wonder, too. That was a competitive game. And based on the hour-long Pantanal game, it looked like that was competitive, too. So let me just make this a rec for myself. I need to balance that somehow. Leave that there in my folder. I should add more Jaguars, fill the entire area with Jaguars. I should add actual Jaguar warriors too. Alright, but we're going to head over now to our next set, which will be Rodrix versus Husiel. Give me a moment to set up the scoreboard. Looks like they're drafting. Let me grab their drafts. And they got their Civ draft underway. So Rodrix did upset Kapach in the first round last time. This, I think, should be a good matchup between these two players. So I'll be back in a moment as they do their Civ draft. I'll just get the ads out of the way too. And we'll get into... How many sets have we casted? Is this now our 4th or 5th set? We got this one, and then in 2 hours at 22 GMT, we have Lucho versus Scotty. I don't think we'll cast Fast Turtle versus Sato. The dashboard does not have an account for Fast Turtle, so I don't know what their ELO is. But I think that's probably pretty... Sato's a pretty heavy favorite there. So stay tuned, we'll be right back. Alright, our base's draft is back. The draft is done. And let's look for them to host a lobby. So welcome in everyone. We got Rodri versus Husiel. We will start on Sertau. Or is it? No. Satan. There we go. I said that completely wrong. Satan. I've been practicing, but I need to remember to say the name of the map correct. I'm going to take guesses at the civs here. I'm going to... Romans, Byzantines, Magyars. All good civs for this. I'm going to guess Byzantines. Satan? That's what it is for a closed map, enjoyer. Oh, does the BD command only work if you type it in the Yonamaru chat? Let me try that. Oh yeah, actually it posts, but it only posts in the other chat. It doesn't post in my chat when you type it. I'll need to update my bot for that. And if you type it there, then it posts in both of them. Nightbot, what are you doing? Does Rodrix's name have the S at the end? Let me double check that. Yes, it does. All right. Making sure I spell everything correctly. So Byzantines against, I don't even know. I guess against Mongols. That'll be my guess. Could also be Magyars, could also be Romans, but I'm gonna guess Byzantines here. For Husiel. You can play it as a very heavy scout map, you can also play it as a skirmisher map. Our base is joining the lobby to check the settings for us. Right now, Elo's Rodrix is around 2k4, Husiel just around 2k5. Both of them slightly over those marks. The first one didn't have a delay? What do you mean? I do say they have a 120-second delay. Oh, also, they're playing on the new Chilean server. That was added recently. Ah, the first lobby they made. Gotcha. Isn't that server laggy? Hopefully not for the two of them. They're in... Well, Husiel is Chilean and Rodrix is Argentinian. And they've launched, it'll be... My guesses were completely wrong. It is Chinese for Husiel and Vietnamese for Rodrix. Alright, so 60 seconds and we'll launch the game. Mongols for Saya then? Probably. Byzantines maybe for Lensois Mariensis then. Or maybe for the islands map too. And thank you Time Zone T1 for the follow. And welcome in everyone to game number 1. We'll have Husiel to the west as the blue Chinese, and Rodrix to the east as the red Vietnamese. This is, I don't know if I've lost count, our 5th or 6th set of the day. We've casted a lot of games. We're going to have a lot today and a lot tomorrow. Odds, Husiel 73%, Rodrix 27%. What are those odds? Is that the Civ matchup? The player Elo? And Mini Countryman, thank you for the follow. Also, again, remember to check out the Team Otomaru stream. They are hosting this event. We're streaming on their channel too. Give them a follow. Main event will be in July this summer. So, if you live in Brazil or want to make a trip to Brazil, keep an eye out. Hopefully they'll have some ticketing info available soon. $100 ELO difference alone is high for the odds. Fair enough. As we said earlier, Husiel just a bit over 2k5, Rodrix a bit over 2k4. Rodrix was the higher seed, though, entering. But this map is a very, very open map. Yeah, if our base has a chance, take a look at the updated version I sent you. And we're going to have to test several hundred generations to see if there are bugged wood lines. There's a very rare chance that one of the players' wood line doesn't spawn fully now. How's the voice doing? I'm holding up alright today. It's only been 5 hours. We did 10-hour streams over the weekend, so we're chugging along just fine, I think. So the Chinese are an interesting pick for this map. They're great on Arabia. They have an amazing eco. But we've mostly been seeing them on 9-vil starts on the Nomad maps so far. Having 9 vils, and then an additional 3 to start with 12 vils, when you're gathering food while doing loom is insanely valuable because you're not going to have that idle TC time. Here we see 38 seconds of idle TC time for Husiel. Because the Chinese, every civ starts with minus 100 food. Normally you start with 200. For the 9-vil start, you have 100. The Chinese have negative 100 because they usually start with 0. So it takes them longer. Even though they have more vils, it takes them longer to get the food they need. On Nomad, because they have so many vils, they're doing loom, they have more than enough time to do that. In a normal game, you're bringing the vils onto the TC, you're taking from one sheep, you need to lure in a boar. Not quite the same elimination of all the idle time. Both players up, and we do see that nice vil advantage, 20 to 19. And in terms of res collected with the extra vils, Husiel will definitely be ahead. I think the auto-clicker is better. I just don't have a way to look at wood lines using the auto-clicker thing, our base. I can use that for object generation, but not really for terrain generation. This is the only way really to test that is for us to look at dozens, if not hundreds of generations ourselves. Alright, 3rd coffee of the day finished. And we'll have a forward barracks from Rodrix. Now, I've seen this map played in several different ways. It has been heavy scouts sometimes. It's also been men-at-arms aggression, sometimes with trushes. And it's also been pure skirm. Pure skirm usually if players pick Byzantines. Maybe Dravidians even can be an option on the map as a skirm civ, Lithuanians too. And Chinese and Vietnamese both kind of give me that same feeling in the feudal age, skirm civs. Skirm civs where if you go heavily into skirms, both can make a Fire Lancer transition. We'll have a stable from Rodrix. Vietnamese can open scouts, so can the Chinese. So both these civs kind of flexible in the different ways you can play them. Had we seen the Byzantines pick, then obvious, yeah, it's skirm, spears, maybe men-at-arms. For these civs, some flexibility, and both players deciding to open with the stable. Now, I did make a couple of very small changes to the map. which was there were a couple of instances I saw one player had 2 golds in the back, another player had then 2 golds forward, and it was kind of unplayable for the 2 golds forward player. So I made it so that at least 1 gold for each player is not forward in the middle of the map. And I think that'll help balance it out and avoid the super harsh generations. Third coffee stretched over about 10 hours so far. There's always space in the coffees out. And some scouts coming forward now for Husiel. As the scouts are getting around the wall. That is a very big wall for Husiel, trying to secure the front of his base. And we'll have to deal with those scouts getting in, though, on the lumber camp. The spear, close enough. Oh, the spear is a hill, too. That was a great poke down onto that scout. And another poke from the spear. The scouts have to run away, but both players microing as Husiel simultaneously ran into the TC. So, while Rodrik's Titanics against the spears, Husiel then Hindenburgs into the TC. And scouts will go down for both players, but they'll get out, and still nice spear defense, managing to keep them around the lumber camps to fend off the scouts. And Husiel still hoovering around. A dancing cactus. Disapproving of all the cacti who are standing still and not dancing on this map, of course. Wanting more walls, probably. Is that it? Cacti only dance when they're inside the circus? On arena? So scouts here for Rodrik's. Still heavy scouts for both players. We'll have an archery range transition from Rodrik's. Vietnamese will have the extra HP, of course. And scouts probably can't fight the vills when they're tailed by Rodrik's scouts. Spear also by the wood line. And that spear gonna force the scouts to take a detour, but won't get a poke. And no archery range for Husiel, who is relying on massive walls, using the cliff as part of a wall, using all the wood lines. We'll try to have both golds and the stone walled in. And Rodrik's still shadowing the scouts, would probably win the fight. But we'll have to pull back as the spears come forward. Husiel, being the Chinese building a Great Wall, needs to research the Great Wall tech. Actually, does that apply to palisade walls? I never thought about that. Walls, watchtower line, and bombard towers, plus 30% HP. I wonder if that does apply to palisades. Yes, our base confirming. The Great Palisade Walls. And as the spears are forward, now the scouts from Husiel jumping onto the lumber camp vills from Rodrik's. They will get 1 vill and then pull back. So a nice jump, but only 1 vill killed. Not the worst loss for Rodrik's. It's now a 2 vill difference. The Chinese not all that far ahead in eco against the Vietnamese. We saw this in TTL. Usually around this time in the game, you're getting to mid-feudal, you want to be around 500 res collected. Hoping to be maybe 1,000 collected as you're heading up to the Castle Age in advance. But nice fight on the hill. The spears there threatening the scouts. Archers trying to clear the spears, but the archers go down. I feel that Rodrik's is more in the fight. But it's Husiel coming out on top there. I think they both are almost out of army. They have to run back. Some spears for Husiel he can run to. And now we have some archers coming forward. Maybe we'll pick a vill. She's outside the walls. Always the best place for vills. Outside the walls for Husiel. She'll go down. Archers will kill the other scout. Kuman China 2v2 is the best palisade walls. I guess Great Wall is more than the... Don't the Byzantines have 40% in Imp? And it's just 30% for the Chinese? Wouldn't that be Kuman's Byzantines? I forget which benefit hits the walls more, though. So, scouts going down, or not quite, just fighting the vills. Well, the vills, oh, vill picked off. Nice micro from Rodrik's. And spears poking scouts. And defensive tower up. So, Husiel went for a huge wall, didn't finish it, though. And Rodrix will do what he can to pour the army in through that opening above the wall. Husiel wishing that this map were arena, it looks like, adding in as many walls as he can, but still not enough as he has to do the tower, and archers on the hill even. Vill's garrison in the tower. One Vill didn't get inside, but that'll keep the Vill safe. 4-3 eco KD. There are some scouts on the other side. Blacksmith now for Rodrix. He's going to turn and fight the scout, so no fletching for those archers. Kills a scout with his Vills. Scout still on the inside looking in. And some scouts trying to grab a Vill or two here. Will be fought by the Vills, and another tower for Husiel, who had been mining some stone. As the Vills have to take down the scouts. Vills have to take down the scouts. And they'll essentially be idled while fighting. Scout low HP, one more hit from a Vill or a TC arrow goes down. Fletching now for Rodrix. And still no archery range for Husiel, who very greedily is relying on walls, towers, and scouts. Yeah, Jurchens with fortified bastions can get regenerating palisades, that's true. I feel that palisades go down quickly enough even with extra HP. Maybe that's better for fortified walls, though. So Castle Age. Castle Age clicked for Husiel. And that's straight into Knights, maybe? Maybe a Fire Lancer if he needs to clear up Spearmen. But mostly Scouts and Archers so far from Rodrix. A scale of Arding Armor, and Rodrix is committing. He's committing heavily to this Feudal Age pressure. And Husiel still is open, but towers or the TC defend pretty much everything. So at this point, if he sees what we see, I think canceling the armor and focusing on going up might have been the play. 4-4 Eco KD, res collected still very close. And mining camp on the stone. He's committing. I don't think he'll get much damage here, though. But, of course, if you keep adding in army numbers, the Vietnamese will have more crossbows and more scouts. So if you commit to feudal, don't take a fight in early castle, and keep your army alive, then, well, there's nothing really too wrong with the commitment. You'll have maybe a better eco on the way up to Castle Age with more Vills, and more army to turn into Castle Age army. Here he's going to dive. I think that Vill's a bit too close to the TC to dive, though. Forging on the way, he'll dive at the tower. I don't think the archers get in, and that'll be a wall now from Husiel, but a couple of Vills atop the hill by the tower. Forging is in, but no bloodlines. This might be -3 Vills. Trading those scouts for the Vills, is it worth it? They'll try to pick off some spears here. They will be walled in by the tower and in with the spears. But the spears go down. The scouts will not be walled in by the gates. And Vills will have to fight the scouts, but they get out. The gates didn't really do anything. They'll go for a Vill. She's kind of far from the TC, tries to run. The TC gets one scout. So Rodrix committing, and now he's up by 9 Vills as he clicks up to the Castle Age. And around 500 to 600 more res collected. And that gap will now be a Vill lead while Castle Age comes in. So since he's been committing so much, adding in more towers too to the aggression, we'll have the stronger eco. Now that could flip if Husiel does TCs. But it will just be double stable knights, and I don't think he'll be able to afford anything else. Still has a nice tower on the gold, and has another gold in the back he can go to, but the walls are open. Knights, though, heading forward. How do you fight knights in the Feudal Age? You camp the TC with spears and archers. That's about the best you can do. Hope that the rest of your resources are walled in. The lumber camp really isn't, and there aren't many trees left. And the knights will kill a spear. A couple of spears get poked by knights. And yeah, the eco difference now is huge, and in favor of the Civ that's not the Chinese. Usually it's the Chinese who want the eco lead. That gate needs to be locked while under construction. The gate keeps the knights out. Knights not going to try to force their way in. Is there a hole? There's always a hole, and the knights are in. The knights are in through the acacia trees. The gate is locked, so the Vills run the wrong way through the acacia trees. Oh no, he did the right thing by locking the gate for the quick walling, but it backfires as the Vills go the wrong way. Oh, and they get slaughtered by the knights. On the other side, a few scouts from Rodrix tried to dive the TC, but they will get killed too. A few spears still trying to fight the knights, but Rodrix will call GG as he can't stop the Castle Age Knights, and being Castle Age from Husiel is enough when Rodrix isn't walled to do damage with the Knights. Oh, Rodrix, that went from he's safe with a much bigger eco, even still with 200 more res collected, to he's not safe at all. And then the key was that he was walled against the Knights, but the Knights got in. And yeah, he might need to idle a few vills on the farmers, but he did the damage he needed, I felt. It's hard for the Vietnamese to clear up Knights, though. They don't have camels. This is a situation where if Rodrix were a camel civ, he gets up to the Castle Age, he does a few camels, and he fends off the Knights, no problem. But here, even if he gets Castle, he doesn't really have a way to win the fight immediately. You go Pikeman maybe, do a couple of your own Knights, but that feels ugly to the Vietnamese a bit. Ah, well done for Husiel. Well done for him. And let's see the stats. Military 44 to 26 KD. And we can see the difference in strategy of Husiel mostly walled with towers trying to get to the Castle Age versus Rodrix committing to the Feudal Age. And had a good eco lead, but the Castle Age timing for the Knights was enough. So double stable Knights in the year 2026, winning a game. Who'd have thought? And that's Satan, won by Husiel. So we'll see Rodrix pick a home map now. We'll see if he goes for the water map. He seemed to have liked that earlier. Vietnamese were his first pick. So hurts to lose your first pick that early. And Lensois Mariensis will be our next map. Romans against Japanese. Where's Torteo's game? Who is Torteos? You got me trying to decipher the message now. Anyway, we're just getting started here. Game number 2. And flip the scoreboard. Now, game 2, Lensois Mariensis, we will have Rodrix as the red Japanese to the west and Husiel as the blue Romans to the north. Each player has one javelina on this map, then they have to make do with finding neutral goats, taking the fish in the small ponds, and sending vills to do docks in the deep water on the other side of the map. Look at that capybara running, he's really moving there. Part 1, schedule updates done, lovely. That is always an adventure, to get all the schedule updates done. So, Vil on his way forward for Rodrix, no loom. And can we say the same for Husiel? Yes, no loom. Both of them heading straight to the coastline to dock. Figured how the website worked. Yeah, that was very handy when I used it last week. Oh, he used the American date format? Oh, that's why it must have worked for me. Oh my gosh. I mean, to be fair, I think there were a lot of games entered on the wrong day the first week. I don't know if that was JBR entering them. He might have confused himself. Do the Australians use the American date format? I know we confuse the rest of the world. So Husiel and Rodrik's both doing their docks. No real contest on the Vills. Scouts out here. Extra important to win the scout fight when there are so many neutral herdables to pick up. And Husiel retreating. Same HP for both scouts. Who will win? One more hit and Rodrik's wins. Rodrik's wins the scout fight on a map where there are tons and tons of neutral goats. So Husiel gambled and he lost. As all the goat collection now will be in favor of Rodrik's. We did balance out the goat distribution quite a bit on this map. Could be a bit lopsided before, now it should be very even. US date format, best date format. I agree, but I also agree with the fact that it's completely random to do month, day, year. So more goats getting pulled into the TC. I think year, month, day works because then you do time of hour, minute, second. So loom for Husiel. Doing loom, adding in more fishing ships. And 2-2 fishing ships. We have on this map sometimes seen early barracks and some drushes. Hard to do damage to the woodlines, I think, and pretty much what we see every time is wall up with the houses towards the woodlines. Keep a safe woodline. And, well, good luck walling the rest of your base. This is very wide open on both sides. There are some shallows that can't be walled. And going all the way to the edge of the map is difficult. Sometimes we do see a essentially circle base around the TC with walls. As here's that scout picking up more goats. More goats for Rodrik's, he'll be able to delay farms. He could even decide not to focus on the water as much with the extra goats, and instead play on land. Day, year, month to confuse more people. That's exactly what we need. Scheduling to be even harder. You prefer just a single number representing the number of days since Age of Kings came out. That would be a very consistent way to schedule. ISO 8601. I love when we have a chat who can give me ISO numbers, or ISO numbers, for formatting conventions. No, that's how you know we have a great chat. So Feudal Age will be in first for Husiel by a few seconds. Still only one dock for him. He's sending a forward Vil, though. We'll find the forward Vil from Rodrik's, who walls himself in. Still no loom from Rodrik's. Husiel does have loom. So important to get those palisades up, but that Vil will be safe to do another dock. And Husiel will wall it in. But the value of walling Vils, and it's still not walled, that palisade can be deleted as loom comes in. He needs one more wall there. Oh no, walls in place. Oh, Husiel might have shift queued the Vil after walling? And Rodrik's can escape if he deletes those palisades. You know, that Vil's safe. I was going to say, the value in walling a Vil is twofold. One, you make it harder to repair ships. And two, you make it so it can't build additional docks. But here, the dock's already constructed. Rodrik's with the Hulk grappling the villager. And the men-at-arms from Husiel will, for the moment, be walled out. Rodrik's hoping for more success with this gate than he did with his palisade gate in the previous game. And the Vils will have to run back to the TC. And the scout goes down from Rodrik, so Husiel will dock the middle. Let's go, dock the middle. Fish boom on the small fish. And double bit axe for Husiel. Isn't the stardate in Star Trek based on the date AOC was released? Considering Star Trek was made before AOC was released, I'm gonna have to say no. It was based on the episode production number, though. We'll see the lovely sail-changing graphics as Husiel does attempt to defend his dock, and so far doing so successfully. Garrisoned fishing ship for some arrows on the Hulk. And the Hulk does go down. So those palisades doing nothing now. Men-at-Arms will at least force Rodrix off of the gold, but because there are whales on the water, he could take the whales for gold should he want to. Husiel trying to come forward with some galleys now. And, oh, what is this? What is this? He'd killed the scout earlier, so now we have a forward villager going for the sneak archery range. Will Rodrix find this? Rodrix going for a dock. And Men-at-Arms killing the Vills. Was that the forward Vill from over here? He lost some HP. I think that was the forward Vill from the docks who just walked down here after grappling with the hooks of the Hulk. More archers for Husiel. And what do you do here? Do you wait 4 or 5 archers with fletching and then go? I think you want to wait and get your archers amassed. And I think that the trick would be take your men-at-arms, try to run the archers away towards this gold, and then head in towards the lumber camp. Here's fletching. 2 archers, 2 more. So yeah, 4 or 5 archers. And, the question is, do you fight the archers? No fletching yet. There's Town Watch, but you're revealing the forward now if you're Husiel. So, decision to reveal. Here as fletching finishes. Should win against the archers. And now, tower only on one part of the lumber camp. And this now gets really awkward for Rodrix. He has a couple of minutes where he'll need to get skirms out to fight the archers. Right now, he's content to chop wood there. And maybe that was even a waste of a tower if he could get 2 or 3 skirms, as he needs to repair the house. Repairing the house against the Roman men-at-arms, and he's going to lose 1 Vill. Could have maybe tried to pull that Vill back. And that's a second Vill down, almost. The men-at-arms should get that Vill. Yes, 2 Vills down. Fletching now for Rodrix, as Husiel keeps pushing. Rodrix is the Japanese, didn't go any men-at-arms himself, just focusing on the water, and looks like he is winning the water. All the fishing ships that remain for Husiel are idled. Rodrix is still working, but he now has to deal with these units hoovering around the back of his base. It's a disaster for him. Now the men-at-arms can't really push the skirmishers because of the TC. Skirmishers have fletching. Still kind of want armor in order to fight the archers properly, but he'll probably make do with that. A few idols on the wood line. As Rodrix is struggling to produce, Husiel will group up with more archers. There's 1 Hulk on this pond. He's gonna fight land units. I feel like you still do want a galley. And will the archers find that gold? Ooh, Husiel did not scout the gold. As the Hulk goes down. And Rodrix is just saying, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. You're not killing these Vills. Vill by the dock might die. No demo. Men-at-arms go down to skirms. Boy Wonder? Oh, we casted him earlier. Did I update my title? Oh, it still says Kapach versus Boy Wonder. Thank you. Rodrix versus Husiel. There we go. Never heard of Boy Wonder. He's apparently a good nomad player, according to the Crux. And feels like Husiel's getting back on water. Both players up to the castle age around the same time. Res collected are very close. And Rodrix still has 3 docks out here. Be Kapach. Well, we did cast that set early if you want to see the result. And Rodrix still trying to defend with skirms. How do we like Japanese versus Romans as we get to the castle age? Feels like it's a good Cav Archer versus Scorpion matchup. Rodrix will try to wall in the range. That's a lot of walling, though. We'll see if he actually pulls that off. Hill near the dock could probably help out. Currently playing Nomad together. So skirms forcing the archers away. Ooh, TC hits the archers too.
Tibi Servio. Salve. Impera.
Skirms javelin the archers. Archers get hit.
Impera. Tibi Servio. Impera. Salve.
Skirms should take down the archers there. So it feels like this aggression is, I want to say ending soon, but that's not going to be walled. Unless you have vills nearby at the start, it's impossible to wall this, and that house also makes it super hard to wall too. Alright, Skirms will come over. Let's see if the vills get the wall up. I'll grab a goat. And second TC immediately for Husiel. As now it looks like Husiel has managed to come back on the water. Big investment to come back on the water. Lots of ships had to be made for that. But doesn't have to do medium warships, and we'll have scale barding armor for Husiel, as Bowsaw comes in too for Husiel.
Salve. Impera.
And Archer here for Husiel, 2 HP left. And Bowsaw, Horse Collar, Scale Barding Armor all on the way. Of a Vil adding in the range. A couple of Cav Archers come over. They'll find the Knights coming forward, along with a forward workshop for Husiel. And with all the skirms, no real counter to Scorpions at the moment. Third range for more Cav Archers, but nice unit composition for Husiel. Yes, he's taking a pretty good score lead now. More res collected. And 2 TCs, water control, and forward siege. Feels like everything he wants on the map is going his way. Also adding in, he's got more forward docks. He has the top and the bottom of the water. Adding in a third TC for himself. Docking some of the shorefish ponds. And Knights will be running around the back chased by Cav Archers. Cav Archers taking them down. And Bodkinero for Rodrix. Eco upgrades. Much better eco upgrades for Husiel too. Knights killed by Cav Archers. Knights going down. Low HP Knights. And the Cav Archer's defending now. I'll pick off a Scorpion. Try to stay within its min range. Scorpion down. Hulks and galleys still attacking the docks. So Roderick still has the docks up and running. And it's only 5 fishing ships for Husiel, so the water isn't giving him the biggest eco boost. It's Turtle versus Fast Turtle. I don't know if anyone's casting that. If we have time before 22 GMT, I might go cast the Rex of that. Depends on how long this set lasts. When are we casting T90? After Scotty's set. Mangonel clears the Scorpion for Rodrix. And Cav Archers will run away from the Scorpions. Rodrix will try to find an avenue for raiding, starting to fall behind in the Vil count. Still on only 1 TC. Bit of idle time though for Husiel with the TCs. This feels more like a villager defense TC when he didn't have the food to run it yet.
Salve.
I'll have Wheelbarrow on the way for Husiel.
Deus.
And Husbandry 2 for Rodrix as Town Watch and Wheelbarrow both come in. This Vil will probably be picked off by Cav Archers. Or no ballistics. There's Husbandry. Cav Archers can find a nice spot to camp by the farms and the lumber camp. Vils can just run over here though. And Scorpions and a Mangonel will come over. Husiel trying to wall this in. There's a university. These Cav Archers need to be microed forever. They're picking off a few Vils. Scorpions don't have ballistics. And will they try to get out? They might all die to the TC. If they do, not many vills inside. And I feel like this is worse. Oh, if he just deletes. Ojix has said, I've microed enough, I'll just delete them. Ballistics on the way. Remember, there's a 90-minute time limit. If he deletes units instead of letting his opponent kill them, he denies a bit of score. So that is maybe the meta with the score victory. Leary could have known that in Red Bull. Might have won another game against Hera. So Monk picked off by the Cav Archers.
Pronto.
Our base is a good thing to delete your units. Your castle's about to go down. There's a score victory incoming. Delete the castle.
Pronto.
Your expensive siege, your trebs, your warships. While the final projectile to kill them is in the air, you just press delete.
Impera.
It's like denying raisings in CBA. There wasn't a anti-delete functionality.
Impera. Salve.
So another TC4, that'll be 4 TCs versus 1, and the Vil difference continues growing for Husiel. As the woodline actually is over-chopped and there's no wall back there, so the Minganel will at least be able to shoot at the Vils who have to rush forward. And see how the attack ground micro is for Husiel. The dodge micro for Rodrix there. Looks like the Cav Archers should deal with the Minganel. Minganel might get another shot. Nope, he goes down. Vil's effective. Cav Archer on the hill, missing the Monk. Minganel shot doesn't miss, but the conversion comes in first. Enemy has Keshik's delete units. That's the meta if you're the Bulgarians. We've seen how strong the siege towers are. You make a bunch of Konniks, delete them, dismounted Konniks right into the siege tower. Imagine that. You're in an arena game, you do a forward Krepost and a forward workshop. Delete the Konniks so you can hop over with a siege tower. Mangonel destroys the other Mangonel. Ooh, 7 HP left. Rodric's still holding on, but I don't think for much longer given the eco difference. We've had some crazy games on this map and some crazy comebacks, but I think usually when you get something that's asymmetrical, one player winning on land and the other on water. Here, Husiel winning everywhere. Eco, military, water.
Salve.
Forcing his opponent to delete his army. Can Kreposts make petards? They can now, right? That was a change. They can make petards. So Skirms take down the Mangonel. And still will be fighting the Cav Archers. Rock, paper, scissors between 2 TC, 3 TC, 1 TC? I don't think so. I think it's always going to be situation dependent and map dependent and civ dependent, and the answer is it depends. The number of TCs you have also depends on the state of the game. So Scorpion's killing Cav Archers there. As there are now blue dots everywhere. And I'm sure that Rodrix, after defeating Kapach in the last round, doesn't want to go down in round 1 here, but Husiel looking like he's in a great spot to go up 2-0. Getting some skirms in to raid the woodline. Skirms won't care that much against the tower fire, especially not with 2 armor. And Imperial Age clicked for Husiel, so with a 1k score difference and almost a 40 eco unit lead, this might be GG upon reaching him. So then Castle for Husiel. Cav Archer's trying to get in. Trying to raid, but Husiel does have vills to lose.
Salve.
Could add in that house now. He deleted it to go for a TC. And the Cav Archer's like, ooh, why is there a deleted house here? There's a TC. Long swordsman on the way for Husiel. So he might win the game, but it'll be at the cost of this TC. Needed to rewall there.
Salve.
This will be a denied TC.
Deus.
Cav Archers might be trapped against skirms, but the TC should be denied, at least. 85%. Well, now it's closing slightly in the Vil lead. Vil tried to hide in the woods, but he will be killed. Knights out here are still raiding. So which TC is the Imp TC? Okay, this one. Safe one. For a second I was like, well, if all the Vils die and the Imp TC is denied, but no, the Imp TC is safe. You've heard it's 14321. I think the answer to that is it depends. That could be an interesting stats project though. Just go through a whole bunch of recorded games, check TC timings for early Castle Age, and see if there's a pattern in win percentage.
Deus.
And 3, 2, 1, Imp. Roderick's nowhere close to GG. Will he keep playing? Looks like he will. There's forging for Husiel. Roderick's still not pushed. Down by 24 Vils. Mignell attacking the TC.
Tibi Sergio.
Cav Archer's killed by skirms. Let's play 1 TC feudal all in every game. That's how to do it. So Treb's popping out for Husiel. That castle is on the hill. Roderick's maybe trying desperately to take the wood line then. Maybe he's thinking he might have a win condition if he can deny Husiel of all wood. There isn't much wood out on the rest of the map, so you do have to hold on to your wood line. Assumption is that 1 TC equals fast imp. I mean, 1 TC could also be Monk Rush or Huang Rush or just something really aggressive.
Impera. Salve. Impera.
Trying to have military out before the boom happens. So split on the skirms there. Husiel still microing. There's the GG from Rodrix, and Husiel goes up 2-0. You can feel Rodrix did not want to lose with the Japanese on that map, but the Romans, the map control from Husiel a bit too good. That forward archery range caused a ton of damage, but that's how the map works when you can't wall to the edge all that easily. So well done, and that's a 2-0 lead for Husiel. Looking to try to close things out in a sweep then against Rodrix in the next game, as we will have that Lensois Mariensis. Home map won by Husiel. Part of me thinks Rodrix now goes to Fernando de Noronha and tries to pick the water map. The Japanese lose to the Romans, although Civ matchup-wise, what does he even go for there? I guess Portuguese. I think I like Malay and even Byzantines for the water map more. Bengalis may be an option. I don't think Mongols fast feudal on a water map would be a thing anymore. That was something you could do back in AOC. And it will actually be Malay Bengalis. Matchup, I think I prefer the Malay. I think I prefer the Malay here. And he will have Rodrix as the red Bengalis to the west. Husiel as the blue Malay to the east. And this will be, once again, our water map. Slight modifications to this one from the last time, as I tried to balance the gold location a bit more to make it consistent. Balanced the gold and stone on each of the center islands so they're the same, and also made sure that there's no super safe oyster right at the back for a back fish boom. Gotta at least go more towards the sides if you're gonna get gold on your fish boom. Maybe towards one of the corners. Try to find a whale. Capture Age still doesn't display the whales. Hopefully it does soon. Husiel, finding himself up 2-0 over Rodrix. Rodrix technically was the higher seed. He did upset Kapach last week. And forwardville now for Husiel on those shorefish. Heading in the dock. And pushing in the deer. You have 2 patches of deer on this map, so you do have to push them in. Gives you something to do with the scout. I wouldn't be surprised to see players lure in the boars or the javelinas with the scout. But perhaps having the simultaneous push plus lure is an advantage, and you still keep the HP on the scout. I haven't really seen landings on this map. We did see a couple, but usually that's a low elo player trying to upset someone much higher elo. But I think they could be part of the meta, considering how fast castle-focused it is. And they will have a back dock from Rodrix. Looking maybe for a whale, but not finding them. I do think if you want whale gold, then the forward dock has to be what you do. If you want to use that as part of your build order. That's the one thing I maybe need to look at on this map more, would be whale consistency and how easy it is to find them. Thank you, Duke, for the follow. Welcome in. Also, how are we doing on the Onamaru channel in terms of followers? Look at that, 1,581. And again, thank you everyone who's been following over on Onamaru. And Dingo ate me squid. Thank you for the follow. I managed to piece together the syllables in that name. So more deer pushes into the TC from Husiel. Trying to get that last deer in. Deer can always be stubborn. But I do like the forward docks. I think we've seen enough of this map to know you don't need to back dock to fast castle. And in case you get landed, easier to spot with a forward dock. In case you want to take the whale gold, easier to do with a forward dock. And then your docks still are in a better position when you need to make warships and fight. We saw in that matchup between Turs and the Crocs earlier that knowing what your opponent's opening is can influence what ships you want to make. And you don't want to panic and suddenly end up with a bunch of hulks versus longboats. So another dock for Husiel, second dock for him. Only one dock in the back for Rodrix, and Husiel up as the Malay very quickly. This could even be a fast feudal galley play from the Malay. When I've seen fast feudals, it feels that fire galley usually has been the opening that I see. Of all 3 ship types, it is the most useful against docks. Destroys the docks the quickest. So if you go for an opening, that's usually the ship. If you're close, you go for. If you're far away, or somewhat close, if you're this far away, part of me still likes the galley opening. And it looks like Husiel does too. The downside with the galley opening is not only can the fishing ships garrison and shoot arrows now, but it also takes 10 arrows to destroy them. In the past, it was only 6. So your galleys are not as good at killing fishing ships as they were in the past. The dock for Husiel. 3 dock forward for him. And this will be 3 dock galleys. Part of the difficult thing is you haven't scouted where your opponent is on this map. And right now it'll be 2 back docks on the complete opposite side for Rodrix. So getting his docks up in the right location. A few oysters there found on the side for Rodrix. If you do the oysters, you can try to skip a mining camp. That's a pretty greedy build, though. And you also do at some point want a mill if you want to unlock the market for the fast castle. So that's what we're seeing Rodrix doing now, doing the mill so that he can market and then FC, bringing some capybaras in under the TC. And the galleys will get to the fishing ships, but Rodrix already has more than enough food to not only click up to the castle age, but also do double bit axe. Also, Bengali fishing ships heal 15 HP per minute, that is, in the feudal age. That is fast. They can tank a few galley arrows and heal. So this is castle age for Rodrix. Who still is mining gold as Husiel will sail his galley around the back. Try to go around the edge of the island. Still have a few docks pumping out galleys for Husiel. As Vil picked off. Vil picked off. So good score lead for Husiel, but that could always flip once Castle Age comes in. But he's doing a great job of idling all the fishing ships right now. Some fire is pumping out to deal with the galleys. And since it is just galleys, Rodrix can go fires for now. Maybe that means Husiel swaps to hulks. There's some weak fishing ships, but again, we're seeing how long it takes galleys just to pick off one fishing ship. And Castle Age for Rodrix. More galleys on the way. 5 fishing ships in that dock. We'll have... There's the market for Husiel, so he's not going to stay feudal for long. Can sell the stone and buy his way up, or maybe even simply buy his way up without selling. On a water map, though, I feel that selling the stone almost always is worthwhile, since here on water maps, though, the people were asking about TC numbers. They had the calculation for TCs is very different. 1 TC to pump ships is usually the way to go, and then it's a trade-off between you're thinking about your imp timing versus how much fish do you have. If you have a lot of fish, you can maybe afford to add more TCs for more vills. Or you could lose the water completely and just try to boom with TCs and then come back on water, hoping your opponent overinvests. But I think that's really hard to do in the current meta, much harder than it was in the past. So there's Castle Age for Husiel. And I'm sure he'll click medium warships once he's up. No loom for Rodrix, part of why he lost that Vil early. As galleys will be forced away by the war galleys. And Bodkin arrow for Rodrix. Dock for Husiel, so he's going for an extra dock. And he needs to hold for medium warships, and then he needs to get numbers. Remember, medium warships also makes your ships produce more quickly. So that's an advantage for the fast castle. You can retake the water because of the production bonus if you lose it in feudal. And the docks are so far apart, it's hard to get enough forward pressure to destroy a dock, and even if you do, on this map, it's open enough your opponent can just rebuild it. And ABFFL, thank you very much for the sub.
Attila,
The Teutonic Knight
that boar
dance
would have
emote.
killed me had you not intervened. Pity that none will ever learn of your loyalty. Archers, attack!
And fire's closing in on the other fire. As Rodrix tries to sail around the back, we see Rodrix taking the score lead now. Res collected are very close. Military numbers still slightly favoring Rodrix, as are the Vil numbers. It's about ship composition now. Players, as I've been seeing, mostly fires and galleys. Hulks are a bit of a reluctant add. A lot of your arrogance will be your undoing. If only he had chosen to be an ally instead of ambushing us with those archers in the forest. Think about all the food on the iron boar going to waste. Yeah, so fire is still chasing the war galleys around. Fishing ships have to go... Well, they're done with fish now. They'll hop inside the dock. And with ballistics on the way, we actually have a very close matchup here, I think. Roderick's still with a good military lead, but he's not all together, and he might lose some war galleys to the fires here. His ship count, though, is still better for Roderick's. The galley ones will heal a bit during the fights, too. Feeling like Roderick's is taking this. Why no Hulk? I've seen players very reluctant to add in Hulks. Because, well, we do have one here. But in general, it feels that when you have fires and galleys, and both fires and Hulks in the middle, that the galleys still snipe off the Hulks. But I think there's still room for experimentation. And we'll probably see a few different preferences for Hulk Edition versus no Hulk Edition. Maybe this is too many Hulks instead of fires? Not feeling comfortable with the new units? Maybe, but I think it's more Hulks die to the galleys much faster than the fires do. And they feel it's not worth it having the Hulks in the middle of the fight. Here's Clinker Construction. But that's just the experience I've had from seeing pros play water in this meta. That they have an aversion to the Hulk on the super open water maps now. Maybe that changes over time. And there's careening for Husiel. So different priorities then. Husiel prioritizing the armor. Roderick's preferring the movement speed. Prioritizing the movement speed. That's the word I was looking for. So ballistics now, it is so weird for me to see war galley fights where ballistics is not clicked instantly because other upgrades at the university are deemed more valuable. And there we see the Hulks in the middle. Without ballistics, maybe they can dance a bit. They'll be effective against the fires, but not nearly all that tanky. Husiel getting forced back. Only a 4-vil difference, but Roderick's up by around 1,000 res collected. Big difference, though, would be when they both hit Imp. Husiel, as the melee, can go up much faster. He still has a good advantage in his back pocket. So with big fleets, Hulks are kind of vulnerable. And also with big fleets, Hulks get to the point where they can be one-shot by war galleys. Or maybe two-shot, but they don't last all that long against the fires like you'd want them to. And we see no Hulk for anyone as careening is in for Roderick's. Or clicked for him. Guard tower, we have guard tower from Husiel. I wonder with a game this close if we might finally see the islands be useful. Oh, we have a pause. Brief pause on the game. Roderick's needs a sec. Maybe he needs to check his hotkeys. I know the new water balance did mess up some dock hotkeys a bit, caused some conflicts. Could be 3 archery ranges per island, Wise Turtle. Or no, sorry, I got your name wrong. Same color as Wise Turtle right before you. Prido, there could be 3 archery ranges per island. There could be. There definitely could be. 3 farms per island, 3 lost farms per island. Surprised we've never actually seen T90 do farms on a neutral island before. That's about the right distance where he'd go for them, right? Q by default now creates demolition ships and fishing ships, right? And overlaps them. I need to check my dock hotkeys. I still use hotkeys very similar to the AOC hotkeys. Auto farm saves the day for T90. Well, auto farm. Oh, actually, that's a question. If you have, say, a mill on an island, and you fill the island with farms so that there aren't any more farm spaces, will auto farm then look for space on other islands? Does it treat water as a boundary like map scripts do for resources and refuse to place them over there, or will it hop over the water? Oh, a transport. There is a transport. Oh my gosh, there are 12 vills on a transport. And there is a fire ship attacking the transport. And the game is paused. I have no idea what Lavaza is. Which, personally, I like the Malay a bit more. I think their eco's a bit better. But they're both really good water civs, and I don't think this is a civ win. To up my coffee game, I just grab whatever generic coffees at the grocery store and put it in the coffee machine. Oh, it's the coffee at the breakfast place? Yes, I did have that coffee. Detecting if the enemy is built on the next island without looking for the auto farm. Well, you know how they removed the farms being placed in the black area to remove the farm scouting? Or adjusted that slightly? Could we bring back farm scouting by using auto farm if we place enough farms? Let's see, no update on the pause, still just a sec. Let me see, Arbase is pinging me on Discord with some map seeds. Let me check Arbase's bug report. Yeah, I agree, Arbase, that is awkward, but that's not the player forests, those are the generic map forests. Red has a few generic map forests near the player ones. Don't think there's too much to do about that. Yeah, that one map seed is pretty wild, though. Also, there is a time limit on this game. We won't have infinite islands. It is 824 years remaining. Husiel typing a question mark in the in-game chat, wondering where Rodrix is. So just as Husiel's about to go to for the landing, Rodrix has to run away. So we don't know what the pause is. We only know that there is a pause. Arbase is confused too. We all know the quality of the coffee is tied to the quality of the map scripting. It's tied to the quality of T-West staying awake to cast. Alright, Husiel. Oh, we have a sorry go from Rodrix. We are good. We are good. So, will the transport ship make it ashore? Will it be destroyed by the fire? It'll be close. It will be close. 22 HP. 19 HP and it makes it, and it gets destroyed, but the Vills are there, and they are dropping a castle. Castle drop from Husiel immediately after the pause. Big fight on the water happening at the same time. Rodrix is pulling his fleet back. If he pulls his fleet back, he might be able to kill some Vills. Maybe Husiel was thinking in desperation, okay, the Bengalis are going to win the fight, their ships heal, I need to drop a YOLO castle. Will the castle go up? Only 12 Vills, he didn't fill the transport with 20 Vills. The Vills are not going to finish the castle. Rodrix pulls back. Is this maybe a debate, though, to get Rodrix to go for the castle while Husiel turns and fights? And immediately, we get a GG. So a game that looked like it might go for an endless water fight suddenly is ended by a botched castle drop. After a pause. Okay, that was a crazy ending. But Rodrix gets himself on the scoreboard. Here we go. And KD, military count, he was always slightly ahead since Castle Age. And again, the fast castle approach. Bit of a stronger eco, even against the Malay. Making a big difference there, and at the end the castle drop ends it. Very, very sudden ending to the island game. But hey, that's how it goes sometimes. The pause had to build up some tension for that moment. It is Bengalis winning over Malay. And these players have been pretty good about getting right into the next map. And it will be Saya dos Corajas as game number 4. And this is probably a good spot for the Magyars in that Civ draft. Mongols versus Magyars, maybe. Could even go Saracens here if you're thinking Magyars. I guess Byzantines work too. Maybe Byzantines would be saved for game 5. Don't know what the game 5 Civ is. Maybe Portuguese. Not a big fan of the new water balance. I think I agree with that. I feel that just having rock, paper, scissors makes it rather boring. In the past, go back to AOC, Galley Micro at least was a lot of fun. And when you got to the Castle Age, you suddenly unlocked new options for the fire ship and the demo. And it wasn't just a pure rock, paper, scissors, because one of those 3 in the triangle, the demo, was kind of unique in that it exploded. Now it just feels more like a pure rock, paper, scissors triangle, which feels kind of just more generic and less creative. Those are kind of my thoughts. Also, fishing ships and docks, I still feel that they deny comeback opportunities. Yeah, so tomorrow we're going to start around 12 GMT. We'll have Lewis versus Alive. At 14 GMT, we'll take our pick between FedEx versus Vivi or Nacho versus Tato. Then we have Doubt at 15 GMT and Jordan at 17:30 GMT. What is Jordan doing playing so late? Jordan versus Pela. And still in the lobby for this one. Maybe Rodrix needs a brief break. Hello, Clown Eye and the Huntress. So while we're waiting for them, again, just make sure you go give the Onamaru stream a follow too. We're almost at 1,600 followers. We're at 1,585, so a few more followers, and we get around another 100 or so almost today. It's been lovely to see all the support for the streams. Can you give me a moment? There's a terrible mess here. Okay, Rodrix needs to clean up a mess. Okay. I'll probably take a brief moment and run to the bathroom too while we're waiting to get that started. And once again, we also have Scotty versus Lucho coming up at the top of the hour in about 40 minutes. Probably a good heavy favorite for Lucho, but Scotty's a US player, so I'm definitely going to cast Scotty. And I'll cast T90's TTL set after that. Alright, looks like they've launched and it'll be Byzantines against Gajurs. That's Byzantines for Husiel. And Gajurs for Rodrix. And here we go. So Rodrix looking to pull off the reverse sweep. Husiel looked pretty strong in those first two games. And Byzantines, I still think Byzantines are amazing. And against the Gajurs in particular, I think that having the cheaper camels in the Castle Age is better than having the better camels. And in my experience, numbers usually matters more than quality in the camels. It's a quantity battle. Oh, look at that cute new flag on the mill, though. Gotta appreciate that. Gotta appreciate the flags. Georgians or Armenians? What about Georgians or Armenians? Mule carts might be interesting on this map, going for the wood lines. More houses up for Husiel as the deer are... Ooh, is he gonna go for the double deer push? You'd have to line it up again. Okay, no, just a single deer push. That's a red flag? I said it's a new flag. It's clearly red. So Tapir lured in there from Husiel, just a normal boar lure for him as he's pushing in the deer. Now Byzantines a Civ, we have seen scouts openings on this map a few times. Probably not going to be what the Byzantines go for. No bloodlines for them. Usually it's the Castle Age transition to stables from the camels that they would do. Yeah, it's clearly a red flag, but it's also a new reworked graphical asset. Rodrig's garrisoning the herdables is a bit of a red flag instead of taking them. Well, he is taking the Tapir. I guess Gajurs might be slightly weaker because you have one herdable that you're probably taking right at the start of the game under the TC unless you want to go to the berries. And then you're only putting 5 in the mill. Maybe you assign vills to berries and then put the other all 6 in the mill. Thank you, Polak, for the follow. Now, it's Camel Scout for Rodrix, and still pushing in his deer. Can you hunt with the TC and consume them? The tapirs, yes. The deer, yes. The herdables, I don't think you can shoot with your own TC. So similar builds, 19 pop up for both players with Loom. Husiel will be scouting around the edge of the map, sees that Rodrix has fairly easy to wall to the edge, the wood lines. And oh my gosh, Byzantines, let's go. Old school Byzantines forward. No barracks yet, so this will be a forward barracks for spears and then a range accompanying it for skirms. And now he needs to run the scout around Rodrix's base in a way that doesn't make Rodrix suspicious of the barracks, and also in a way that he doesn't scout it. So, barracks not there, he's running back. This is where if Rodrix really pays attention to the scout movement, he's thinking, maybe Husiel is running me away from something that I should be scouting. And here's the forward range, still not seen. Defensive range, so at the very least this is a range and not a stable. I think a stable would probably is kind of instant death against Byzantine spears. You're small walling on the other side of the map and then the scouts don't do damage and the skirms and spears kill you when you're this open. What, is he still unaware? He still doesn't know this is here. Still hasn't seen it. The range is definitely on his face and is almost under his TC. But here come what's in the shadows? Oh my gosh, 4 vills, that wall's not going up. That's Byzantine time. Just Byzantine things here. Vills from the TC pulled to fight, and Rodrix is in a lot of trouble. He's got a mess to clean up IRL and in his base at the same time. As this will be now a hill advantage for Husiel. Husiel did scout both lumber camps, so he knows he's disrupting only one. But Rodric's pulling more vills here than Husiel is. And Byzantine skirms and spears both are cheaper. So Husiel here is, I think, happy simply to run around and try to amass more military. Wait for the fight. Has to be careful against the camel scout with his own scout. As he tries to hit the spear. You don't want to lose HP on your scout. Spears do go down. 1-1, 2-1 KD. Rodric's winning the KD early on, but he did pull more vills. And he's going to try to wall this in. There's a gate that goes up to hit the spear, but the camel scout forces the scout away. Spear out of the barracks. Rodric's trying to wall everything. Scout needs to get to the spear. He'll take a hit from the camel scout as it loops around. Skirm down. 3-3 KD. Vills are going to start going down as spears come out. That's a Vill now down for Rodric's. All the forward Vills still alive for Husiel. The range not walled in. Rodric's desperately trying to fight. Rodric's actually has more res collected so far. During all this mayhem with the Vill fight, he is getting free resources from that 5 herdable garrison in the mill. Little weak Vills here. These Vills forward for Husiel are not weak at all. They still have tons of HP. And he still has stone. He's not committed to a tower yet. No counterattack at all. One way to counterattack would be to get 3 archers and walk them to the other side of the map. That's hard to do when you're under this much pressure, and you constantly need to be making skirms to keep up your numbers and try to match the Byzantines. Oh man, I love seeing this. Makes me feel like I'm playing the Age of Kings again with spears and skirms. Now, ooh, housed. Husiel is housed. All those forward vills are fighting. He needs to build a house. The range getting closer to being walled off, I guess, but the skirm numbers keep growing. That camel scout HP is still insane. 70 hit points is a lot. Skirm numbers here, though, pretty good for Husiel. Much better to micro with. Once he can actually do a good bit of damage with a skirm volley, another Vill goes down. So it's a 4-1 eco KD. Feels like Husiel should be pulling ahead here. He's killing some skirms. 10-10 KD, but Byzantines with the production should have more units overall. Camel Scout very weak. Will snipe a Vill. 4-2 now. More Vills have been fighting here. Neither player with a good idle eco percentage. We can have a second range. Second range more skirms for Husiel. And he still has his tower. Both players still have their tower in their back pocket to throw down with the stone. Okay, but second range, just Byzantine things. Cheap enough to afford 2 ranges and a forward? That is crazy. Skirming will continue until morale improves. Oh, that's what we're seeing at this lumber camp. That Vill facing a good skirming. Vill's back from the palisade. And those are some low HP everything there for Rodric's. Spear Skirm is fun to play too. Well, Husiel is playing Byzantines almost to perfection here, it feels, with this forward. He's now disrupting the next lumber camp. Vill goes down again. More scouts, though. That means has to be spears, but scouts out for Rodric's. Alright, wait just a minute here. Rodric's able to get the wall up. If he can separate the skirms, then the scouts can do damage. This wall might be clutched now. The skirms are separated into 2 areas. The wood line's walled up more. The skirms are numerous enough they can fight the scouts. No upgrades on the scouts, so no bloodlines. 5-2 eco KD. Still a Vill lead for Husiel. Rodric's tries to get back to the wood line. He's going to try to wall the skirms in for the TC to do more damage. And that is a successful wall. Double gates, which he deletes immediately to reclaim the wood as the skirms all die. And all of a sudden, the military count actually is a lead for Rodric's, who, with scouts, might have an option to counterattack now. After Husiel's done all of that pressure. 23-16 overall KD for the defending player. And after all those Vills being forward, finally managing to get a bit of breathing space, as he needs to micro the scouts away from the spear, and the skirms to fight the spear. There's the spear getting a poke. And Husiel might be cleaned up here now that good scout numbers are out. More spears on the way. And after a great opening, Husiel delved too greedily and too deep into this base with the skirms, got walled off. That was a huge wall for Rodrix, but it was a clutch wall. And now it's a 10-3 military difference. There's no real way for Rodrix to do damage with skirms and scouts if Husiel is walled right now. That lumber camp is far from the wood line. That gold is exposed, and these villas here haven't walled at all. Here come the scouts, 4 scouts, at least the berries are all taken, so there's nothing else out there, fewer places to defend now. Husiel will keep adding in skirms, and Jaguar will chase a skirm and get a kill. There we go, the Jaguar getting a kill. Yeah, not walled, 0 buildings at home. Oh, look at that. Look at how quickly we're walled. Okay, who said we're not walled? Who said we're not walled? This is looking walled. Has wood left, just needs to wall over here and he's fine. Means that blacksmith is part of the wall, maybe by the TC. Scouts try to run in, he needs gates. And he will throw the walls up. He will throw up 3 houses, and I don't think that's an overchop. I think that's a full wall off. Is there a gap between the houses? As the scouts turn around, I'll say no. And that was a quick wall. And oh look, the ranges at the front were still in use. That's a lot of skirms now. Byzantines never run out of skirms. Skirms trying to hit the spears. Skirm numbers going down. They're very low on HP. Now, the spear trying to debate the skirms into the spear to get the other skirms to kill the skirms. And everything going down for Rodrix. Another spear comes forward. Spear's getting some pokes on the scouts. Husiel recovering with some great quick walling to keep his base safe and keep the army out. Spear kills a scout there. 3 scouts, 2 of them are very low HP. Even if they get in, they shouldn't be able to snipe vills. As Husiel trying to do another lumber camp. And he's still forward with his ranges. It is, oh, hello villager, you got to the back of the woodline. I think it's Rodrix's turn to over-chop this woodline as there is a hole. Perhaps the vill will, by walking back and forth, reveal said hole. And Jaguar MVP too, killing that skirm. The Jaguars have been good today. Poor boy Wonder running into the rough map generation on Mont Pasquale. All the Jaguars on his side. So Castle Age for Rodrix. And we'll see maybe a stable for Husiel. And Castle Age also for Husiel. Clicked. And I think we're both somewhat evenly up to the Castle Age, but also maybe the next point in time for the Byzantines to shine is 2 scouts go down, when they'll go for camels. So next we expect to see stables. Yep, there's 1 stable, we'll probably see a second, maybe armor even on the way up, and then elite skirm camel is usually what Byzantines play in the Castle Age. And all this happened without fletching. No fletching for either player, but the forward's so early. Can't get fletching. 7 vills down against Byzantines, probably not a good state to be in. You do have 5 herdables in the mill, though. That helps make up for it, right? Scout hits the skirm as spears want to poke down the scout. Skirm's fighting scouts now. More spears come over. Skirms start to go down. Rodrix up to the Castle Age. And Bodkin arrow for Rodrix. That's true, he does have wheelbarrow, so that helps make up for at least 3 of the vills, and he is up a tiny bit earlier. So that'll close the gap a bit too. And also the forward army from Husiel getting cleaned up. Earlier Castle Age and Elite Skirm. Remember, Gajurs do not have pikemen, they only have spears. So I think that makes the camels even more tempting against them. And both with similar idle TC time, too. Husiel definitely up ahead in terms of vills, though. 5-2 Vil KD. Wheelbarrow being a difference there. Defensive Monastery 2. But now the camels need to be amassed. They need to get their armor and be ready to fight the skirms. That's where blacksmith upgrades are crucial for the camels, the armors, and the attack upgrade. At least forging. But for camels, they will find the skirms and especially the scouts and try to force them away. And they should clean the scouts with no problem. And then try to jump the skirms. Don't know if I like fighting the skirms here. Scouts are weak. If we had 5 scouts and more blacksmith upgrades, that'd be one thing. Is this a good fight for Husiel? Rodric's losing some skirm HP. Trying to do his own camels now. Guess in the end that is a good fight. Some camels will come over, but it might be hard to fight camel versus camel when the skirms are there. And we can see the attack bonus. Let's see, attack reload time of 2. Oh no, it's the Hindustani bonus. It's the plus extra attack. Plus extra bonus attack. So plus 12 against Cav, plus 7 against camel units. They essentially have plus 2 attack against camels, and then they'll have bloodlines. Plus 2 attack plus bloodlines. Heavy plow before bow saw. Now that is a choice. Especially as Byzantines. I guess he just wants to make a lot of farms in a short while, then maybe go for camel spam. He'll still want bow saw at some point. Has to be careful about his gold, though. Doesn't have another gold behind the TC, so he's okay doing a mining camp there, even if he has to abandon the front gold. Camels now from Husiel, blocking reinforcements. And will be hard to raid under all this production now from Husiel. As the camels can come back, and then maybe 1 or 2 monks pop out, and looks like Rodrix doesn't want to overstay his welcome. 3 TCs for Husiel too, as he's opening up a nice villager lead. Some camels will come over. We'll have forging just about added in for Rodrix. All the camels here going down. Camels will turn and fight the skirms too. Fight the skirms, and is this a horrible fight for Rodrix with the skirms? Camels still only 1 armor upgrade, but that might be enough. The skirms are awkward with their min range. A few more camels, not scouts, camels come over for Rodrix. And maybe Husiel needs to avoid overextending. And try to run his camels away. Not the skirms. Yes, the skirms. This will now be 3 TCs for Rodrix. And I feel the way to play this is maybe just boom a bit into camel spam. And yeah, there's the 3rd stable for Husiel, as he wants to get more camel numbers than Rodrix. Yeah, now using the blacksmith, husbandry plus forging. And then you want to see armor and more attacks. All while working on the numbers. And up there's a hole. Always a hole. The camels will be by a TC with fletching. Husiel needs to notice. Maybe, oh, there's a jaguar. Won't kill a camel on the side, though. Camels could deny a TC. Will there be quick walling from Rodrix? A couple of weak vills there. Yes, there will be quick walling, just in time to save the vills. Monk puts the relic in the monastery, then wants a conversion. Gets it. No devotion, I'd imagine, for Husiel. Some camels start hoovering around his eco. Another camel versus skirm fight that feels like maybe Husiel doesn't want to take it yet. Has forging on the camels, still with a monk, wants a conversion. If he gets a conversion, then I think he has the numbers to jump this. The conversion will be huge, though. Same time, lots of camels forward taking fights, trying to be uphill. Ranges still are forward. Not cleaned yet. And now maybe the camels finally kill the skirms. Just cameling around. Here's the kill. 5 vil difference. Res collected still very similar. But gold shaft mining before bow saw. Husiel must forget that he needs bow saw. But I guess he wants food for farms and gold for camels, or food from the farms and gold from the mines for camels. So those are the upgrades he's doing. I think he does need to collect bow saw now, though. Now that he has resources. Civ win. I do feel Byzantines are the better civ in this matchup. Rodri so far is holding on, competing in eco. And still does have the better camels, the bloodlines. Handcart for Husiel. Neither player with the Castle Age blacksmith upgrades. Yeah, and Rodri with the 4th TC is caught up in vil number. Now here's also the problem for Rodrix. If Husiel gets Imp, he gets Cataphracts. And yes, the camels will have extra bonus attack for the Gajurs, but Cataphract should still wreck them. Gajurs maybe need to go... They don't have Arbalests. Maybe Elephant Archers. Without the final armor. I don't know what Gajurs do against Cataphracts. They only have spears, they don't even have pike. Maybe the answer then is just Hussar spam and raid and try not to fight Cataphracts. Extra melee armor wreck Cataphracts? I would think not, but I think they'd also be the best camel against Cataphracts. I know Cataphracts wreck imp camels, but maybe the melee armor makes a difference. And we have a big camel fight in the middle. And I think that is mostly Byzantine camels that died there. And with the oh my gosh, with the outposts, Husiel sees the forward vils. How will he react to that? He could go Imp soon as the Byzantines. Imp will be cheap, and it would then be a castle fight against Byzantines. So monks want conversions, crossbows added in for Rodrix, and he'll do his own castle. Not trying to do a castle face-off, but doing it defensively. More ranges as he sees the crossbows. The MVP outpost, that castle will not be raised. Also, Rodrix sent 9 female villagers. And castle there, killing camels. But Husiel losing the camel fight, getting maybe to that late Castle Age stage where the upgrades are mattering. But Imperial Age on the way, more ranges added in, and is it Cataphract time? It's a time maybe for a second castle, maybe for some walls. That's open, that's not walled. Okay, Rodrix raiding the eco of Husiel. Military count is 1, and that imp. Oh, that feels rough. Maybe only 3 stables against the 4 TC now was taking his foot off the gas in terms of camel production, letting Rodrix win that fight. Instead of going up, could have done blacksmith upgrades earlier. It had maybe a 4th stable with camels. It had more numbers for the fight, but that was a great fight for the Gajur camels. Another TC for Husiel. I think if he wants to go Cataphract, he'd need another castle. Imp for Rodrix. And, well, what does Husiel do upon hitting Imp? Not much. He doesn't have any units to upgrade. He's losing all of the vils. He's down in vils now. It's been an insane raid from Rodrix. There are vils out here Rodrix will find as he's running around. Will he see them? He's got to see them. Yes, he does. He sees them fleeing in terror at the sight of the camels, who were just passing. And finally turning and attacking. Might lead some of the camels into the castle, though, so he's being wary. Goes back to his own castle. And yeah, I'm still wondering, Cataphract, what happens there? Cataphracts are super expensive, though. You need the elite upgrade and the logistica to get them to their final form, and you need more castles. Now, Rodrix, though, he still would want not just Kshatriyas for their food discount, but also Frontier Guards, so the camels have extra melee armor. Logistica, though, should do splash damage that ignores the melee armor. If I'm correct. No ballistics for the skirms. That's just coming in now. Okay, now it's finished. His chemistry is on the way. And there it is. There is Kshatriyas. Now you can do very cheap light cav and raid everywhere with light cav. Byzantines don't have bloodlines, don't have blast furnace, otherwise they do at least have hussars. So they can go for all 3 trash units in the Imperial Age, Elite, Skirm, Halb, and Hussar. Pikeman there, Pikeman from Husiel, who can also go Halb. Imp just finishes for Rodric, as Husiel takes a score lead again. Remember, Byzantines are still scary. Oh look, there's an outpost of Ildyne to a TC, nice heads up TC garrison. Pikeman denying the castle rather than protecting the skirms. And Fort Castle from Husiel, does he have the pikemen to construct this? It is blocked initially by the camels. There the vills go. There they go. And is that enough vills? Some vills will be sacrificed. It's a risk that Husiel is taking to get the castle up. Also be behind in Treb numbers, but this is uphill and, well, it is Byzantines. Treb's going for this castle. Byzantine castles are OP. Trebs are being shot at there. And big raid, but pikemen there to clean it up. Alright, alright. It feels like Husiel is stabilized now. Trevamschreider swap. As he's trying to treb this castle. And those are indeed Trevamschreiders. Chemistry just finished. Lots and lots of pikemen into the Trevamschreiders. Skirms, no ballistics, that's just on the way for Rodrics. They won't have their final armor. So Byzantines with fully upgraded skirms should be scary here, especially if pikemen are around to deal with the Trebs and with the Trevamschreiders. Pikemen closing in on the Trebs. Husiel taking a bigger score lead. Byzantines showing just how good their cheap trash units are. Bills forward on the lumber camp, ready to repair the castle if needed. Halbs in now, getting their final armor. They have iron castings, so those are about to be full Byzantine halbs. I guess they could still use arson and squires. They'll want to push that Treb if they can, keep this castle standing. And more armor for the Cav, still waiting as the castle goes down for some cataphracts. Trevamschreiders will try to chase the cannon away, so Husiel will wall in front of the Trebs. Castle over here, some Trevamschreiders there. Don't know if Rodrix has noticed to try to deny it. More Trevamschreiders on the way. Might be able to deny the castle as he pushes with skirms again. Lost the castle on the right, but trying to hold on the front. Treb not going for the castle, just going for some houses. This castle here, 90%. There are quite a few Trevamschreiders there. There's one Vil left in all this mayhem with 6 HP. Who is fleeing from the castle at 92%. Nope, she's back. Hero Villager will finish the castle for us. 6 HP, more than enough to finish the castle. That's now on this extra stone. Chain barding armor for Rodrix on the way. Halbs push forward. Castle killing some skirms. Cavalier for Husiel. Well, it's better at raiding against skirms. If there isn't much gold for Rodrix, makes sense. No herbal medicine for the Byzantines, the one monk tech they lack, since their monks heal faster. As a team bonus. Our base calling it as over, as this castle for Rodrix will crumble. Outpost for Outposts? How valuable have outposts been? Byzantine outposts, not just Freetown Watch, but Freetown Patrol. Look at that vision. I gotta zoom out just to see the vision. The text is blocking it. Look at that. Chat's blocking, zoom out even more. Outposts use so much of the extra resources on the map. Bombard cannon taking down the TC. Treb's taking down the TC.
Tagliare.
Cannon destroying skirms. Well, Ethiopians are a team bonus, right? You can do Ethiopian plus Byzantine outposts in a team game. And that should hit the max 20 line of sight if the Ethiopian outposts themselves don't. So plate running armor for Rodrix. Blue dots all over Rodrix's base, but it does look like Husiel has gotten to the end game position where the light cav line is inside his opponent's base. He's just nearing 200 pop. Rodrix's final 2 TCs are in trebuchet and bombard cannon range. As Rodrix is desperately trying to cling to some population, his farmers are idled, everything is falling apart, and the Trebs are in a position to take out the starting TC. And don't think there'll be any repairs there, not like they could repair all that well anyway against 4 Trebs and 2 cannon. That will go down, only 1 TC stands remaining. And he's desperately trying, he's clinging, he doesn't want to lose. Putting another TC in the southern corner. As the cannon will take out the archery ranges. Trebs roll forward, they'll go for the TC. And there's the GG. How did he bounce back from one army? He is the Byzantines. That's how, he is the Byzantines. And his army is cheap to produce. The camels, the spears, the skirms, everything he was making there as he worked towards then that cav raiding composition. He did the light cav later on. But he needed halbs in a hurry to deal with the camels and he got them. The Gajurs didn't really have an answer to deal with halb skirm. Maybe Chakram Thrower deals with that, but they don't have the numbers the Byzantines do. And Byzantines OP? Also the fact that when Byzantine castles have so much HP and imp, that yeah, there are Ford castles and Trebs, but he can hold against that. He has time. The castles give him time. Alright, and that is just about perfectly timed because 3 minutes from now we're going to have another set. Better KD for the Byzantines, and yeah, you can see that military difference as that cheap military led to a very quick climb back up to around 50, 51, 56 by the end. Had the economy to produce an imp. So GG. Georgians with cannon be too strong? I think it's good that Georgians are somewhat weak late game, so I think they have the best late game eco. So our final set will then be Lucho versus Scotty. Let me just give this final map win to Husiel. Byzantines over Gajurs. Almost made it work there. Well done from Rodrix, but Husiel just a bit too strong with the Byzantines. Maybe the Byzantines are just what's too strong. So next will be Lucho versus Scotty. I'll look for their drafts, stay tuned, and we'll be right back. Oh wait, I'm reading the scheduling channel. Is this schedule confirmed, our base? I just saw some new... That looks like second round scheduling, okay. No, so I think Sato's set is done. So the ELO difference in Sato's set was 2k9 versus 2k2. And the set started an hour after Rodrix Husiel and is finished already, so... Nothing really to jump into there, I don't think. Actually, we had an hour-long game on Fernando de Noronha. I might just go look at that later to see what a long game looks like on that map. Looks like Fast Turtle at least put up a pretty good fight. Hour-long game on Pantanal, too. That might be interesting to check out, but we're going to go for the live set. Oh, no, never mind. That wasn't an hour-long game. That was 1 hour ago. Never mind. Never mind. I read the timer wrong. I read 1 hour without seeing the ago. Never mind. Alright, Lucho versus Scotty coming up soon. Alright, so just about done with the draft. Oh, Arbase, did Arbase go to bed? He missed a Celts pick from Lucho. We'll have Seados Courageous as our first map again, so we'll see that twice in a row. Good old Terrace. And Aztecs, then Teutons drafted by Scotty. Teutons. Well, we saw Tato win a game with Teutons. Good old cheap farms. Could Teutons become meta? What is that? What are these Teuton picks? Do we think he'll use them? I mean, Aztecs, too. Those are some civs there at the end of the draft. I mean, you only need 5 civs. Maybe he's just picking them for fun, but still, Teutons? That is crazy. Aztecs to Clown? Aztecs on Bala de Selva. Or even Coast Arena. Both could clown there. Teutons could be a Coast Arena civ. So we have our best of 5 here. This will be our final set of the night. And then I think we'll be down to cast some TTL. As T90's playing. It's the best looking elite unique unit. It is definitely the elite Cataphract, let's be honest. Teutonic Knights are nice, but they're no Cataphracts. Elite Magyar Hussar. You like the Elite Magyar Hussar, really? That's an interesting one. Persian Elite War Elephant because elephants? Okay, that's a good one. It's a good one. Not a Cataphract, but it's a good one. Now, the Centurions want to grow up to be Cataphracts. Let's see if Addictive Me wants to cast later or not. I think he's been casting all day too. The Liao Dao big ol' beefy sword? That's the thing, Catans make them so rarely despite the fact that they're incredibly strong. I don't see the elite version all that often. Elite longbows are good too. Gotta hand it to them, they're pretty good. Casting all day is how you get warmed up to cast all night. 11. Prepared for the super long casting days, it would seem. Hopefully they get started soon. Okay, there we are in a lobby. Playing on the Chilean server is Sea dos Corajas. Spoken like a true passive content consumer. As we're 7 hours in, so this will probably be a good 8-hour stream. I think Arbase has been updating the schedule for tomorrow. So thanks to Arbase for helping out with that. And Jeep, how you doing, Jeep? Good evening to you. Hello again, do all the quests. Hopefully your quests have been completed today. Getting your quest cape. And Der Grosse Chantini. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, everyone. As we're in the lobby, probably just getting started, I hope. See how long it takes them to 14. Oh, and they have gone for it. And no Teuton's pick, unfortunately. Even though they're in the draft. Lucho has gone for the Tatars. And Scotty for the Romans. If Lucho in the blue, Scotty in the red, colors make sense. Argentina versus USA. So final set of the day, with potentially casting Rex of T90 in the Community Cup after this. We'll see if Addictive Me still wants to go later on. Getting to the time of year where my allergies have started. I walked out of the gaming room and then suddenly into another room with an open window and they hit me. Hit me hard, so we're recovering though. We're back in the lovely PCU keeping everything warm room. But Tatars Romans, one of those good old Cav Archer versus Scorpion matchups. Kind of would have wanted to see Celts, for a Huang push on this map, but that might be Valle de Silva, where we see Celts. Could also be, ooh. I think that's the only place we see Celts. I was gonna say Araucarias, but doesn't really feel like Black Forest enough for Celts with siege onagers to be useful. He's doing a buffer set? Alright. So here we are, same map as we just casted. We'll have Lucho as the blue Tatars to the southwest, and Scotty as the red Romans to the northeast. What is the TTLC? Is that still play all threes? Like, if it's a best of 7, I don't think I'm up for 7 games, but if it's a play all 3, I can do 3 games. Play all 3? Perfect. And there is the Tapir taken down. And, immediate barracks from Scotty. So Roman Drush taking the straggler trees. Hoping... Oh, what the heck is this? Why is there a big patch of dirt inside of that wood line? What the heck? Map generation. What is going on there? Alright, let me make a note to myself to look at that map. I mean, that'd be the best spot for a lumber camp foundation. So perfect you can't even fit it. But why did that happen? That's weird. There's a weird wood line. I mean, it's not an admin route or anything. It's not like he doesn't have a lumber camp, but that is peculiar. You could always scout that and just do the lumber camp there anyway. So, oh, that is weird. Nothing in the woodline generation should affect that. That's just a awkward map thing. I've not seen that anywhere.
TB
Anyway, it
Serbia.
will be a few militia for Scotty. Coming forward, instant drush. Not scouted by Lucho. He might see the militia. Will he see it? One tile away. Doesn't see the militia. So far, it's hidden. He didn't see the barracks. Which way will he run? Towards the barracks, and he sees it now. So less than 4 minutes in, and he scouts it. He sees the barracks, and he might instantly wall the wood line there. Maybe when one more Vil gets in. He's doing loom. He sees the barracks. He doesn't see the militia, so early loom. And he's actually just going to send a ton of Vils with loom over to the wood line and click up to the feudal age. So 19 pop with loom timing. Wasn't even like that was an early loom for the militia, it's just loom. And he's deciding, I'll fight with the Vils. 4 Vils, let's fight. Thank you, Kurt, for the follow. And 3 militia and a scout. Chance to wall now. Doesn't have to fight this, but choosing to fight. Bill lost a tiny bit of HP. Now the Josh wants to do some idle time damage. He's waiting to wall off. Going for a quick wall now. And he'll get the wall up. I think it's need to be one more tile so the Vils would work properly, but that's fine. I'm gonna chop into here. That is so weird. And some Vils on the mill will wall everything up. Add in some palisades. Ooh, get the repairs at just the right moment. That's a very weak palisade, and Lucho has to repair that. Lucho has to repair. There's another barracks, and this is an Infinity Dark Age drush from Scotty. More militia. More Roman militia, another quick wall. This might work against lower elo players. I don't think it's going to work against Lucho, who is going to be on point with all of his quick walls. Certainly not what he was maybe expecting, though. Yeah, a few more walls on the wood line, trying to extend it. And he'll be going for the archery range. Won't be on gold, but can do skirms. And the scouts will come forward. Just now doing the mill is Scotty. Does not have the food to go up. I think Scotty's dead. I think Scotty's completely dead. He's done no damage with these militia. He doesn't have the food to get it to the feudal age. I think Scotty knows he has to get weird to win. He's just doing loom now. I mean, he has no farms. Do 6 Vils on berries produce Vils on his way up to feudal? I don't think so. He needs farms now. Those are going to be farms without horse collar. He doesn't have an eco upgrade. Did he make too many militias? 5 militias is a lot. That's an Aztec-style drush. But that was always drush FC when you were walled. You're not going to get a competitive feudal age time there. I mean, Scotty would have to FC behind this build, I'd think. Maybe you could FC Scorpions, but that's not going to have the timing you'd normally have in a Phosphoro. So, Tatars are picked for Lucho because he wants the hill bonus on the map with tons and tons of hills. Roman's just a good aggressive civ, I think, with a good eco. Can be used on a variety of maps. And there he goes, feudal age, 20 seconds of idle TC time, 4 farms. No one on gold, so he can't FC unless he heavily uses the market. All that, and Scotty's gotten 0 eco kills, and Lucho's eco is still more efficient. 219 idle eco to 322, or 1.4% to 2%.
Salam.
Now the Vils chopped into that dirt patch. That's that ever-perplexing dirt patch.
Impera.
Oh, he's using it, doing another lumber camp on the dirt patch. Perfect, he has the most perfect lumber camp spot.
Salve.
And the Jaguar, will that kill a militia? No, too many militia. The Archer might, though. Archer, Spear, Scout, all chasing the militia. Well, Scout not chasing so much as running ahead and keeping an eye on them. Scout for Scotty's still alive, though. Hasn't taken a hit despite being in the Dark Age. That's good for the Scout. FC Longsword? He can't even FC, though. He doesn't have gold.
Impera.
And the Scout can't run into the militia. He's watching it, though. He's watching it.
Serbia.
I guess he does Men-at-Arms now, but he doesn't have gold for the Man-at-Arms upgrade. Just moving to gold now. Doing an archery range. It's going to have to be skirms. Double bit axe. In terms of eco, he's still okay. He's not too far behind in Vil count. Just a bit idled on that TC, so maybe he's okay still. No town watch from Lucho. I was thinking maybe that would explain some of the Vil difference, but I guess Lucho's ahead, so it wouldn't. I'm not going to get outclassed in a normal game. Let's go hard from minute 1. Scotty, probably. Trying to do something fancy. So 5 militia drush.
Impera.
Good old Aztecs. How old is Lucho?
Tibi Serbio.
This might have been the meta from before he was even born. Aztecs 5 militia drush.
Hazır.
And there's the men-at-arms upgrade. Now, if this were an FC and he had scorpions soon, I might not mind it too much. But now I don't know what the follow-up is. As Lucho has cleanly managed his eco, he will click up. And then can do whatever he wants. Boom, step lancers, cav archers. Armor plus men-at-arms. And even the corner on the side, Lucho remembering to wall. Scotty won't get there.
Tibi Serbio.
Men-at-arms turn to fight the spear. They'll get a spear kill, but can't really chase the archers. They run at the same speed. So the archers can shoot and run away. Maybe they can chase? Maybe the scout can block a bit.
Emriniz.
There's Lucho up to the castle age. This was certainly interesting. And I'm sure Scotty has practiced this, and it has worked before. But Lucho had a back woodline and had quick walls to the point where he was okay. Palisades going up for Lucho. Man-at-arms trying to break through the wall, but no success there. Padded archer armor, he's just gonna go all in men-at-arms. He's committed to it. 8 men-at-arms now, skirms on the way forward. I think Lucho just gets up and doing a stable. Gets up, does 3 knights, and then fights. Maybe even 4 knights to make sure you take a really good fight. Maybe even invest into bloodlines or armor, but stable, and then you can do another TC at the same time. So you do a second TC to get a Vil lead, Knights while you're getting ready to clean it up. Bowsaw even in preference to Bodkin because you're not going to fight, you're just going to have a better wood eco. Think it's very strong? There are certainly merits to it. I think the timing simply wasn't there from Scotty because the Drush did no damage. If the Drush does damage, then it's different, but here maybe all a men-at-arms skirms would have been. He had to have been at normal feudal age time for men-at-arms skirms rather than all in Dark Age. What is Scotty? Scotty's from the US. Also, Lucho doesn't have a flag for some reason. Why does he not have a flag? Oh, because I wrote WR for Wonders instead of AR for Argentina. Fix that. There we go.
Salve.
I abbreviated his team instead of his country, where I was supposed to put the country.
Impera.
Well, this is a pretty hard map to wall, right? And now it's Knight, Cav Archer, Archer.
Tibi Serbio.
See, the Knight's fighting just a bit too soon. I think he needs one more Knight before that fight.
Tibi Serbio.
That's something you need to estimate properly. Maybe it's okay. I mean, everything's cleaned.
Salve.
Knight lost some HP, but if you're, say, doing a monk and healing it, you're fine. Now, TC's actually denied. Wait, the TC is denied on the other side. I was looking at the cleanup, but the TC's denied. So Scotty's still applying some pressure. Does have a 7 Vil lead with a Roman economy. Is still forward with skirms to fight off the Cav Archers, but has no answer to the Knights right now, other than hoping that the Knights are too weak to fight. Knight, no upgrades on it either. And Arm's going for the Vils. Okay, we finally got some eco kills thanks to that TC. Scotty's up to the castle age. Res collected are still close.
Salve. Tibi Serbio.
Scotty cannot fight Knights though. Cannot fight Knights. Low HP Knight runs away. Low HP Scout could be killed.
Impera.
Men-at-arms not paying attention though. One more Knight. He keeps having numbers and maybe something could happen. Is Scotty doing alright? Denying that TC is absolutely huge. If he didn't deny that, Lucha would have a good lead now. Part of me thinks that should have been double stable for more knights to clean this up initially. He was hoping to do it on only one stable. Maybe a bit greedy? You do have to love the chaos build. Now, how does he defend for the duration of his up timing? He's mostly walled, has a cut to the TC, a tower on the gold. So he's fairly safe, more so against cav archers though, than knights, and I think he might need to care about that lumber camp. No wall over here, so knights or cav archers could get in. Loses a Vil. So res collected is still the same. Second TC though, up for Lucho. Can do farms, or can take the sheep and skip some farms. And we'll go for a third TC up higher up on the terrace. And ooh, the walls are down. Sky doesn't get the house up. But he's up, elite skirm on the way. Only one knight, so the TC can help defend against that, as can the tower. Knight still has no upgrades. Once upgrades come in, elite skirm bodkin, the skirms will be good against the knight. 3 on Lucha? I wouldn't be surprised, but Scotty would have had to have been just a bit faster, done a tiny bit more damage. There's a lot of little small things that I think would have had to have gone better for Scotty so far. Because he's kept the res collected so close, and the Vil count even. But now Lucha will have a huge advantage with 3 TCs. And not only that, but also he's started amassing a good number of cav archers. And now Scotty has to rely on the slow elite skirms to take fights. So cav archers can run around the backs of the wood lines, shoot over them, stop Scotty from taking wood. And the tower's already placed, so buying stone would have to be how Scotty does at TC. His stones are kind of far away too. Oh, a hand card already for Lucha, so his eco is great.
Salve. Tibi Sergio. Impera.
So skirm's running back. House goes down.
Tibi Sergio. Salve. Tibi Sergio.
And the knights will run out and be chased by the skirms. Workshop in the middle from Lucho has his 3 TC boom. He'll keep applying pressure, looking to end this. Scotty, no wheelbarrow. Full eco upgrades. Bow saw, heavy plow, handcart for Lucho. He has a nice number of farms set up. 19 farms around the starting TC alone. Still has those sheep from the other TCs. TC on wood and gold in the middle of the map as the workshop comes forward. Katie, 34 to 9. And now the res collected's pulling ahead for Lucho. As we have husbandry and ballistics both coming in.
Impera.
And bloodlines, so Lucho doing all the upgrades. He's just clicking all the buttons. He's like playing one of those campaigns when you type in Aegis, you give yourself the resource cheats, and then you click everything. He's sitting pretty there with those upgrades. Even his 2 relics, too. Everything's in his favor. Mangonel's on the way out. And he's even outposting. He is starting the shift queue of outposts around the map. Oh, around both sides. Yeah, let's look at those outposts. Shift queued. Shift queued everywhere. Definition of gaming, the very definition. Although we do have some monks. Monks and skirms, I mean, those are the best units in the game right there. Scotty trying to come back. His score is super low. His Vil deficit is huge. The Tatars have the hill. Mangonel, fool, if only could be on the hill. Get through the range faster. And how are his Vils doing? They're not idled.
Impera.
And he's trying to chase some skirms after a monk up here. Monk's finding the jungle rock, looking for a relic. Ooh, Scotty, he'll win the foot race to the relic. He will grab his first relic. There we go. There we go. Something going well for him. Another TC up near the gold. And it's making Lucio work to finish him off at least. Armor for the Knights finally. And Lucio just needs one big push and he'll be in and overrun everything. Maybe be careful with the Cav Archers, but at this point, I don't think it really matters. 3k score,
Salve.
20 to 30 fills up all the map control. And the range burning as the Mangonels try to take it down. And the range will crumble. More skirms come forward. Monk wants a conversion on a Knight. Knight has to run back. Romans, again, redemption but no sanctity, so just like that. Monks will always be one shot of the Mangonels. Imp is on the way for Lucio, and probably an Imp GG, right? Probably an Imp GG. Scotty doesn't call it by then. Trying to defend with Mangonels, but once Imp comes in, Cav Archer with bracers will destroy the Mangonels. Gold shaft mining. Lucio, happy to click every single button. Even adding in a 4th TC, because why not? Monk wants a conversion on a Knight. Mangonels, though, going to pick off the Monk again. Force him to dance and dodge the Mangonel shots. Front of the map opening up, making more room for the Mangonels. It's 4 versus 3, 4 versus 2 now for Lucio. Going for the Mangonel, and the Monk hasn't lost a Mangonel yet. It's picked off 2. And 1 will finally hide behind the mill. Scotty keeps pushing in, taking a bit of skirm fire. Dodge another Mangonel, try to push back on it. House just about down, 30 HP. And Bloodlines plus Scale Guarding Armor for Scotty. What is he going to do from the 1 stable he has? 1 stable for Bloodlines when he has no Cav. Doesn't inspire confidence in me. There's Cav Armor. Maybe it'll be Hussars, because I don't think he has gold access. He has 10 bills on gold over there. Another stable for Knights, I guess? Almost able to click Imp himself. He's not fallen too far behind in bills. It's only 15. Well, 15 in handcart, but for how far ahead Lucio is from 6k res. That's just because Lucio's focusing on the military too. And there's Imp, there's the GG. Scotty calls it, and fun strat, but not gonna work out there. As I was, that's kind of over since the Drush didn't do any damage. Well, I liked the attempt though, trying to throw a change-up. Knowing Lucio's a better player, needs to do something a bit creative to try to win, I think. But I think this is a skill difference where I am kind of expecting a 3-0 from Lucio. Last pick Tatars too, against first picked Romans. Oh no, so that was a strat too from Scotty. And Vela de Silva will be our next map then. Oh, and it'll be Chimera versus Aztecs. Any chance we get a 5 militia drush from the Aztecs now? Like a 600 elo difference. It's Lucio is 2783, Scotty is 2352. So pretty good. What's that? 431 difference in favor of Lucio. Pretty big elo difference. loading in. And 10 seconds. So Khmer Aztecs. This has to be... I mean, it could just be an FC Monk Rush for Scotty. Lucho has to play the winner of Stone Please Bad Koala. I mean, I think Lucho should still be the favorite there. But Eagle versus Scout in the middle. Both players pushing a deer, not going for the Capybara scouting. Oh, look at this simultaneous deer push. And look at each other, then turn away. Deer almost to the TC. A couple tapirs in the back. See if the deer almost there will make it underneath. And Vittles need to take the deer. Oh, he's going further. Super far deer push. And another instant rush from Scotty. Let's go. Tried it the first game. Didn't work. We'll try it again. Lucho maybe pushing the deer. Might not see it. Will he try to scout or will he push the deer? Ooh, okay. So interesting setup here. For Scotty, another good Drush Civ. And this is the Aztecs. This is the OG 5 Militia Drush Civ. You have the extra gold this time. You have a lot of extra food on this map. It's not a standard map. You have more food than normal. Okay. Maybe Lucho not going to expect that Scotty does the same thing twice. And he has to hope that the militia pick up capybaras on his way over. And they should. Now the one... If Lucho is very, very, very in-tuned and paying attention, he'll see in the fog of war that no deer is being pushed, and he'll know something's up. And oh, the militia's still scouting. He's not even going to drush with the militia. He just wants to pick up capybaras. Oh, and he needs to pick that up. He needs all the extra food for the FC. I think there's a mistake to leave those out there when the militia were there. I actually like that. You drush a bit later, but you get the food for yourself. So now he shouldn't have any problems with the FC like he did the other game. And he still has the stragglers for the lumber camp. Lumber camp should be in a safe spot. Should actually be easier to wall this map than the other one. And the only problem is he didn't find the lumber camp. Will the drush be revealed? There it is. All the vills on one side for Lucho, but he does not yet have loom. He needs quick walls. He doesn't get one of the quick walls. He'll lose a vill. All right, more success this game so far for Scotty than the previous game. He gets the drush in the back and force some repairs. I think he needs to go pick up those capybaras now before the scout gets all of them, but he'll actually stop Lucho from finding capybaras. Lucho might not have food under his TC soon. He'll be able to click up with the Khmer pretty soon. There's the loom for Scotty. More capybaras for Scotty. Lumber camp and barracks, so he has 2 buildings. Alright. Scotty looking better now. Ooh, okay, this is more interesting. He'll see there's a hole over here, and, most importantly, he'll grab more capybaras. He'll boost his eco now. He can scout, pick up the capybaras. This is a costly hole for Lucho to have in the wood line. Oh, those capybaras that Scotty saw are picked off. Could send one... if he notices they disappear in the fog of war, he knows they're being taken, so he could send one militia to try to head them off, but... at the very least, it will be more militia. He's committing to more militia. 5 militia drush! Oh my gosh, let's go. 5 militia drush. Scotty will be walling off. If he has enough capybaras, maybe he can FC behind this. Loom is on the way for Lucho as he'll do a mill now. 2nd mill on the other papaya trees. And you'll get in with more militia. You'll get in with more militia. Mining camp on the gold. 5 militia are just useless. I don't know. Is he downhill from that lumber camp? I think he is. It's going to be hard to attack if he's downhill. Opposite situation where he's uphill. Maybe he forces repairers and it's a lot of wood. But Lucho up to the feudal age. Well, if Scotty wants to go for an FC, he needs to keep Lucho at home. Lucho grabbing more capybaras. And pushing in the final deer. So Scotty will be walled other than the rock terrain. And that'll run through the TC. And deer in under the TC. Nice push. There it is. Ville's finished off the deer. Scotty see the second mill. Feels like he just missed it. He sees the foundation. And he sees there are no papaya trees here, so he'll find the other mill. So Lucho's up. Not like he was going to stop feudal. And at least the Drush did something. But I mean, he could... I mean, it's potentially game-ending if you get to unloomed vills that don't quick wall themselves on the lumber camp. And now forcing the vill to repair is probably the best thing he can do attacking the lumber camp. So res collected, still close, but a lot of res spent on the lumber camp. So range now for Lucho. Scotty won't be too far behind, and will almost be in a position to fast castle. Has to do a few farms. Which is why I feel, had he gotten those 2 extra capybaras, give him 200 extra food under the TC. And then he's maybe in a position to FC. A couple of fewer vills on wood and on the capybaras instead. Still needs the farms. What are his feudal buildings now? Does he sell the stone and go for a market? He could go market, blacksmith, sell stone. But no, he's going men-at-arms and double-bit axe. He's committing to this. He could also do arson. 75 food, 25 gold. It's pretty cheap these days. So Archer out for Lucho, who's up to the castle age. Men-at-arms need to avoid the TC. Ooh, they don't. Maybe full eagles? Well, let's see, he does have arson queued. That feels like he wants to destroy the lumber camp, so eagle to fend off archers for the moment. There'll have to be another vill repairing. All 3 vills repairing. So no wood income now for Lucho if he has to repair that. Men-at-arms with arson are scary. Maybe he still needs forging to attack it. And now eagle scouts, so more eagles. As he goes for the blacksmith, there's the barracks, more skirms. It'll be skirms plus eagles and men-at-arms. He stops attacking, that gets HP on it. So nice job from Lucho to bring the scout over, then turn away. Now he needs to get these men-at-arms out. I think he just went 3 militia drush FC on the map. That might have been viable, getting into the lumber camp so early. Now archers and men-at-arms are the same speed. Eagle slightly faster, so this army shouldn't be caught unless the Jaguar attacks a low HP man-at-arms. Okay, not a low HP one. He'll get back. Skirm's Eagle should be okay. But how long can you go feudal age military against someone who's in the castle age and now adding cav archers? I don't think this fights cav archers if they get upgrades, but right now no upgrades, not even fletching. I think it was a lot more than 50 vills for, or 50 wood for repairers, considering how much damage they did and how long it was repaired for. But obviously not what you want to be doing with men-at-arms. You'd rather be fighting vills. And probably a nice tower from Lucho. Protects the wood line. TC still protects the gold for the most part. Could even come over to the other gold. There's another house, and I believe that should... Is there another tree there? That's not walled. I was gonna say that should make a cut to the TC, but that's still open. Bill's going down to the skirms. As more vills go to the lumber camp on the wood line. And is this open? That looks open. Yeah, it is open. Alright, Lucio should have no problem walling this off. Castle Age for Scotty. He has a score lead. Stone walls for Lucio. He's got to get them up. He does. Skirm's there. Skirms could harass the lumber camp from the other side. Still open, so the army can get out. And this might actually work if Scotty can go triple barracks eagles. He sold the stone, so Aztec sold the stone. He has to deal with cav archers now. But he has a few skirms for that. So the cav archers can simply run down the rock road and get in. There's no walling them out, but there is skirming them out. He'll still needing to... Ooh, the men-at-arms almost break through the feudal age... Oh no, the castle age stone wall. Oh, men-at-arms with the arson. Look at them go. Maybe Scotty's got to hope for an overchop. Destroy production buildings? I think that takes too long, though. We saw how long it took 5 men-at-arms with arson to go through one lumber camp. The production buildings will be in range of the TC, and they can be repaired. So I don't think you're really going to get much of an opportunity to destroy them. We have seen it before, right? And there was the... was it Goku versus Licks? I think Goku pulled that off, but that was with longswords. Scotty almost up. Lots of farms added in. Scotty doesn't have armor yet. Doesn't have the best farming eco. And still only has 1 barracks. Would it actually be crazy for Scotty just to buy stone and do a second TC right now? I mean, he's actually ahead in vills. Maybe you don't want to play long-term against cav archers and want to focus army first, but elite skirm is on the way. If those skirms stay alive until elite skirm, that's going to be a problem for Lucio. And I think the men-at-arms might need to help out against the cav archers here before the skirms die, but the skirms all go down. If that had been 3 elite skirms, that actually would have been devastating for Lucio. Wouldn't have been able to clear that up with cav archer. And there's the stable, there's the workshop. So elite skirms losing some of their viability. That house is 11 HP. Oh, there's a hole. Never mind, there's a hole. Not even the East Asian blacksmith, and there's still a hole by it. Now Lucio, lucky this game that his golds are both to the back. And now Scotty, he's checking. Did Lucio sneak out to another gold? He didn't. As I almost knocked my water off my desk. Let's not do that. Move that over. I imagine Monk Siege? Monks is, I mean, Aztec monks now? I don't think we have to imagine. I think the monks are just at home, though. Maybe he goes for relics first. I think he's going for another TC. And you can buy that. He has the wood. I think Scotty's in a great spot here. I think the Drush did manage to slow down Lucio enough. Force him to react to it. The Scotty's okay. Defensive monastery. Khmer monks will pale in comparison to the Aztec ones. And the cav archers, no ballistics on the skirm, so they might not be all that trapped. Skirms get 1 good volley, but that's it, as the Minganel trying to hide behind the stable. Comes out, we'll have 1 cav archer for Lucio. Maybe we'll eventually scout the TC, but with 4 vills, that TC should go up. Unfortunately for Scotty, just missed some capybaras. Would have been nice to have them under the TC, almost like a Tatar's bonus. So men-at-arms will go down here. Eagles probably just want to turn and fight. Yeah, they're trying to run with the skirms. Monk's time has passed. Maybe it's just monks for relics now. What's over here? Oh, some vills. He wants a 3rd TC. Can Aztecs boom and then fight cav archers in the long run? If they're amassed too much, I think it's a tricky fight for them. Remember, they don't have El Dorado on their eagles like the Maya do, so they'll get to, I think it's 60 HP instead of 100, unless there's been a change. I think cav archers actually are kind of a tricky unit for the Aztecs to fight. I guess it's a good thing that they have Lattice skirms and no thumb ring for the Khmer. The Khmer are still pretty good cav archers. Scotty's gonna get snowballed, sadly. I think tricky to play this position. It's interesting. Like, if he had a lot of eagles, he could run down the mangonels, but then maybe he wouldn't be able to fight the cav archers. But the skirms are kind of losing to both. Oh, there's one mangonel. How's the mangonel micro from Scotty? Trades 1 for 1. With the better eco, he's happy to trade, though. Ooh. Ooh. Happy to trade. 10 vills up now. There's a lot of skirms for defending. It's not like mangonels will push down that alleyway. He could always go Redemption Monks at the Aztecs. Ooh, doesn't quite get a mangonel there. And a good micro up to that point. Doesn't get the kill there, and there's a repair bill. 3 TCs to 1 now. Has to do another workshop in the back, but as long as he holds, he will have a much better eco. Oh, T90, hello. Hello. Scotty, if he had traded that mangonel, would have been great. Good thing for Scotty, though. He can leave this gold. Not much gold left. Another mangonel in the back. Head over to the gold, maybe. And he has gold on the sides, so he's losing the front of his base. But he didn't do farms at the front. And we'll have redemption on the way for Scotty. Still with a 13 vil lead. Ballistics for Lucho. And Scotty's gonna amass more mangonels. So he has to be careful about where they ungarrison from that workshop now. If they're out here and away from the TC and the skirms, then I think he can't protect them. I think he needs to make sure they come out the back and then snake their way this way. It's a difficult pathfinding situation for the mangonels. And see, forward outpost. So outpost from Lucho, he sees this. He sees that there is stone from Scotty. Lucho with the better KD. He's down by 800 res collected. And now Scotty says, the mangonels are kind of stalled out at the front of my base. I have a TC there. Let's send my skirms over to defend. My outpost sees Lucho's outpost. And now University up here, so he's going to look for ballistics. Scotty going to win this one. T90 confident. And more outposts. I think Scotty might have missed an opportunity to garrison the TC and kill the outpost Vil. Might he'll kill this outpost Vil. If he had ballistics. Alright, now he can almost get ballistics. Just needs the gold. Emu, hello Emu. And he's still pushed. Oh, he has Redemption Monks though. And he can garrison the TC. And now with Redemption Monks, mangonel shouldn't be able to push the TC anymore. Aztec Monks too. How many Monk Techs does he have? Sanctity Redemption, so they get 50 hit points. So this is where you start clicking Fervor just for the extra hit points against the Cav Archers. But skirmishers are OP. They're pretty darn strong. And Khmer Monks, how are they? They have Redemption and they have Sanctity, but they don't have Atonement. And that's where you could also click Atonement if the Monks become a problem. And, oh, another TC, but the skirms are on their way. The skirms from Scotty, gonna find that TC from Lucho. They might deny it. They might deny the TC. Skirms there. They have ballistics now. They have ballistics. And with ballistics, they should be able to pick off the Vils. Nothing here to defend the TC from Lucho, and he has to run the Vils away. Scotty might be doing this. Scotty might be doing this. That's a lot of mangonels on this TC. And some Cav Archers will come in. They'll tank a mangonel shot. Okay, Scotty might lose a TC, but he has enough Vils to spare, right? He has enough Vils to spare. It's on a hill, so it'll take a while. Has some mangonels coming over. Denied 1 TC. Lucho's still 1 TC. He's down by 20 Vils. Trying for another TC. Doesn't have any Vils building it. If Redemption Monks get conversions here, if the mangonels get good shots, is Lucho devoted? He's not devoted. The Monks going for conversions. The mangonels don't hit the Cav Archers. 1 conversion on a mangonel. Uphill. Okay, not uphill, level ground, but stopping the other mangonels destroys 3 mangonels. Scotty loses all his mangonels, but that's okay. He is the eco lead. He can repair the TC. The TC is up. He cleared like 3 mangonels there. This TC is still denied. More Vils going down. And that's now a 20 Vil lead. Lucho finally stabilizing his TCs. And more of mangonels over. At some point, Scotty, he's got 700 gold. He can probably spam Eagles. Okay, gets a Mangonel shot, needs to repair. That Vil farming, he needs to repair. The Mangonel goes down. Scotty's still holding his TC. That is a risky spot for a farm. He's confident he's holding that TC. He has the confidence of T90. That's going to be 5 TCs for Lucho as the Khmer. If Lucho ever gets a good food eco, he can start adding stables and raiding. Lucho's actually close to Imp if he has gold. And Scotty now, floating wood, floating gold, struggling to spend the res fast enough. Doesn't have farm, but what's really hard on this map is the fact that you don't have much farming space. That the rock terrain really messes up your farms. And forward workshop from Lucho continuing to apply pressure. Scotty, is he trying to go Imp? Is Imp the way here? A handcart for Lucho. He's adding in barracks. So will this be Imp and Elite Eagle? Will he have enough time for that? Doing another blacksmith, some skirms should clear these vills. I don't know if he can do upgrades in time. We'll have 7 TCs for Lucho on this map. 7 TCs. The Mangonel aggression has stopped. Almost. 1 Mangonel left. I was like, oh, they'll trade off and it'll be over. No. Almost. There's Scale Mail armor. So the question now, if you're Scotty, do you go Imp? Do you take the time to go Imp? Or do you simply spam Eagles? That Mangonel will get the skirms, but the Cav Archers are cleared. Yeah, he's 2 vills each for all 7 of the TCs. 1 vill over here, so it took a while. But Lucho up to Imp. Eagle and Squires. Danny's saying do both. Danny's saying we haven't spent the res for a while, spend it on everything. Monk wants a conversion that'll force the Cav Archers forward into some skirms. As the Monk goes back. 55 HP for the Aztec Monk. Let's see what the tech he did. Probably Fervor. Or how does he have 55 HP from only 2... Oh, from 2 techs. That's where you click Fervor. But I think it's Eagle time. 8 Eagles queued. He's saying Imp. No one needs Imp. Imp's for people who can't spend their resources. I'm going Eagles. I'm raiding all of these TCs. And I'm gonna hope it's enough. When I have a 20 vil lead already, I'm gonna put my foot on the gas for Eagle production. Mangonel Micro... Oh, that takes a hit there. He needs to use the hill a bit better. Make sure that he's atop the hill so he doesn't tank 1 hit. Actually clicked Imp and then made Eagles. We'll see, it's tight on Eco. He's got 33 on gold. Since he's not going Imp, he's not going to have the final armor upgrade. So Bracer on the TCs will be annoying for him. He's trying for a forward TC. He could go for a forward castle soon. He still has 1k more res collected. Where are the Eagles now? They're not doing anything. They need to start raiding soon. If they're not raiding, then Lucho's vills are going to catch up in the vil count and the eco count. With 7 TCs, he will get a vil lead. And Scotty's going to need several dozen vills killed very soon, as the Mangonel Micro isn't quite there. Another TC forward, but the Eagles are coming. Time for the Igalos to start hoovering. There's Bracer and Light Cav. As Imp is in, and where are the Eagles going? Are they going to raid the Eco? As of right now, if all those vills have to garrison, that's going to be several hundred res collected that Lucho won't have. And he can't really come over here to fight the army with Castle Age Eagles if Bracer comes in for the Cav Archers. But now he's stuck to the Castle Age, he's committed, and the only thing he can do is raid with Eagles. Because of the rock terrain, you can't be fully walled. It's going to be Hussars for Lucho, crop rotation 2. Scotty might even need to think about pikemen if he has to fight Hussars. The Eagles are in. These vills down in the back don't even have a Khmer house to hide in. But Scotty's going to call the GG as he can't hold this push any longer. And I think that moment where he was floating a ton of wood and gold, couldn't spend the resources. Maybe because he didn't have the farming space? Maybe he could have tried to go Eagles earlier. Lost the map control. But Lucho goes up 2-0. The Drush worked much better that game than it did the previous game. 85 to 34 KD. Maybe with some Mangonel Micro, that was a bit better. Maybe using the hill a bit better. Never could quite match the army numbers. And it felt like there was that point where, maybe right in here, wasn't spending the eco when he was down in military numbers. Got caught between maybe saving for Imp and fighting. That was a tricky one, but it felt like he had ways to pull that out mid-game. Maybe a few different decisions, not adding in those early extra men-at-arms and instead going up faster? Yeah, it was a nice game from Scotty, considering the skill difference. That's around 400 elo points, too. So GG there. That'll bring us to game number 3. Scotty's still looking for a win. And that was Aztecs 2, losing against Khmer. And does that bring us to Coast Arena, maybe? It does bring us to Coast Arena. So Coast Arena, basically the same as it was in TTL. All the other maps are new and covered with the DLC assets. I'm looking forward to seeing T90 experience all of the new animal noises. Oh, actually, it won't be Coast Arena. Actually, no, he changed his pick. It'll be Arukarias. Or Arukarias. I'm still, where's Danny? Are you still in the chat? I need you to tell me how to pronounce that. I don't know what the accent on the A does, other than makes the syllable stressed. Alright, so this map is basically Triple Tunnel plus Black Forest plus Haboob, all rolled into one. And right off the bat, they'll be sending Vils forward to try to lure groups of 3 Javelinas. And here they go. So Japanese for Lucho, Georgians for Scotty. Now there are pawns on this map. You can fish boom if you're the Japanese. I don't know if I like that strat though. I feel like it has been punished every time I've seen it. Well, punished by men-at-arms, which is something the Japanese also do very well. So Lucho might be skipping the fish boom and picking the Japanese for men-at-arms. Number 1 picked Civ, and he wanted them for this map. The Way have also been a popular pick. But they're just all around a very good Civ. They want a Teuton game? Teutons would have to be Coast Arena, I think. I don't know where else you'd use them. I don't think you're using them on Amazonia. Late game, I don't know what to think Japanese Georgians. Svan Towers versus Yasama Towers. And maybe... maybe some Cav Archers from the Japanese that I think Georgians might struggle against. We saw them struggle against Turks. Well, that was a different setup where the gunpowder was a problem. Alright, so immediately Scotty to the southwest as the Red Georgians, Lucho to the northeast as the Blue Japanese, 2 Vils forward for Lucho, Scotty not bothering with the boar lures. He says, Lucho, have fun. Lucho didn't even do loom. Take all 3 Javelinas, do whatever you want. I'm not going to bother. Not going to bother in this fight. Don't like losing the HP on the scout. Manila's just distract a bit, slow him down. I like Yasama more than Svan Towers. I think they're both really strong. Personally, I think that Svan Towers are a bit stronger, and Lucho's not taking all 3. What are these players? These players need to play more Rage Forest. They're not taking... they're leaving a perfectly good Javelina in the middle of the map. Now, compared to Boris, Javelinas now have only 300 food instead of 340. And there are 2 more groups of 3 to lure in, should the players want them, but successfully taken under the TC? no loom, too. So Lucho benefiting from no loom. But certainly could have grabbed that third one. This is not being greedy enough. Where's the greed? So what is Scotty's build order here? He went straight to the wood line with the mule cart in order to get an early dock. And he wants to go for a very early fish boom. As I said at the start, I feel that fish booms can be punished by aggressive men-at-arms, which is what the Japanese will be very good at. And especially if you give the men-at-arms player 9 extra javelinas. You need a 10 dock fish boom in each of the ponds. Alright, so we'll... Addictive Me says we're good to cast T90 and TTL after this. So, ooh, there's another triple lure. Scout blocking the Vil more than it's blocking the javelinas. Doing what it can to block.
いいよ。
There's a Vil low on HP. Just a moment, just a moment. 4 HP left. TC will take down Javelinas. The Vil is the garrison, but easy to do this now with the TC changes. The boars just die and it's easy. Don't lose the food, so loom for Lucho. And it will be Lucho going up. He has the barracks, so from the looks of it, pretty much no doubt this will be Japanese men-at-arms. He'll do one more Vil so he doesn't idle the TC. 2 seconds of idle time, but every bit of delay gives Scotty a bit more of an advantage. With the shorefish. He has more res collected right now because of the fish boom, and it'll take a bit before the javelinas pay off. And I have seen this approach before. You ignore all of the boar lures and instead just go for the fish boom. And Scotty hasn't scouted the passages. If he sees that the javelinas are still there, it might even be worth going for them. Japanese not going for a dock is a crime. They'll be going for men-at-arms. They'll still be doing Japanese things. But you're right, not going for the fish boom. And Scotty trying to wall up against men-at-arms. I'll have to be careful of that Vil, the scouts out there. But if he can wall now, this isn't a difficult wall up for him. And this should be walled. We have also seen some Shu FCs on the map, so I think you can get pretty good walls for yourself. He's doing a barracks. We'll be in a position to do a range in either archers or skirms. On the map, you do have at least one golden stone mine that are not ridiculously far forward. Not necessarily in the back, even though they can spawn there kind of around the pond areas where they stop being forward. Now, forward Vil 2 from Lucho, so he might look for a range. Ranges can be annoying on docks, but you can garrison the dock. The best type of forward would be a dock and a transport ship. Don't think we'll see that. How long is the docks? The docks almost has enough range, or the dock has almost enough range that it can stop a forward dock. Just by garrisoned fishing ships. So archery range for Lucho, another range defensively for Scotty. But he's up in time to do the range, and men-at-arms with Arson will try to break through. There's Arson just about to finish. And you really do have to repair against this. And Scotty is in time going to throw up a tower to force the men-at-arms to take another route in. And one Vil is not enough to repair against Japanese with Arson. That's what I have learned. But Scotty might learn that the hard way. I think he needs to send 2 more Vils. He wants to rush the tower up. He needs to balance between repairing and rushing up the towers. He's juggling Vils, 3 Vils to repair. The HP is still going down with 3 Vils repairing. But the range is up, and now that archers are out, the men-at-arms should not get in. Now you question whether he needed to race up the tower in the first place, because the archers might have been able to defend. And looking at the res collected difference, it is the same despite all of the javelinas already being taken from Lucho. Now Lucho, he did leave 3 javelinas untaken. Or 4, because there's one in the middle of the map. But it's not like he has an insane res collected difference. He spent a lot of Vil time walking out to the javelinas. 3-vil lead for Scotty thanks to the fishing ships. He's had only 1 second of idle TC time. And if he's playing the strategy of fish boom, ignore the javelinas, he's playing it perfectly right now, aside from maybe the tower was unnecessary by the time we got the range up. So Archer still defending over the walls. Another house reinforcing the walls. And now Lucho, he's thinking, let's add in fletching. Let's try to pressure this a bit more. But not going for a fish boom himself, simply milling the deer. Oh, actually, never mind. As I say that, he does a dock. So he will start fishing himself as the Japanese. Trying to catch up in food difference then. Could do 2 docks, maybe 1 in each pond. More forward houses. That scout, kind of weak, probably can't kill a Vil now. Scotty's still trapped in his base. And more houses for him. With the range being forward for Lucho, I wonder if Scotty ever has an opportunity. Oh, never mind, as the walls don't hold, the walls don't hold. I was gonna say, as long as he can keep this walled out, to send archers around and try to get them forward, seeing that there are no walls, but that's not gonna be the case, as he's losing all of the archers to Lucho's micro, and that'll be GG. So that was very quick. Oh. That was a very quick GG, a quick end to that game. But the Japanese men-at-arms with arson break in, and then archers don't hold. Here I am thinking, okay, he's walled. Maybe he could try to sneak archers around, hit the player who's unwalled, but not with men-at-arms like that. And even with the hill, can't out-micro Lucho. Well, that was fast. That was a fast end to the day. Military 5-1 KD with the archers at the end, and better eco, better eco. The fish boom certainly has its merits. But I've not seen it pull off yet, but maybe that's just an execution difference of players not fish booming at the right time. Ooh, alright, so we'll check out the brackets real quick then. Lucho won his home map. That will be Japanese over the Georgians. And we'll check out the brackets. And we'll grab these from the on our website. And here's the link if you want to check out the brackets too. Oh gosh, there's a picture-in-picture of my live stream. Watch ourselves watching the brackets. Right, so, some spoilers if you haven't seen stuff yet today. We've been going through the first round. We had Stark pulling a bit of an upset over Target. I think that's one that certainly can go either way, but Stark probably motivated to be in the Brazil LAN. Tomorrow morning, we will have Lucho versus Alive. This is in my local time zones. This is +4 to this to get GMT. 12 GMT, Lewis versus Alive. Gordo Malo, we don't know who that is and couldn't find them in the Discord, so Dark will probably get an admin win there. Haven't scheduled anything. Warrior is honestly kind of a rough first-round matchup for Barles, the #1 seed. That is rough for Barles. But Angie also wide, that'll be a good matchup. Jordan Levi, that'll be tomorrow 13:30, we'll probably cast that after Lewis's set. Or, no wait, I got the times messed up. That's a late game set. We'll cast that, and then we'll cast Doubt probably after Lewis. Maybe another set in between. I think Tato and Nacho is also happening. So Sorokuma won his set, no surprise there. Sato, I think that was 3-0. I don't know why it doesn't have the score. Sato will face Turs. Turs had a good set against the Crocs. The Crocs, interesting set, interesting set. Maybe a different build for Fernando de Naranja. Might have given him a better result. Turs skates on by. He'll face Sato. Siscon Lighty will be tomorrow too. Ooh, Prisma Cosmonaut. That's a good first round matchup for Prisma. I think he'll have a bit of a challenge there. Then Tato Nacho. I'll probably try to cast that. Dragonstar Advanced. Ooh, Dogao. He got Stark in the first round and now Thunderbolt. He's had tough first round matchups. MBL hopefully can play this week. Kasva upset over Licks. And in the final bracket, Goku, bit of an upset over iBuy Power. Vivi FedEx will be a good matchup too. Blessa Miguel will be a good matchup. And then we just saw Husiel winning over Rodrix and Lucho winning over Scotty. Lucho has to face Stone Please, or the winner of Stone Please Bad Koala, but Stone Please was insanely good. Almost beat Doubt, did beat Barrels in the first qualifier. So I have no doubt he's very well practiced on all these maps. But that'll be it for us now on the Onimaru stream. We're done with this. Over on my channel, I think I'll go cast with Addictive Me and cast the T90 Rex. So I'm going to keep going here. But we streamed for a good 8 hours now. So thank you all for watching. Thanks for sticking with us throughout the day. And again, a reminder, go give a follow to the Team Onimaru channel. We're at 1,588, almost at 1,600 followers there. And I'll see you all tomorrow, 12 GMT for that Lewis set.